One out the bat. Off the bat. Off the bat. I played all night last night, didn't win one, so. Glad I finally got one. Let's see if this works again. Does it work? Does it work? It does. Okay. Keep going. Hook up the good camera. All right. I like the setup. I'm liking this setup. Allow to connect, yes. And let's see if we can switch this to this. Does it work? It does work. Awesome. Mr. Wonderful, you're back. Thanks, Mr. Wonderful. Don't feel obligated to stick around, man. There's a whole wide YouTube out there. But I appreciate you. You're a YouTube junkie like myself. I'm on here so much, I figured I just might as well be on here. You know what I mean? But, I'm gonna be going for a while, so feel free to come back and talk for a while if you want to. The car detailing, I made it there, Mr. Wonderful, but it's so bad. It's really not that bad. That sounds like, makes it sound gross, but he needed another day. So it's gonna be awesome when I get it back. Get my 20-year-old car. It's gonna have a beautiful interior. Eliminate. I can do that one. All right, everybody. Let's get something playing up here. Bop, 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 bop. I love Mr. Wonderful. You were a great guy, man. Let's find something. What do I want to watch? Third. I probably should for my TV. I got a TV just sitting down.
Exercising and quit after 3 days? I have too. But then I found this app. In this app, a personalized plan of short chair workouts is tailored for me, which I do at the beginning of the day. Just 10 minutes a day. It's simple and safe, without sweating and without equipment. All I need to do is open the app every day and follow along. Consistency is the key.
Let's go back to that.
That change in government had actually occurred.
No, that's good. Refresh cache of current page. Let's try that. Close.
That change in government had actually occurred. And what that meant was that billions of dollars worth of Venezuelan assets stored in the United States and in Europe were seized by the governments that recognized Juan Guaido. So it was a very tricky play they made to say, look, we don't even care about what happened in Caracas. Simply by recognizing the shadow government, now we can seize control of your government's bank accounts. In the UK's case, billions of dollars worth of Venezuelan gold bullion that was stored in the Bank of England that is still there to this day in jeopardy simply because London said, oh, we can't actually figure out. And by the way, Maduro lodged the repatriation request for that gold bullion. I'm talking about the solid gold that was stored in England in September or August of 2018.
I need to do that. Yeah, I have YouTube Premium, but when I play it through Streamlabs, it just has you put the link in, and so it doesn't block them.
Oh, yeah, since we can't figure out who actually controls Venezuela.
I'll probably mess with it more later on. But thanks for the tip, man.
We can't actually give you that gold. We have to keep it here for now. And that just so happened to occur at a time when London was experiencing a record shortage of gold, and when the price of gold was surging. So I say billions of dollars because even the value of that gold that was stored in London has risen since these articles, or since that decision was first announced in 2019. It's now gone from like $1 billion to $3 billion
check it
just
out,
by
for
sitting
sure.
there because of the market with gold. So
hopefully it'll work in Brave.
that's an example of how simply by having an international control network, the recognition of Guaido enabled the West to engage in a theft of Venezuela's
I'm all about
assets.
the extensions. My
the
favorite
West,
extension is one
mainly
tab.
centered around Citgo, which many of you have probably filled your gas up at a Citgo gas station somewhere around the country.
I mean, it's my only car, so I'm proud of it.
Citgo is owned by PDVSA.
It's mainly I got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old that have eaten many a Happy Meal in
and the
there.
height of its control or its existence in the U.S. provided about
I have dreams of going car camping one day, and
but since
the McDonald's
the US
smell
sanctioned
needs to be
Venezuela, cut off
eliminated for me to
our
sleep in there.
Our oil trade with Venezuela and actually froze
in
Citgo's
any
account.
sort of,
that oil is not only dried up, but billions of dollars in infrastructure. I'm talking about refinery
fashion.
Plants, oil pipelines.
That was interesting.
Actually,
the right word came to me. It took like my brain had to load for like 3 seconds, but it's nice when it comes to you.
Yeah, they claimed that they were part of this shadow coup government led by Juan Guaido, but in reality, as Max said, what I show in the book is that they were actually just simply working as corporate hitmen. Carlos Vecchio, the ambassador, is the greatest example.
Easily,
up until he came to the United States, he was working as ExxonMobil's leading lawyer in Venezuela, fighting efforts to nationalize Venezuela's oil reserves. So he was the #1 attack dog of the oil industry in Venezuela. Shows up here
laptop,
to live life, and
desktop
the Trump
setups where everything's like so aesthetic and perfect.
The lead
And that's
ambassador
never
that
been my
oversees this
experience.
plot to
Always
seize
looks like
Venezuela's wealth.
Like
Billions of dollars worth of it stored
Now
in the
not
United
that bad.
States.
Come on.
Just for a few
Boom. Hangry buddy.
marks of Trump's pen, really, executive orders signing sanctions. So ultimately, yes, they got away with this theft, and it is huge, but what message do you think that sends the rest of the world? Don't store your gold in London and don't bank in the United States. And for the first time, really, in the history of the global connected financial economy, the rest of the world has the capacity to challenge our hold on the international economy. So we've really committed suicide through this policy, and that's the message that I'm bringing to this book, because I want people in the United States to actually change.
My first car was a 1970s Mosquito. I fully restored it with a paint job. My second car was
associated with the opposition. He in fact advised the last presidential candidate who ran against Maduro.
Yeah.
So, you know, from the perspective of someone like him,
okay.
How do they feel?
Yeah, I saw somewhere. Mine is
and the sanctions that
I really wish I could like hit a button and pause this and then play it again.
Their own self.
I can't do that.
Struggle for whatever their agenda is.
Yes, I mean, this is why I appreciate Francisco so much, because he's someone who taught me about the...
That's close enough. No, I have a 2005, I think it's a Honda CRV. I always get Honda, Mazda, Toyota confused. I'm sure someone on the internet would say that's racist, but it's a Honda. And it was given to me by, I usually got to draw things out like this on paper, but by my mom's best friend's husband. So that's not too hard. My mom's best friend, like high school best friend, they're still best friends, husband. And he got cancer and knew he had like a year left to live, and he gave me his extra car, which was like, I've been so blessed in my life with people like that. I mean, it made me tear up on stream, but yeah, I think maybe I paid him $1. I don't know how it works, but I looked it up, and there's some mechanic show my dad really likes. I can't remember the name of it. He's a guy, he's like 50, 55. He's always complaining about how they don't make them like they used to. And one of his favorite cars is the 2005 Honda CRV. And he's like, this thing will run forever. You can fix it up. And that's the exact one I have. So, you know, it's kind of beat up, but I don't really care as long as it gets me where I need to go. Awesome. So I'm blessed. I'm getting it all cleaned up. I just got new tires on it last year. I just replaced the rear wheel bearings. Cost about $1,300. I don't even know what that does, but they told me I need that. And I got a new starter. It wouldn't start when I needed to go to the airport for the CPI conference in Vermont, but I think we're back. I think we'll be good for a while. Come on, reload, baby. Come on, boom. Yes, 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 yes. We're back in the game. How safe a make model car is? I remember. Fatality statistics. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. I've never even thought about that, but that is, I think the scariest thing that ever happened to me in a car just out of nowhere was I was driving. What year was that? I think it was a 2006 Chevy Impala. It was like the only like sporty car I ever had, and within a week of having it, a dog ran into the side of it. And I had a dent in it for like the whole 5 years I owned it. But it looked nice for a week. It was pretty cool for a week. But I was driving down the highway, and just the back rear, like, suspension, I don't know what it's called. I'm gonna betray my ignorance of cars, but it just broke down on the wheel and just grinded on the highway, and it had nothing to do with me. It just happened. Luckily it didn't flip or anything, and I was able to slow down and pull over, and that was in 2017. The thing I remember most about that story is I had saved up about $3,000 in my crypto account, and that's, I had to cash it all out to fix my car. I had to have a car, and then as soon as I cashed it out, within that month, I think I owned Ethereum at like $50, and then it went up to $300, $400, $500, and I remember just being sick. I was like, I will never drain my investment account ever again to fix a car. I will walk to work, because my $3 grand would have been 60 grand, and that was a eye-opening experience for me. That was the moment I realized there's no money in working. There's enjoyment in working, but there's not really money in working. Not real FU money that will always, in capitalism, come from investing. If you can buy fake internet money, I've done the math. If you bought, when I first started buying and selling crypto, it was in late 2016. It was the day Trump got elected, and Ethereum was $9. And right now, Ethereum is $3,800. And most of the house is wanting to pass an ETF. So do the math. If you bought $1,000 at $9, so what would that be? You would buy, let's make it $10 just to make the math easy. So you would have been, for $1,000, you would have been able to buy 100 Ethereum. Is that right? I think so. 100 Ethereum times 3,800. 100 times 3,800. $400,000 for $1,000 investment. Oh God, help me. Anyway. Tire reviews. I'll definitely look that up, man. Tire reviews. I will subscribe. I will like. I will subscribe. I will tell my friends. There's this. Boom. I always guess if they're anonymous, they're probably real. A real person. As much as I've played this game, I should be better at it than I am. But I have barely ever practiced building at all. I think I've played way too much. Way too much. We'll look one day, but I'm still embarrassed to tell you how much I played this game. I recommend freelance. Working for yourself is the way to go when it comes to making money, and investing in crypto isn't a bad investment. But in my opinion, real estate is where you will always be safer. Oh yeah, I mean, real estate is real investment. You know, I just feel like to invest in real estate, you need to have maybe $100,000 to get started. And then that's the question, like if you how do you get $100,000 if you're making 36 grand as a school teacher? And I think the best way is just, you know, maybe work at Walmart. That's what I do on the side as well to save up some investment, scratch capital, save every tax return. I get pretty good money back because I got 2 kids and I don't make a lot. I've developed a pretty good trading system, but usually you gotta lose a bunch to learn on the way. So at the present time, I'm thinking, should I just stick with what I've learned? Or should I just buy and hold like a 3x like S&P ETF? But I don't know. I also feel like I don't know how much longer the market's gonna go up. I feel like it'll go up. What's the S&P at now? Like 5,000? I feel like it'll probably go up to like 6,000, 7,000 still, and then we're gonna get a giant correction. Great Depression dose. But I traded the Ichimoku, so I would be on whatever side of the major move is. It's just hard to. Yeah. Eventually, that's what you want to do. I just went to a friend's wedding and he's pretty sick. I hadn't seen him in years. He had Crohn's disease, and he was the best roommate I ever had. The guy was driven like nobody's business. He lived off $3 a day, maybe less. Didn't always eat the healthiest. He had some ramen vegetable concoction, and he'd save every dollar. And then I think I gave him like $100 for the wedding, and then I realized after I did it that I bet he was worth like $500,000. I hadn't even thought about it because he's just my friend. But I hadn't talked to him in a while, and he told me he was trying to buy as much real estate as he could in case he's not around. He's got some autoimmune diseases that his wife would be taking care of, and they're super sweet people, awesome Christian people. So Marxism's not getting in the way of that. I wish him the very best. I hope he kills it. Oh, Grandma's here. They want to go. They ask all the time to go with Nana. Woo! So come tell me bye before you go. Come give me a hug. Oh, I love you. Nope, I'm just playing the Switch. You want to say hi to everybody? Hi. Oh. I'm trying to get to level 100 before the season ends. I know, you're going with Nana. Uh-oh.
How are you, Molly Joy? Good?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom, my car's in the shop for another day. He said he's still working on it.
Oh my. He must be really gonna fix you up.
Yeah, I think so.
He's probably digging lots of goodies out there, so, right? How about these? Do these fit you? Do these fit you? I like these. Are they too big? I love your cloth. Do they fit you? They fit you? Did you make some bug bites? When you went to the river? Bugs like you, they always like Nana too. Where's your other claw? Do you see it? Let me see here. There's Barry. There's old Barry in your shoes. You think he's trying to find some of your shoes that'll fit him? Oh, Barry. Is he your favorite? Okay. Are you taking him to Nana? Okay. He can ride in the new car. How about that? Alrighty. I have a what? I have
I'm
a
gonna get my...
Nice. Say bye, Dad.
Bye, Nana.
Say be good, Dad.
I will. Love you all.
You think Dad can be good?
Can Dad be good?
You really like it?
Oh, wow. I gotta check that out. Jack Chalum. I'm gonna hide up here. I'm gonna go get my mama a hug while she's here.
Where's she
Oh man, it's worth it. I got first and second. That's okay. Let me play again. Eight kills, that's pretty good. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Feed your genes right. All right, let's put on
reality of Venezuela. Not just getting lost in the black and white and just extreme partisan politics, but looking a bit more in the gray zone. And he actually worked as the major analyst for the version of the Congressional Budget Office in Venezuela under Chavez early on. He was selected as a consensus candidate who could balance. He comes from a political family. His father was very popular and influential in Venezuela in previous decades before the revolution. But he eventually was pushed out of that position because of disagreements that he had with the Chavista lawmakers, and I write about all of that in the book, just more in depth. But even though he was pushed out of that job and came to the United States, and he established a very successful career here, working as an analyst for Bank of America Merrill Lynch, and working at major universities. Now he's working at the University of Denver in Colorado and in the Foreign Affairs Department there. But he, even though he established his career, yes, is very, very opposed to the Maduro government and advised the last candidate
teaching
to run
English as a
against
foreign
Maduro
language certification. TEFL.
He,
You know, I was gonna do that to teach in China, but then Xi made it illegal. But I guess I probably could elsewhere. I heard if you teach in the Yukon, they'll pay you like 6 figures.
Unlike these other members of the Venezuelan opposition who actually lobby openly for not only economic war, but even in some cases military intervention against their homeland.
My only fear about that is I'm not very good at grammar.
As an academic to produce real
it's not why I teach English. I teach English for like the philosophy and the stories.
As a result of U.S. sanctions, and so I cite
but
him
I'm
continuously
probably better at it than I think I am.
Including,
That's how my life goes.
In one of the most consequential studies he did that looked at the impact of U.S. sanctions on Venezuela's oil sector, which again is the basis of its economy. And he compiled data. This is what's so great about Francisco. He operates like a serious economist. Everything about him is just about raw data. And he compiled a graph showing the major downturns in Venezuela's oil economy and traced every significant downturn to a moment when U.S. sanctions or U.S. policy directly was designed in order to cripple Venezuela's oil economy. So there's the financial restrictions in 2017, the oil sanctions that came down in 2019, and then secondary sanctions the United States unveiled in February of 2020, which were actually meant to target any entity that does business with Venezuela's government. So you could be a Mexican company, which by the way, the U.S. attempted to sanction Mexican companies for doing business with Venezuela's government, as if the U.S. Treasury Department's jurisdiction extends all the way to Mexico. But he said that the data, and this is I'll just read the quote from him that he gave me after releasing his study. He said, yes, the economy was being poorly managed, but its oil sector was not collapsing, and nobody, no macroeconomist analyst, no oil sector analyst predicted something remotely resembling the types of collapse that we saw. Sanctions were essentially a surgical strike directed at Venezuela's oil sector. Again, this is coming from an individual who advised the last candidate
What are you
to
sad
run
about,
against
Molly?
Monero in a national election. He's a leading critic of Monero based in the United States. But this
Why is she crying, Mama? From Nana? Oh. That sounds like that's for you guys to work out. Nah.
is just one example of a study that he produced, and there are others that illuminate the U.S. role and pretty much indict the United States as the criminal actor in this dynamic. There's no question that Venezuela, the level of suffering that Venezuela endured for a period, was the result of U.S. policy, and Francisco really did a great job professionally demonstrating that.
Yeah, I think the difference between Francisco Rodriguez and the candidates that he advised, the opposition candidates, Henri Falcone, who is a governor.
I wish they'd ran this audio through like
the difference between them and like
Adobe, like AI cleanup or something.
Is that the candidates he advised were not paid and controlled by the United States, by the CIA. The other ones were just crafted in a laboratory by the U.S. I mean, Juan Guaido was trained at George Washington University, sort of your alma mater. But I mean, the question I want to ask is about another part of the subtitle. Right now, according to a Venezuelan study, I think it was the think tank Stories, the U.S. is sanctioning 1/3 of the entire population of the world. Is that about right?
That also lines up with the statistic that I cite in the book from an interview I did with Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister, Sergei Ryabkov. He said, according to his government's internal analysis, that was the same figure they came up with.
Okay, so the U.S. is sanctioning billions and billions of people because they live under governments the U.S. wants to topple. The U.S. is sanctioning
Cerebrus.
Afghanistan.
Where's
A lot of people
Cerebrus?
don't know. No, the U.S. is after their disastrous pullout and they just left them. The U.S. immediately sanctioned Afghanistan's central bank, so they can't buy food, they can't buy fuel. People, it's borderline genocide stuff. The U.S. is sanctioning Syria to death through the Caesar sanctions, which are based on a gigantic hoax, and that is leading to something like over 50% of the population falling below the poverty line and into food insecurity, while the U.S. occupies northeastern Syria, where the wheat fields are, where the oil is. That's why they're there. So the Syrian state can have access. So this is financial terrorism. They're doing it to Lebanon. And if you want to look at the most extreme version of that, look at the siege of Gaza. Gaza is just kind of the canary in the coal mine. But Gaza is also kind of the leading edge of global resistance. Look at the way they're standing up against that. And so,
you remember the first time that we went to Venezuela, we went to a talk delivered, or a speech delivered by the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, and she was wearing a keffiyeh. It was not even necessarily a time where there was war on Palestine in the sense that it is now. It was just that she was still just wearing a keffiyeh because of that.
I also remember walking into the Dheisheh refugee camp in Bethlehem and walking into a community center there and seeing a giant poster of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan leader. So the connections are clear. The question is, your book is called Worker Through Venezuela and the End of Empire. So the end of empire is really going to occur when U.S. financial terrorism no longer works. And we're seeing it with Russia. Russia has actually managed to provide a composition to turn the ruble into rubble. And now Russia's GDP is increasing. It's completely reoriented its economy to a national basis. When more countries, the mid-level countries like Venezuela, start to be able to do that, we will see the end of empire. So the question is kind of like, how are they doing this? And what would you call this new system that we're starting to witness?
It's funny, I heard someone the other day say that the death of the dollar has already occurred, we've just not had the funeral, and I truly believe that is the case. It's not what you say, and I say this in the book, it felt that the multipolar world, which is how I would answer, this is how I would describe the world that we're moving into. There's not going to be one pole or one base, one country that can dominate. The multipolar world seemed like the future when I was writing the manuscript, but by the time I was writing the preface and the afterword, because of really, as I mentioned, the sanctions against Russia that came in 2022, it actually felt like we were living that reality. The sanctions, the sanctions on Venezuela had already lost their sting. But now we're seeing, in the case of Russia, just how delusional the permanent guard of Washington are, because, and much of my afterward focuses on an analysis, it's called the multi-dimensional chessboard is what I say, because
I feel like I need to listen to this one again.
Brzezinski and all of
That's
the old Cold Warrior neo-conservative thinkers in Washington always talked about the chessboard, the global chessboard. That was the big new Brzezinski's book. They think of the world as, they think of countries not as nations containing multitudes, but as a map for the global elite, where they can say, we can get oil from Venezuela, we can get lumber from over there, we can get labor from over here. How do we reduce these countries to something like that so that the people at the top reap all the benefits? And that worldview, while they succeeded for decades in imposing it through force, is just no longer possible. It just doesn't exist in the reality of 2024, when there is actually not even just a three-dimensional relationship between between countries in the world, but multi-dimensional. You know, you can't put India and Pakistan and Iran and Saudi Arabia and UAE and Turkey and these very important powers in a box anymore. That's why, from the West perspective, people in Washington, Victoria Nuland, for example, may have been shocked last summer when both Iran and Saudi Arabia and UAE announced that they were joining BRICS, and they've been invited by the existing BRICS powers and agreed to enter as part of this new multipolar world financial system. And because they just want to think of everything as very one-dimensional. Okay, Iran and Saudi Arabia, and they're Sunnis and Shias, they'll never get along, they hate each other, and the Saudis are in our pocket. No, that's just not how the world operates in 2024, because even the Saudis know. They've seen enough history. Look, we can be in the good graces of Washington today, but if we want to have any semblance of sovereignty, we need to have alternative relationships, alternative ways to sell our oil, maybe not only based in the dollar, because that is something that Washington will ultimately weaponize us. I do believe even elements within Saudi Arabia know that. And so the way that they're combating the way that they already have, again, it's kind of happened over several years where many in Washington probably believe that it could never happen. But, I do detail it in the book, how through it, as a result of our policy, because of our insane sanctions and weaponization of the dollar, these countries were forced to begin to come together. Actually, Jorge Arias, the foreign minister of Venezuela, says in one of the interviews that it's like the natural flow of a river. We were all targeted by the U.S., so we all just came together and found ourselves in the same boat. And instead of now, in some countries, in Russia's case, or in Venezuela's case, Iran's case, because of U.S. financial war, they weren't even able to access the dollars they needed in order to participate in the international market, which is what everybody was doing for so long, just dollars. Well, we thought that if we cut off their access to dollars, that these countries were going to collapse and there was going to be revolution. But the people designing policy in the U.S. never thought for a minute that these countries had gotten to a point where Russia can just be like, hey, you have gold, we have rubles, why not just do trade that way? And yeah, the deputy foreign minister explains in one of my chapters how it's not necessarily going to be a world where one currency or one natural resource reigns supreme, but that there will be baskets of currency. Maybe India, China, Russia, they will exchange, they'll make individual bilateral agreements in the currencies and even in some cases just a raw resource material that makes sense to them. And ultimately, we thought, like, for SWIFT, the SWIFT financial network, which is something that many Americans don't know about, I write about in the book because I think it's something that we need to learn about. It's basically the international post office for financial transactions. If you scan your credit card or your bank is or if a country is making a transfer, every single digital financial transaction in the world has to pass through SWIFT. It's just the messaging system. And for a long time, it was considered off limits from US sanctions, but beginning with North Korea actually, and then ultimately with Iran, the US made the decision to politicize SWIFT and cut entire nations out of this messaging network. And in Iran's case specifically, this backfired greatly to the point that even European powers, as a result of some of those sanctions, were looking for ways to send payments to Iran in circumvent US sanctions. So, sure enough, Russia and China have already built an alternative to SWIFT, and transactions are now for the first time again. We've always lived in a world where we just think this global financial economy is normal. But really, it hasn't even been around for 100 years, and this is the first time that there has ever been an alternative network that isn't based in London or Brussels or New York that can carry the weight of the global economy. So Americans haven't really processed what it means for that yet. There's a lot of focus, for example, on inflation and how the Biden administration's insane policy to not only sabotage our oil imports from Russia, but also, and then also through Trump with the CARES Act, print a ton of money and just hand it to, what was it, the largest transfer of wealth in the history of the United States?
Upwards transfer.
Yeah, upwards transfer. So inflation is that contributes to inflation, but I believe that another great contributor is the fact that people aren't using US dollars around the world the way they used to. That contributed greatly to the value of the US dollar, just the fact that these countries were trading in the dollar because people needed the dollar and it had value. Well, now we've created a situation where the dollar doesn't have anywhere near the same level of value that it did 10 years ago. And it could only get worse from here. I worry. And I'm not one of those people that wants the US to collapse and like, oh, screw the empire. Like, we all deserve to suffer. No, this is where I'm from. This is where my family is from. So I want people to actually learn about what is happening and push for something better. And so I guess that's
more normal country.
Yeah, we and that's the thing. Like the United States, we're not the UK. We're always going to be a very powerful country just because of the amount of land and natural resources we have ourselves. I believe that we can actually participate in a multipolar world and still be an influential, powerful nation, and we could actually be better off. That's the crazy thing, is that the people in the United States could actually be better off in this world if we get our act together.
You know, listening to this, like the irony, we tell places like we tell places like Venezuela, China, Cuba, whatever, you have to have a free market economy, which is listening to you break down how we interfere in the economy. Our state interferes in the economy way more than everybody else combined. Just, the example of SWIFT and using it as a political tool. But let me ask you about the continuity here between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. This coup attempt in Venezuela was a Trump production. John Bolton, Trump, Mike Pompeo. But Joe Biden inherited it, and he's continued it. And, like one illustration of that.
And Cuba.
And Cuba, sure, yes. He's made it even harsher in Cuba, you could argue, right? But just one visual representation of this was when Trump was president. He did the State of the Union where he invited Juan Guaido, and the entire Congress got up and gave Juan Guaido. Nancy Pelosi was cheering, giving Juan Guaido a standing ovation. That was a moment of bipartisan unity under Trump. And so for all the claims of Trump being a threat to democracy, Democrats applauded, stood up when Trump was undermining the democracy of Venezuela, with much worse than a riot, as we saw January 6th, but an actual coup attempt. So
who cares?
Biden comes in. What has the Biden policy been, and how has Russia's invasion of Ukraine played into Biden's policy with Venezuela?
This is such a key question, and something that was just fascinating for me to learn about myself. Is you might remember shortly after the launch of Putin's military operation in Ukraine, or Russia's special military operation in Ukraine in February of 2022, the Biden administration quietly sent a delegation of State Department officials to Caracas to meet with Maduro's government, despite the fact that to this very day, the Biden administration still recognizes Guaido, who currently lives in Miami, as the president of Venezuela. And the reason behind that visit in Caracas couldn't have been more transparent, because what happened just in the weeks leading up to it was that Biden launched his embargo on Russian oil imports to the United States, which was very controversial at the time. I think even members of Congress within his own party criticized him at that point, because it was clearly going to result in higher oil prices for the United States, for U.S. citizens. Because, yeah, if you reduce your access, basic laws of supply and demand, to a resource, the price is going to go up. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't know. But that's what Biden did, and he cut off Russian oil imports to the United States. But what people might not realize is that 3 years prior, in 2019, in conjunction with this coup attempt, Trump had actually done the same thing, but with Venezuelan oil. So over the course of just a few years, two separate administrations, one Democratic administration, one Republican, unleashed an oil embargo against the suppliers of oil to the United States. And the reason that this was so then backfiring against Biden, the reason why Biden got back into a difficult corner is because of this graph that I show in the book. You can see, maybe not everybody can see, but there are two lines here, one showing Venezuelan, one showing Russian oil imports to the United States. And in 2019, when Trump cut off Venezuelan oil imports to the U.S., obviously you see there, at that point, Venezuela was supplying about 6-7% of U.S. oil imports, and it dropped to 0 overnight. Well, overnight, inversely, Russia gained about 7% of the U.S. oil market and was supplying us with more oil than it previously had after 2019.
At the height of Russian gains. So.
Yes, and I think that was because Russia was probably buying Venezuelan oil and selling it back to us, similarly to how Europe is getting around its own sanctions now by buying Russian oil from India. I mean, that's how ridiculous this policy is, that we still buy the oil anyway at an inflated price. Or maybe Russia was selling us Russian oil. It doesn't really matter. The point is that when Biden then cut off Russia, it was not only ending the Russian supply of oil to the United States, but Russia was pretty much carrying the weight of Venezuela and Russia. And so now, in 2024, you have to wonder, I mean, obviously Biden released some of the U.S. strategic oil reserve to take away the impact of that disastrous policy. So, because for a while, remember, gas prices were super high and people were starting to freak out. They tamped that down a little bit, I think, by releasing our strategic reserve, which is, again, not a great idea from the perspective of the U.S. Citizen. But this is the kind of information, that graph is the kind of information that I want to get out with this book, because I want Americans to understand that this isn't just about foreign affairs and abstract concepts like Russia and Venezuela and Chavismo. No, this is about how all of us interact with our society on a daily basis, whether it's the higher cost of food, the higher cost of gas, all of it comes back to this policy that really clearly is not working in the interest of the American consumer or the American citizen. So who is it working for? And that's a question someone else needs to answer.
So I got two more questions, but if someone from Board Books can just tell me where we at time here, because we also want to get your questions and see, is anyone from Board Books prepared? Apparently not. You're going to do this in 7:15.
Yeah, let's.
So, all right, well, yeah. There are, having read this book, I had several advanced readings of it. There's so many great scenes in it. I mean, we're talking about the larger themes now. There's so many great scenes, the granular description of the buffoonery of the coup, the genesis of Juan Guaido. Marco Rubio appears as a minor character. We learn that his brother-in-law, Orlando Cecilia, was a cocaine cowboy in Miami and had actually employed him in his house as a teenager, which is why Venezuelan officials call him Narco Rubio. I mean, there's all these great little details in the book. And so what? Okay, wait. I'm gonna do my two questions at once. So you can just segue. I wanted you to talk about one of the scenes. There's like a chapter in the book that's sort of like a diary of being in the Venezuelan embassy, holding off this crazed mob of like right-wing Venezuelan groups who were basically sicked by the fake U.S. ambassador and former Exxon lawyer Carlos Vecchio. And the reason that you were in there with other activists and journalists, and I was outside, and I eventually got arrested on a fake assault charge because I was delivering food. They just made some trumped up charge. Our house was raided in 2019.
88.
I spent 2 nights in jail. They eventually dropped the charges. But it was very dramatic at that time. I mean, it was one of the great anti-imperialist protest movements to defend this embassy that the U.S. regime was seeking to steal from Venezuela in violation of the Vienna Conventions. And they were using this goon squad to do it with the Secret Service behind them. It's very reminiscent of what happened at UCLA with the Gaza encampment there, where a goon squad, where the police stood down for 4 hours, sent in the goons to create violence, and then allowed the cops to clear them out violently. We're seeing it all across America. So I first wanted you to talk about, just give us a little bit of illustration of that protest movement and its legacy now, how its legacy carries forward into this national protest movement, because there was the whole interregnum of the lockdowns and COVID and everything being separated from one another. And then my second question is just, just walking over here, heading over here, we walked by a hotel filled with migrants, many from Venezuela, lining up outside. There is a migration crisis being used to point the finger at Maduro and Chavismo and to declare that Chavismo has failed. So maybe you can give us some insights on why this migration crisis is happening. And feel free to discard the questions.
Well, yeah, I think you covered a lot of the questions around the embassy, and I'll just leave that to the book because that's where I get more of my personal experience. But on the second question, I haven't had the chance myself to clinically go in and interview migrants that have come here and conduct my own reporting, which is mostly everything in the book is that. But from what I've read in the mainstream reporting, including the New York Times or any corporate paper that you would pick up, most of the Venezuelan migrants, or all of them actually, that I've read about, the profiles of describe leaving the country at the height of the economic war in Venezuela. I mean, they don't frame it as that. They say usually 2015 or 2016 is when they left. And I demonstrate in the book pretty clearly how that was the worst time for Venezuela and how U.S. sanctions were just 100% claim. I don't use my own arguments. And Francisco Rodriguez, in the study that he produced that I cited earlier, is not the only study, not the only expert analysis that I use in order to illustrate that point. But what the migrants described is having left at that period and then ended up in Chile or Colombia, Peru, any of the regional governments that at the time were taking in these Venezuelan refugees. And it turned out when they got there that some of those U.S.-backed countries weren't that great. There weren't streets lined with gold or people able to just afford basic products in Colombia too, especially if you're a migrant or a refugee. The situation is even worse than the active citizen. So a lot of Venezuelans actually went back. The Venezuelan government has an official policy called Vuelta a la Patria, where they've actually sponsored government planes, entire planes, where people who want to go back can get on these flights and go back to their country. And for a long time, they weren't coming to the United States. They were in these regional countries, and then COVID came down, and there were these strict restrictions. A lot of those countries shut down their informal economy, which employed those migrants and undocumented people in those countries. And so what happened was in 2020, after Biden came in, he made the deliberate policy decision to grant temporary protected status to Venezuelan migrants, which means basically if you get here, it's basically wet foot, dry foot, like that was implemented for the Cubans in previous decades. As long as you get here, if you're a Venezuelan, you can work and you can get on a path to citizenship regardless of your status, and you're preferred. You're kind of at this special category of migrant. And this had been the leading
Enemy of
demand,
communism,
lobbying
top
task
of the migrant list.
pro-Guaido coup regime. Carlos Vecchio, the ambassador, he was pushing Trump to implement similar policy throughout the last years of his presidency, but for obvious reasons, even though Trump was willing to sanction Venezuela and do whatever he could to overthrow the government there, he didn't want to make that policy step because then suddenly it becomes about the U.S. border and it becomes about migrants and it's backfiring directly on Trump's political, with his base. But Biden came in, did that with granted TPS to Venezuelans within weeks of coming into office, and since then we've seen this influx of Venezuelan migrants. And yeah, I mean, there's no way of displaying the picture right now with migration in the country where it looks good or it looks pretty or it's happy. It's not fun or pretty or great for anybody involved. And again, it comes down to a deliberate policy from our government to not only create these refugees in the first place,
Stupid things.
but then grant them status that, of course, once you give them something like that, they're going to say, "Oh, right, this is my ticket, and Washington owes it to me." So that's the situation we're in today, and it's just another example of how our policy, the official policy of Washington, works to the detriment of not only people abroad, but people here in the United States. And again, that's the main message that I want to bring this book, is how crucial, how central foreign policy is to our own domestic situation here as well.
And it's so insane. You have this guy, Carlos Vecchio, at the center of this book, who's simultaneously lobbying to destroy Venezuela's economy to produce migrants.
Yeah, man. Duke
Nukem
Nukem style.
Bring them into his own domestic lobby. It's the height of cynicism. And Americans, especially people on the right, the Trump supporters, have never been told that story. And Trump presided over this entire policy. So with that, we'll go right to questions. Who's got a question? Right there, Jose. And don't heckle us.
I appreciate you calling on me. Usually I just go. But okay, I'll keep this short so other people can get questions. One, I really appreciated what you said about America playing a role in multipolarity. I think this goes back to the spirit of Bandung and the Bandung Conference back in 1954, the non-aligned movement. And China has invited the United States to BRICS in every presidential administration, Obama, Trump, and Biden. And they keep doing it. So I think the world is kind of holding out on the population to actually do something. Secondly, I wanted to pose a challenge to the three of you. Because all of you are respected journalists that a lot of college students are
Those were awesome shots.
Are using on the campuses every day.
Come on.
I think right now, as important as you're putting out, you have to train college students to be at the forefront of being able to report things real time and understand what's going on. Because you just had the Prime Minister of Slovakia get shot. And that guy was on the CCD list, the Center for Countering Disinformation in Ukraine list, right? This is all interconnected, and I know 5 people on that list that I'm associated with. The college students should be able to know that and print that and circulate that. And I think all of you, the 3 of you and more, people who are probably in the audience, should be training people right now as the next step beyond just the encampments. So those are just my 2 reflections, and thank you. I got your book. I'll be reading it. Yeah.
Thank you, Jose. Yeah, round of applause for the college students, for sure. They're going to be
You are kidding me. Come on.
On the question of training, I just, I would say to anyone listening who wants to be a journalist, I don't think any of us had any formal training in the profession. So if you want to cover something, or don't feel like you need special credentials or even training, it's pretty simple. You just talk to people, see what's going on, and tell the truth. But since you brought up BRICS and the U.S. role in this multipolar world, I'll just share another story because I was at the BRICS conference in South Africa this past August, and while I was there, I had the chance to speak to someone who was actually part of on the date that Iran and Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Egypt, UAE, Argentina, that one could look out, announced that they were going to join and that their delegations were all there. I spoke to a member of the Iranian presidential advisory team and said something along the lines of like, I wish that my country could just behave like a normal country because I feel like we could actually be a part of this. And he was just like, yeah, that's kind of what all of us wish. That's really what they wish. It's not like anybody wants to go to war to destroy the United States. Like that's not going to work out for humanity. So they really just want us to get our act together and behave like adults in the room and not pursue zero-sum political, ideological international affairs, but instead just mutual exchange and common interests. And I mean,
good shot, bro.
The South African Minister of Economy, I interviewed briefly in the hallway there, and he said the same thing. He said, because in Western media, or if you're in New York or Washington, you're going to hear about BRICS as like an anti-American alliance, or the anti-Western, the big scary anti-Western alliance that is coming in controlled by China and Russia. But when I got there and was speaking to the people actually crafting it, they said, no, this alliance isn't against anyone. It is just on
I'm gonna go back to the lobby. I'm gonna turn on random scan.
Protecting and acknowledging, honoring the sovereignty and political independence of each other. Because that's what all these, India, South Africa, Brazil, Russia, China. Now, if you start to talk about the other countries that are coming in too, they have a whole
These are some
diverse
hard-fought last
range
few
of
levels.
political and economic views. And in fact, if I could find it, I have a really great quote from Sergei Ryabkov, the deputy foreign minister, who he says, like, I reject that North Korea and Russia and Iran and Venezuela are all coming together as some sort of ideological conspiracy. No, we're all very different countries with our own interests, but it's just that we all don't necessarily want to submit under this one rule that the historic West has put out there and forced on everyone since the end of World War II. And that's what brings us together, and that's a common theme in the book, is that yes, this isn't about anti-Americanism. Of course, we stoke a lot of that through our actions, but at the end of the day, people really like American culture and what the U.S. has to offer as well. And so I think if we led with that face on the international stage, we could get more flies with honey.
Make everyone Swifties.
I want to say quick, I have nothing to train those
2 a.m. Eastern.
They should be training us.
Rec starts at 2
Yeah, I
a.m.
think we're
Eastern.
getting a pretty good education right now. What the American University truly is. Well, I'm gonna get everyone up here, but let's get people in the back first with the white hat or hat.
Okay, girl journalists.
No, it is not working. So let's try.
Yes, free Julian Assange. Which I actually say right here. I have this quote: "If wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth." Julian
I love
Assange.
that
Free
quote.
Julian Assange.
War can be started by lies. Peace can be started by truth.
My question for all three of
That's
you,
a great one.
just give a brief summary, each of you. What are you doing these days as far as like offset or like, how are you keeping yourself secure in a way? I remember
Free Assange indeed.
He has like a security detail now in Brazil.
Assange is the reason I went to journalism school.
How do you all
Although
feel
it was weird when you got to journalism school,
challenging
he was treated as a pariah.
and what are you doing? Briefly.
My advisor had written a published paper about him, but it was like
I would say
skeptical.
that as an American, just as an
I was
American,
like, dude, he's my
I
hero, and they're
respect
like,
my right
yeah,
to
he
free
does some
speech
good.
and all of the rights that are arranged in the Constitution. So I'm not the same
They
as
were big on
Glenn living in Brazil, where you may not
there
have
needs
some of
to
those
be
rights.
like
So I
an
assume
elite
them,
that
and
decides what you should
I
know
just,
and what
you
you
know, I
shouldn't. And
I don't fear any man. So
I'm way more
it's
on
something-
the let the people have it.
And I mean, like a human being, I don't fear any earthly powers. So I just feel like you gotta live your life and stand up for what's right and speak the truth. And if you know,
Ride the subway.
that's the way that it goes. Ride the sunlight. Yeah.
Right? You ride the subway.
Yeah. Oh, I don't live in New York, so.
If there's ever a security threat, I just let my wife sort him out. Right there. And I wait. Sorry, you did have your hand back there. That will
Let's
go
browser
to,
source one more time.
Yeah, you.
Alright, hey guys, great to see you guys again.
I can't see that well in the back, so if I don't recognize someone, it's not personal, and I can't really see that well anyway. So.
So it's all good, it's all good. So I wanted to say,
Maybe we should mix it up and play.
I always appreciated your journalism during the White Gold Crew, coming from a family that
Maybe.
used to Colombian right-wing media, and I would have a different.
Oh, it's Ymir.
Huh?
I know.
You know that.
Yeah.
So, I was gonna say, I really
Play
thank you guys
duos.
for the good coverage you guys did during the White Gold USM era, because it really informed me a lot. I will say right now, my community in Jackson Heights, known as Columbia, we have received a lot of Venezuelan migrants, and now the New York Times is calling it a little provocative. So, you know, just to get a little bit into a little bit of Venezuelan migrants and their mindset, because I feel like this migration is way different from the Venezuelans we hear about in South Florida, from people from Doral or Weston that have money.
This background looks sick. The Monet
So
works.
it's a different conversation.
See how
I
it
tell
looks supposed to
everybody
be.
this so people don't think that they're all like opposition.
I like it. You can kind of see through it a little
You know,
bit.
some of them might be fighting, but there's a conversation to be had and to learn how to win people over. Just the way the great liberator Simon Bolivar, who the revolution is named after, knew how to win over their opposition and lead their opposition towards the movement. But anyway, I wanted to mention something about Palestine because today is Nakba. You know, today is the commemoration of what happened in the Nakba. And I wanted to see if you guys could connect the Zionist ideology with the opposition, because you mentioned Ricardo Hauser, and that's the father of Joanna Hauser, who was a very media personality. And I remember protesting here back in the news a couple of years ago. But anyways, if you guys can connect that as far as like, you know, right now they have elections, and right now they didn't allow this person, Maria Machado, who was very connected with that, to run. Yeah, if you guys can answer that. And also, I just want to say, everybody in the audience, as far as like Venezuelan migrants, if you want to stand in solidarity with Venezuela and against these sanctions, I would say, you know, you need to support these migrants. You see people selling arepas or cachapas in the streets, you got to turn away from supporting these people if you are in favor of this revolution and against the sanctions. You guys say, breaking the sanctions. I remember once I gave money to a Venezuelan business that was in the streets, and then I told them in Spanish, like, you know, I'm in solidarity because great man, Comandante Chavez, taught me to be this way. And they smiled, you know, so just to, you know, allow for people in the audience, you know, to understand, like, what these migrants are going through in their fight, you know, don't be hesitant in talking or engaging or supporting them the best way.
Yeah, Israel has been heavily involved in right-wing or sort of the dictatorial repression throughout recent history in Latin America. In Guatemala in the 1980s, when Efrain Rios Montt, who is a US-backed evangelical dictator, was waging war on an indigenous and I'd say socialist-oriented guerrilla movement and political insurgency. He referred to the the model for the Guatemalan soldier as the Israeli commando, because the Israeli army was training his soldiers who actually committed genocide against the Mayan population there. And they were doing it because of the Boland Amendment in the US, which required an executive signature by the president on any covert action. So the U.S. just used Israel as an end around there. Israel gave them the computer they used to surveil Palestinians and maintain their data. They gave straight to Guatemala. They sold it to them. They're doing they've done the same thing with Colombia over the years, and now they're facing a huge challenge with Gustavo Petro, which is kind of amazing to see. We could talk and talk, but there's enormous Israeli lobby attacks on Venezuela because they kicked the Israeli ambassador out under Chavez. And we could talk for years, for a long time about that, but when I was going up against the fake academic left in 2018, which supported the regime change operation backed by the US and Nicaragua, one of the points I made is you're going to put into power a pro-Israel government. Every member of the US-backed opposition, including all the fake leftists who say they're fakes, like used to be Sandinistas, are pro-Israel. And we saw what Nicaragua did when they stood up at the ICJ and filed a case against Germany for perpetrating genocide. So it's these independent governments across the global south that are going to stand up for Palestine, and Israel is actually intervening to stop and undermine them.
Yeah, and there's a clear link between Zionism and the neoliberal oligarchic class in Latin America. I mean, Ricardo Hausmann is a major, not only Venezuelan opposition figure, but Zionist figure. And it's no accident that Javier Milei, one of the most reactionary he's not some libertarian standing up for Argentina's sovereignty. He's selling his country out of the dollar and international financial institutions. So that's not libertarianism as far as I'm concerned. But it's no coincidence that before he was even inaugurated, right after he won his election, he came to New York actually to thank Chabad Lubavitch for helping him get elected, and then immediately went and cried at the Wailing Wall. Why don't you tell us next?
Okay, just for those who don't know, Chabad is the ultra-Orthodox cult that's heavily involved with Israel 7. I just wanted to make sure.
And then just one other point on, I feel like people might like to hear this since you brought it up, Ymir, is that I was speaking with someone in Venezuela's government over the last few months since this war in Gaza, on Gaza, escalated, and he made the point that if Chavez were around today, if Chavez were alive, he said, I guarantee you Chavez would have filled an aid truck, gone to Rafah and attempted to ram it over the border into Gaza himself. And I thought to myself, I can kind of see him doing that based on what I know about Chavez and hearing the way that he spoke. And yes, he's definitely part of an era of leaders that all mysteriously died in the early 2000s and 2010s. So we don't have him today or anyone else willing, I guess, to speak out or do something so drastic, but it is worth recalling Chavez's legacy in terms of standing up to Zionism overall, because he was very, very outspoken about it.
Told we got a wrap. So last question. Maybe I can do like two if they come quickly and we give quick answers. So I said we'd do it up front. You had your hand up for a while, and we'll do you by. And then I'll stay and answer your questions.
Yeah, well.
So gotta know where to be.
Speak. And don't forget that Nicaragua also in the early 1980s took the U.S. to the court, to the ICJ.
Yes, it's the same lawyer who we actually have an interview with the Gray Zone with Carlos Arguello Gomez, who is the same lawyer, the lawyer who is attempted to take Germany to the ICJ for genocide is the same lawyer who successfully sued the U.S. for its campaign of terror and sabotage against Nicaragua during the 1980s. And you know what the U.S. did to get out of that? The ICJ ruled against the U.S., said you have to pay reparations, and so the U.S. just refused to pay, and then they manipulated a 1990 election and got their stooge, Violeta Chamorro, in there, and she said, I'm withdrawing the case. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, I've been living for many years now in Ecuador, in Quito.
Maybe that's what I need.
I was there for most of the Correa time and also the last 7 years of the neoliberal horror. That's most people know what's happening there now, thanks to, I should say, Grace on these short documentaries.
Yeah, Oscar Leon, our fabulous video editor, and he's Ecuadorian. He's done a great job on Ecuador.
One of them is just in Spanish. I don't know if it's the first Grace on.
Let's get to the question just because I'm kind of under pressure to end this.
Okay. Okay, the question would be, because this is more about economics and stuff, but anyway. Hugo Chavez and Fidel were very close. And Venezuela and Cuba had very tight and important relations to both of them. What's happened to that Venezuela-Cuba connection?
Well, Venezuela and
Varies to be more to the gods.
So what happened? The question is, what happened to the Venezuela-Cuba connection, and you?
Oh, yeah,
Those
maybe a little bit
areas.
just more direct. I think there's possible to draw a comparison between the
This areas.
92 and 2002 coup, attempted coups, and how that looked from below. Whether I know there was a lot of involvement from below, revolutionary different collectives in 02, and maybe you can speak about.
You mean 92 when Chavez attempted versus
Well,
2000?
most of my comparison, I guess, like 02 and the 19.
Which, the 2019. Oh, I see what you mean. The 2019 fake corporate coup and the more direct attempt in 2002.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I would say on Venezuela and Cuba, their relations are they're sister countries. They're still very close. The difficulty is that after Chavez came in and nationalized the oil and created ALBA and Petrocaribe to supply the Caribbean and some of these poorer states such as Cuba that was suffering under the blockade with oil, they experienced a renaissance, right? Things were going pretty well until the oil economy crashed and until the sanctions made it worse for Venezuela specifically. And so while the political and economic solidarity still exists between Venezuela and Cuba, the crux of Venezuela's relationship with Cuba and many other Caribbean countries that was positive, the aid that it was able to supply or the subsidized oil that it was able to supply. Haiti also was a great beneficiary of this policy. That's just suffered as a result of sanctions. But I think in the future, as Venezuela recovers, and I do totally believe Venezuela is going to not only recover to what it was 50 years ago, but it'll be playing a larger role as in the global economy, and it'll recover beyond what we knew before. And I think Haiti, Cuba, and all the regional states will benefit as a result. As 2002 versus 2019, it's an interesting question because a lot of the groups that were established in the lead up to in 2002, for people who don't know, there was an attempted military coup. They removed Chavez from power. They flew him to a prison on an island off the coast of Venezuela and installed basically the head of the commerce department as the head of Venezuela. And all of these civil society groups that were funded by the United States signed this letter known as the Carmona Decree because the president they put in was named Carmona, and it froze the Supreme Court, froze the legislative and local governments in Venezuela. And so actually Maria Corina Machado, who Yamir mentioned as the candidate who was banned from running against Maduro this year, was one of the signatories of that letter. She was also one of the street muscle behind the coup attempt in 2019. Her organization Sumate was instrumental in other attempts to overthrow Chavez through hybrid means leading up to 2009. And then the figures who became the face of Venezuela's opposition after 2002, including Leopoldo Lopez. He's pretty much the real, the face and the brains, you could say, behind the Venezuelan opposition. He's in Spain now.
Awesome.
2002 defined those leaders as the, and I write about this in the book, because they signed the Carmona Decree and showed their faces, it basically provided the U.S. with a list of, okay, I'm going to feed these people money and groom them to act as the future leaders if and when there is a successful regime change attempt. And so all the same players were still around in 2019. And they thought that, yes, if they couldn't take the government by force, that they could at least, on behalf of their international corporate and government masters, help install this shadow government that served as the pretext to carry out the theft of Venezuela's wealth, and they got rich off of it. So I think Maria Corina Machado maybe got the short end of the stick because she's still there in Caracas, and the rest of them have pretty much left, given up, and said, you know, we're not ever going to take power there, but we can still make money and hang out on the national champagne circuit in New York and elsewhere. So thank you to everyone, and to Olivia and Or Books. Olivia, thank you.
Huge applause for Tyler Robinson.
Yes.
shopping this book around. It was the product of an idea that we developed in partnership with Vincent and Colin specifically, so they deserve huge credit.
I told him I was writing 50,000 words.
Aaron, anything you want to add before we?
Well, Anya, I really want to congratulate you. I should have said this earlier. I mean, writing a book, as I'm learning right now, is a really hard thing to do. You've done this. You put together a really impressive piece of work. You've done it at a very young age, and you've done it while being a young mother. So I'm really, and also you've done it through experience. You're not just in front of your laptop like me, writing about a country you've never been to. In my case, Ukraine and Russia. You've been to Venezuela many times, and also you put yourself on the line in that embassy siege, the embassy protection. I really just respect all of it.
I watched a lot of the footnoting get done during breastfeeding. So
That's true. Again, Olivia, thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys.
Keep,
Thanks everyone for being around. I found the last 10 books that will still be for sale, so if you didn't get one, I'll be
All right, Mr.
Anya will
Wonderful.
sign it for you.
They're like
First,
right,
today.
like just to get it out to sign.
Let's find the next awesome thing to watch. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see what else I can find to watch. Judge Napolitano live. Why are you showing this? I'll watch this for a second. Protests always sound so annoying. I guess that's the point, right? Huh. Outside Trump's NYC rally? That's interesting. Okay, we get it. Let's see what else I can find. Okay. Alright. Oh, I wish there was an easy way to do this. Dr. Shiva. You still going, Dr. Shiva? No, I'm halfway done with this. Let's finish this. Alright, let me go back a little bit. God, this is taking forever. What am I singing? I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener. I don't know why that's in my head. But it is.
You know, and we saw that with the Moderna vaccine with COVID. Like, something happened. Okay, how quickly? Okay, sequence the genome, create the vaccine. It took literally days because there was necessity there, right? And like you say, right now we don't operate with necessity in terms of.
It's funny. I got these. I don't have them on me right now, but I got these prayer beads. These Eastern Orthodox prayer beads. How do I... Is the Trump rally live? Can I watch that live? Send me a link. I'll put that on. But no, I have these Orthodox prayer beads, so I love them. I love doing Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. It's a good prayer. But my head is so programmed to like routine activities. There's like a folder in my brain, routine activities. And inside that folder is the wash my hands, which is happy birthday to you. So I always feel guilty because as soon as I grab the prayer beads, I always start singing happy birthday to you. I guess I could sing happy birthday to Jesus. Maybe that would mix them. Oh, I'm glad you guys are having a conversation. Yeah, it was noisy, so I came back. I'd rather hear Trump talk than hear people scream F Trump over and over again. Can I watch it? I bet it's on Rumble. The Rumble. Rumble. Oh, there it is, sure enough. Alright, let's put this on. Copy. Browser source. Property. Interact.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in just minutes.
I
This
love
simple
these
but brilliant
Rumble
trick
ads.
you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes.
Skip.
The U.S. Army finally
Okay.
solved the mosquito problem. It takes just 90 seconds to be completely mosquito-free.
There we go. Alright.
You know, I'll tell you a little secret that I don't think I've ever...
Stand up.
I hated the concept. I said we have to get on with our country. We have to win against Russia. We have to win against China, North Korea, all the different countries we're at loggerheads with. But as long as you have a smart president, you're going to win those battles. We're winning all those battles, even with the fake Russia,
I'd buy those
Russia,
golf
Russia
balls.
scam, which made it harder. But you hated that. And then you see what they want to do to us, to me, to us. And they come along and they don't mind because Joe Biden is the worst
right.
president
I'm going
in the
back
history of
to
our
the-
country, has no sense, doesn't know what he's doing, grossly incompetent, and our country's going to hell, but we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around fast.
Have you guys seen
Because
that
above
graph
all
of like
else, and I say this, and I believe this on
personal
New
net
Yorkers, you
worth
are different. You do know that.
adjusted for inflation under Trump
You
and
know that when I
Biden?
called for this rally,
I saw it
we
on
said,
Breaking Points.
let's
And
just
when
have
I
a
saw
meeting.
it, I was
Don't
like,
call it a
"There's
rally."
no way."
And so many people showed up. I said,
It was
"If
because of
like it
COVID.
or
I mean,
not,
he gave
this is a
everybody that
rally.
money, but like
This is-
Trump ended it way up here,
far
and
as the eye
Biden's
can
is now
see. You
like
have to see
way
the
down here.
lines outside. They're going for miles. But when we saw it and we saw the love, because I called up this morning, do the people like me or do they hate
you know,
me?
it's a
They
kinda
said
okay. I'll
they
play
don't like you,
duos
sir.
on
They
there.
love you. I said, "Good, thank you." So I appreciate it. And I love you too. But above all else,
They're screaming the exact opposite outside.
boy, look at all the cameras back there. That's amazing. That's the fake news. You know, they'll say tonight, Donald Trump spoke to a very small crowd of people in the Bronx. It was a very hostile crowd, very hostile. They hated him very much. No, sometimes they're okay. You know, I agreed to do a debate with crooked Joe Biden on CNN with Fake Tapper.
Fake Tapper.
I think they'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? I might be.
No.
That's all right.
It's like so
When
fun
they
to
said,
be at.
Here's your story. We're going to have a debate on CNN with Fake Tapper as
If
the
you scream out
primary
the
host.
right thing, Trump
And
will
I
repeat
said,
what you say.
I'll do it. Because you know what they thought is you'd say CNN and they'd say various people on the show, various bankers, and headed up by Fake Tapper. And they thought I was going to reject it. I don't want to do it. Then Biden would say, I offered to debate, but he wouldn't do it. So they said, we want to have a debate. I'll take it. Well, we haven't even told you what the debate is all about. Then they said, today, we'd like to set up tables so you sit down. I said, I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go. At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for
You're
the
gonna be
debate.
nap pads. Like yeah.
And here's what you know. If
It is
Joe
funny.
Biden makes
It is
through the
funny,
debate,
Mr.
which I think he
Wonderful.
will,
Trump has drawn like
they're gonna say it was
100,000
one of the
people.
great debate
No one's going to
performances in
Biden.
history.
I'd rather hear
performances,
Biden off the
but
cuff
there
for
they are.
2 hours
And we're
though.
on every network
But
tonight. I don't
I'd
know
be
what's
watching
going
it for
on.
all the wrong reasons.
We're on Fox. We're on all of them. So
Trump's-
have a
I mean,
lot of
Trump
fun,
rally
but
seems
we're
like
on
a-
all of them. So they
I've been to
understood-
concerts
they
that are
understood
less fun
before
than
anyone
this.
how big this would be, and you got to see what's back there coming in. Thank you. Thank you. But above all, New Yorkers have something called common sense, and we do
Bring
have
in
common
political
sense.
chaos. It's the
And
only thing gonna
old-fashioned
change
American
America.
common sense is exactly what I intend to bring back to the White House, just like we had for 4 years. You know, we had
Stand to
4
have a
of the
debate.
greatest years
Yeah.
in the history of our country. We rebuilt the military, we cut taxes. The biggest tax
4
cut
of the
in
best
history,
years?
the biggest regulation cut in history.
I mean,
We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS, and we did it in about 1/100th the time. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. It took me like 2 months.
under
right?
Trump, I was still
Because we
making
have an
$9 an
incredible
hour
military,
as a rehab
and we're not
counselor
allowed to show.
with a
They
master's
had
degree.
Afghanistan, the worst pullout, the most embarrassing
Beautiful
day in
times.
the history of our country.
But at least like
It's
a
probably
million
the
people
reason,
weren't
a piece of
dead
it,
under his
why
administration.
Russia went into Ukraine. They said these people are incompetent. We'll go in. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this stuff that you see would have happened. Israel would have never happened, the attack on October 7th, and you wouldn't have had inflation. As soon as I get back into the Oval Office, I am going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call your mayor and your governor, and I'm going to say, this is President Trump, and I want to come back and help. Look, you have a Democrat governor, you have a Democrat mayor, and we are going to work with them, and we're going to get this state and this city at a level that it's never seen before, frankly. I think we can do that, too. We're going to be helping them a lot, much more than anybody would expect. It doesn't matter whether they're Democrats or Republicans, because this is about our city and our country, and it's really about the people. And in this case, the people of New York City, New York State. We're going to make
Can you
you very,
explain
very
that to me,
happy.
Restless Native? Like
And
I'm
Biden
a
can't
5th
do it.
grader?
He doesn't know he's alive. You know, see all the stairs here? Stair, 2 of them behind me, 1 in the middle. When he's finished with his 2.5 minutes,
They ask
do
a
you ever
group
watch a speech?
or a
They
person?
last for about 1.5 minutes. When he's finished
I know
with his
Soleimani
speech,
was the
he
Iranian
can never
general.
find the stairs. He can never find the stairs. And when he
It's a
does, it's
stairs
not a pretty
routine.
picture either. Thank goodness for Secret Service. They come up and they guide them all. No, this is not what we need. When you see President Xi of China, when you see Kim Jong-un of North Korea, when you see Putin and you see all of these people, they're at the top of their game, whether you like it or not. And they can't believe
That's right.
that this has happened to the United States. We have lost respect all over the world. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago. And now
More
we're
than
being
ever.
laughed at. We're like a joke. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We're going to do whatever it takes to fix our roads, bridges, and highways. We're going to take back our parks, not just for children, but for everybody. We're going to renovate New York subway system so it no longer looks like it hasn't been cleaned since 1932, but rather it will be the most beautiful transit system anywhere in the world.
The most beautiful.
I don't know if you know it. It's by far the biggest infrastructure, subway infrastructure in the world.
89, level 89, 11 to go.
We're going to make it by far the best. We're going to make it beautiful again. And a lot of it is topical. You know, the expensive work people don't understand because they're not in construction. It's topical work. It's topical. It's built. The expensive, the hard, the labor, the money, the big stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you completely, Mr. Wonderful.
And most importantly, we're going to let New York's finest do its job. The transit
The question is he better than what's in there now?
Most importantly.
I heard Michael Hudson begging for it today. It was quite strange. I may put that on later. Him and Richard Wolff together.
Affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy, the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered none, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a perfect number, 1.4%. It doesn't matter whether you're black or brown or white or whatever the hell color you are. It doesn't matter. We are all Americans, and we're going to pull together as Americans.
I like that. I like that.
We all want better opportunity. I'm not just going to promise it. I'm going to deliver it as I did just a short while ago. Think of it. You know, when I went down to Washington, I was only there 17 times. I never stayed over. I didn't know that society.
I think I had the Twitter account for Mike Gravel, Missouri.
With the rebuilding of our military, with the tax cuts, with the...
It's kind of open for the taking, if I remember correctly.
But we also had some people that I wouldn't have used if I had my choice. Now I know everybody. I know the smart ones. I know the dumb ones. I know the killers. I know the weak ones. I know them all. And you're going to see. But everyone was better off. We had the greatest economy in history. Everybody was better off under a man named President Donald J. Trump. Have you ever heard of him? Have you heard of him? We had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon, and actually times when it was much lower than that. We had a record low poverty rate for black Americans and Hispanic Americans. We had the lowest, we had the best poverty rate in terms of the positive number ever in our history for black Americans and Hispanic Americans. We lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty. Nothing like that has ever happened in our country. And the real middle class income rose over $6,000 a year. Think of that. Under Biden, it's a disaster. Real middle-class income has fallen over $2,000 a year. That's a lot. That's a difference of $8,000. Real earnings for African Americans are down 5.6%. African Americans are getting slaughtered. Hispanic Americans are getting slaughtered. And these millions and millions of people that are coming into our country, the biggest impact and the biggest negative impact is against our black population and our Hispanic population, who are losing their jobs, losing their housing, losing everything they can lose. They're the ones that are affected most by what's happening. Not only the fact that you've lost the use of your schools, your parks, and your hospitals. Joe
Voted for Jill in 2016.
Do they have that? Do they have it? Speaking of the wall, so we built much more wall than we built 571 miles of wall. We had the safest, border in history. We were going to put up within a period of 3 weeks. It was all built, laying there, ready to be put up, designed by the Border Patrol, who are incredible people, ICE, who are incredible people, all together. I wanted to put up concrete plank for the contractors here. They didn't want it. They had to have hardened steel. They wanted 6,000, 7,000 pound concrete. They wanted rebar in the middle. They wanted different materials, harder to cut. So we had very hard steel, very good stuff. Everything was good. We had the panel on top. It was called an anti-climb panel. We had the best wall. And it was going to be, we were going to add 200 miles of wall. It would have taken about 3 weeks. And then we had the rigged election. And you know what happened after the rigged election? They took the wall, and instead of putting it up, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, these people really do want to have an open border. And that's what's happened to our country. Our country has gone to hell because of it. It's gone to hell. But I want to thank Mexico. I want to thank, because I went to Mexico. We really have no choice. He said, send him back. There's a chance, send him back. Nobody wants to send anybody back, but you have no choice. This is not sustainable by any country, right? This is not sustainable. But we had Mexico, and we went to Mexico, and I said to the president of Mexico, good man, by the way, a very good guy, happens to be a socialist, but these are minor details. I said to him, Mr. President, we need you to give us 28,000 soldiers to guard the wall. He said, well, how much would you pay for that? I said, nothing. I'm not paying anything. You're sending them in. They're coming in caravans. You have to do it. And he smiled and he laughed. He thought it was funny. He thought it was like, you know, I was kidding. I said, no, no. They're coming in through Mexico. We need 28,000 soldiers, free of charge. And he said, Donald, I cannot do that. I said, here's what you do. I don't want to embarrass you, so I'm not going to negotiate with you. Send me a negotiator. Give me a top negotiator. I want to see him. And he came to the White House, a very handsome man, dressed in one of the most beautiful suits I've ever seen. In fact, I was going to ask him, who is your tailor? I'd like to buy one of those suits, but I didn't think it was appropriate to start the negotiation that way. And I said, you know that you're going to give us 28,000 soldiers, don't you? No, 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 we are not going to. We will never do that. I said, of course you're going to. 100%. He said, we're not going to. He said, no way. I said, way. You're going to give it. He said, 100%. And you're also going to have a new policy. It's called Remain in Mexico. Nobody can come into our country until they're free. And then you're going to have catch and release into Mexico. You know, we have catch and release into our country. Even if they're criminals, we catch them, we check them, we see they're a criminal, we release them, we say, come back 5 years later, you'll have a court case. Nobody ever comes back. So I said to the State Department, and a wonderful woman, but a bad negotiator, I said to the State Department, give me a top 10, give me a top 10 list. Give me a top 10 things. I said to ICE and Border Patrol, give me a top 10. They gave me a top 10 list. And a lot of it had to do with all of the horrible disease that pours through. People that have highly contagious diseases are coming into our country at levels that we've never seen before. So many other things. And they gave me a top 10 list, but they laughed. They said, sir, they'll never do. We've been trying to get this stuff for 25 years. I said, if I were a betting man, I would bet you any amount of money. You'll have it very quickly. So this man comes in. I said, we want a policy, remain in Mexico, Tijuana. Hundreds of probably the fastest growing city in the world for a period of a year. That place was loaded up with people. They weren't allowed into our country. And we had already built a lot of the wall, a tremendous amount, 571 miles. Without that, we couldn't have ever done this. And he said that we're not going to do it, sir. I said, you are going to do it. He said, we're not. I said, here's the story. I'm not going to mess around with you. I have to go. I have a very important meeting, much more important than this. I said, here's the story. You're either going to do it. It's Friday evening. Or on Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, we are going to put a 25% tariff on everything that Mexico sends into our country. And then
that's how you do it.
1 month later, if you don't do it, we're going to put a 50%. Then we're going to go 75. And because I'm a nice person, we're going to stop at a 100% tariff.
Because I'm a nice person.
And I had it literally written. I'm saying, should I sign it or not? Am I going to waste the ink or not?
Mike
Because I'll sign
Pompeo,
it right
my
now.
God,
On
what a
Monday morning
choice.
at 7 o'clock, you're going to pay up to $100 tariff. He said, sir, I'd like to make a phone call. I said, I wonder who you're going to call. Let me guess, you're going to call the president. He comes back 3 minutes later. Sir, it would be our great honor to give you 28,000 soldiers free of charge. It would be our great honor to have a policy of remain in Mexico. Anyway, we got all 10 things. It took about like 10 minutes. It was not. And now the other day, did you see? Mexico said to crooked Joe Biden, we want $20 billion a year just for the privilege of negotiating with you. We want you to pay us. Did you see that? It was a little article. You hardly. There's a slight difference. Would you say? He would have never asked that. He would have never asked it. So he said they want 20 billion. 20 billion, not 20 million's a lot. They want 20 with a B, $20 billion a year, just for the privilege of negotiating with Mexico. And you would never get the things that they gave up. Remain in Mexico. They gave up catch and release in Mexico. They gave up They gave up everything. They gave up everything. They did. They did give up the Constitution. Joe Biden. His inflation has cost the average New York household.
They did give up the Constitution.
$24,000.
I mean, it's more obvious than ever.
The costs have gone up
nothing
so much.
To our government.
Bacon has gone. I don't eat bacon anymore. It's too expensive. It's true. It's gone up like 4 times. I said, what's with bacon?
What's with bacon?
If you look at the Biden price hikes, very much caused the runaway inflation, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen before, anything like it. And they're costing average New York families $1,000 a month just in the inflationary costs. I call it the Biden inflation tax because it's a tax. On day one, we're going to throw out Bidenomics. They're going to replace it with Maganomics, like your hats.
Maganomics.
And I will give you lower taxes. We're going to cut it still lower. Remember, when I cut taxes, I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts. And you know what? The following year, we reported massive increases in revenue. So with lower taxes, we actually took in more money because it gave incentive for people to work. Lots of reasons. But I will give you low taxes, low inflation, low interest rates, rising wages, growing incomes, and fair trade for the American worker. And we will make energy affordable again by saying, drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Your energy costs will come down within the first year by 50%. That's not bad. That's a hell of a promise. And it will, too. We can drop that so quickly. Remember, it was his stupid energy policies that caused the inflation. Now, it's more than energy. Now everything's like on fire. The whole place is a mess. We will quickly return our nation to the path of prosperity, and we will bring our country back together through unparalleled success. Our country is going to be very successful, and people are going to come together. And I will tell you, a lot of people say, do you think you can ever get the sides together? And by the way, I have to say something. Our side is much bigger than their side. You see that? Much bigger. We're more quiet, much more quiet. But when we get going, we're much tougher, right? We're much tougher. But it is much bigger. But I saw it. We had the greatest economy in history, and I was getting calls from the other side. I call it the radical left. But left-leaning, to put it mildly, Democrats, can we get together? Because everybody had the best they've ever had. African-American jobs were the best in history. Asian American, the best in history. Hispanic, the best in history. Women, people with a diploma, people without a diploma, people that went to the great Wharton School of Finance, MIT, Harvard, they were doing better. And the people that didn't have a high school diploma were having the best. Everybody was better. There wasn't one group, not one, that went down. And it was bringing our country together. So it can happen. And when they ask, because I get that question a lot, do you think the sides can ever get together? And I went through the experience, and we can get together. And then we had COVID come in, and we had to fight that battle. And we did a great, I've been recognized as having created a great economy and great military, defeating ISIS and all the things. We rebuilt the entire military, created Space Force, all those things. We never got the credit, and we had no wars. Thank you, sir. That's very nice. Remember Hillary Clinton used to point at me, he will create wars. No, no. They said his personality will create wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And I was right. First president in 78 years that didn't start a war. We had no wars. None of these stupid wars. Such a shame.
I mean,
when you see all the people that died in these
anti-imperialists.
horrible wars in the Middle East and everything else, countries didn't want us, dropping bombs all over the place, spent $9 trillion in the Middle East. We bombed the hell out of the place, then we leave. You know, in the old days, to the victor belong the spoils. We don't do that. We bomb the hell out of everyone, then we come back home. It's so sick. It's so sick and so stupid. These people that led us are so stupid. You want to use that as a last resort. You can solve these problems with a meeting or with a telephone call. You don't have to drop billions of dollars worth of bombs on people's heads. You don't have to. It's called peace through strength. It really is. And there's no reason for it. What they did in the Middle East is so incredible. They bombed the hell out of the place and then they left. But to the victor belong the spoils. We didn't do that. Now, in Iraq years ago, I was a civilian, but I got a lot of publicity for whatever the hell reason. And I said, don't go into Iraq, don't go into Iraq, don't go into Iraq. But if you're going to go in, keep the oil. Well, they went in and they didn't keep the oil. And Iraq now has $350 billion in cash from the oil. And Iran, by us destroying Iraq, the military of Iraq, you know, for years they fought each other, and they were equal sizes, equal everything. They were equal military partners. And for 1,000 years under different names, they would fight, a religious thing. They'd fight, they'd go 5 feet left, 5 feet right, 5 feet left, 5 feet right. Somebody would say they have gas, somebody would say they have nuclear. Then they'd rest for a few years, and they'd fight again. But we blew the hell out of one side, Iraq. So now Iraq is a subsidiary, essentially, of Iran. Congratulations for the geniuses that got us into that mess. Because Iran essentially controls, and that was the other thing. When I was president, Iran was broke. They had no money. I said to China, if you buy, they bought a lot of oil. I said, if you buy anything, but if you buy oil from Iran, we are going to do something to you. What's that? You're not going to do any business in the United States. He said, well, that's the end of buying oil from Iran. Every country was told that. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. Then Biden comes in and he takes all of the sanctions off. And they go out, and now Iran has $223 billion. Congratulations. And we're the only ones for 5 hostages. We just paid $6 billion. And for electricity for Iraq, we just paid $10 billion. And think of it, Iraq has billions of dollars that we're paying for their electricity. So we were in a position, there was no terror, there was no threat, there was no nothing. And now Iran has become a big threat again. And I tell you, I see a lot of flags from right out of Israel, right? That's right out of Israel.
Uh-oh, here we
But
go.
remember I said it a month ago.
Here we go.
It's a terrible thing to say, but I believe it. Many of the hostages that you're waiting for, and everybody's waiting for, those hostages, many of them are dead. Many of them are dead. And it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, but many of those hostages are dead. And that's why when you see these negotiations where Hamas is like not getting back, they're saying, man, we could make a good deal, but these people are no longer alive. When I saw the way they were treated, when I saw they were thrown into the cars and how horribly they were treated, there's no way that those hostages, and some will be alive, but many of those hostages are dead. It's a very serious, horrible thing. It would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. It would have never happened if I were your president. They would have never done it.
Can you get in
Because
trouble
we have
on
so many
YouTube
young
for letting
people here
the
today,
former
I
president
want to
talk?
about, just for a moment, about success.
Are
Do you
we-
remember I
are-
used to
are we
give
not in
talks on
fascism?
success before politics? Okay, that's enough. We're going to do it. I know you're on our side, but it's enough. We're going to get them home. It's a rough situation. But remember, we used to give talks on success for the learning annex and for others, and I used to do that before politics, and maybe it's one of the reasons I went in. But because, well, bringing our city back, it starts with getting the right leadership. It also involves men and women just like you. But I talk a lot about success, and I get paid money to talk about success. I would have done it for nothing. But then because of politics, and if you take a look, because of politics, I stopped doing that. But I think we're in the Bronx. We have young people, people that aspire to success. And I just wanted to know, I'm so tired of politics. Can we devote 6 minutes to success?
Yeah, success. Charlie Sheen.
So, for all of you young people, I think it's, you know, look, I've been through tremendous. I've had great success. I've had it in entertainment. I've had it in business. I've had it in politics.
Tell the millennials. Tell Gen Z.
I ran for office. What office did you run for president? How'd you do? I won.
Boomer success.
Actually, I won twice. You know, we did much better the second time. So,
like to be born.
You know, we got millions more votes the second time. But it doesn't compare to this time. There is so much more. We had tremendous enthusiasm when we, you know, I don't call her Crooked Hillary anymore. I call her Beautiful Hillary because I took crooked and used it for Joe. I don't like using it for two people. But we had tremendous enthusiasm in 2016. We had unbelievable more enthusiasm in 2020 because we did such a good job. In fact, one of the big problems in 2016 was the wall. It was the border. I fixed it so good that I couldn't talk about it in 2020. I kept saying to my people, I want to talk about the wall. I want to talk about the great job I did on immigration. I stopped people from coming in. They said, sir, nobody cares. You already fixed it. I said, this is a terrible thing. You fix it, you can't talk about it. But let's talk about, for the young people, just to listen for a couple of minutes, because we've been talking about politics so long. I'm OD'd. You know what that means? I'm OD'd on politics. I'm OD'd on Trump. I turn on the television. Trump, 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 Trump. All different stories. Trump. They're driving us crazy. So I believe in the expression. Did you ever hear this expression? The harder you work, the luckier you get. You know who said that?
I do like that, even if it's not true.
A great golfer named Gary Player.
It sounds right.
He was smaller than other golfers, but he worked harder than other golfers, and he ended up with the most career wins of any golfer. He ended up with 9 majors, and you know, he was small in stature but big right up here. But he made that say, it was the first time I ever heard about it. He said, it's a funny thing happens. The harder I work, the luckier I get. That was an athlete saying that. Amazing, right? It's the first time I heard it. Probably been said by others, but it's true. I can tell you, if you didn't work really hard, there is very little chance that I would be standing here right now. Another part of success is something I learned from my father. I had a wonderful father, wonderful parents. I'm lucky. You got to be lucky. You got to get great parents. If you're going to spend your life working really hard, you have to love it. You have to pick something that you really enjoy. Sometimes your parents will say, don't do that. But you got to, a little bit, in that case, you got to follow your own way. You got to love it. Ideally, you're going to love something where there's a potential, because there are some things you love, but it's not going to do you so good. So ideally, fall in love with something that's good. Some people go into a business where it's a very hard business. If you can go into a business that's an easier business and do well. But I see it all the time. Somebody has every ingredient for success. Smart, brilliant, everything's good. But they're in a business where you hit your head on the wall. It's a very tough business. Try finding something where it's a great business with a great future.
Where my
there are
heart
plenty
is.
of them out there. My father taught me about construction. But what I really learned from him was that he worked 7 days a week because he really loved to do it. I mean, he would work on Sunday. He'd go to church in the morning, and then he'd go and work. And I know some people don't believe in working on Sunday. You couldn't keep him away from work. But he loved working, and he was happy. He was married for a long time. That's one thing I'm not going to top him on. He was married. He was married for a long time, decades and decades. I said, Pop, I'm not going to beat you in that one. Never going to beat. But because his work made him happy, but he was happy when he worked, and he was successful, and he knew what he was doing. He'd build a house on one side of the street.
Did I get
Somebody
the
else
Aries
would build
one
a
at
house
least?
on the other side of the street. And he'd build his house faster, better, cheaper, and he'd sell it for less money. The other guy would build the house for more money, take him longer, couldn't sell it, My father would go buy the house for less money than it cost him to build the first one, and he'd sell it. And you know, in the old days, a long time ago, his brother was a professor at MIT. My father worked, he was a little younger than my father. My father put him to school. He went to MIT, very brilliant guy, Professor John Trump, the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 41 years, I believe. Dr. John Trump. My father used to tell me I used to go crazy. Your uncle was always getting degrees. I had to keep building for your uncle to get him through college. He was always up there getting degrees. But he was at MIT for 41 years, a brilliant guy. He used to talk to me about nuclear because he was a nuclear genius, along with a genius at about everything else. And he used to say that someday there'll be a time when a small package carried by hand can blow up an entire city. And I said, no way, Uncle John, that's never going to happen, Uncle John. Guess what? He was right a long time ago that he said it. But my father would price a house. And I'd say, how did you price in those days, Dad? He said, pricing was everything. He said, I'd sell a house for $3,999.99. And that 1 penny made the difference between selling it and not. 1 penny. If I made it $4,000, I wouldn't sell. But psychologically, $3,999.99.
Genius
and he
like
sold
this.
houses. And guys wouldn't sell them. But he used to tell me that 1 penny sounds
$59.99,
crazy, but it
not
wasn't
60.
crazy.
I didn't pay
Psychologically,
60 for
people
this
thought they
game.
were buying it for $3,000, not $4,000.
I didn't pay
It's sort of
anything
like
for this
getting
game,
an 89 on a test in school or a 90. A 90's an A, and an 89 1 point is a B+. Another lesson: when times are tough, sometimes that's when you perform the best. You have to learn that about yourself. You have to learn it about yourself. Are you okay? Are you guys okay? Oh, okay. Take your time. Yeah, take your time. Doctor, any doctor, please. Doctor in the house. Thank you.
Where do I go to
Are you
do
okay? You take your time, darling. Yeah.
that? Let's try this.
Yeah.
Whew. Must be what's coming on tonight.
Take your time.
Walmart Tactics. That's right. $9.99, baby. 3 easy payments. $99.99.
Take
3
your time, Doc.
easy
We
payments.
have time.
Easy payments. They're not hard payments.
Some
They're
people
easy.
waited here for 2 days. It's tough. It's tough.
I need some green
Thank
tea.
you.
I can't pull myself away from the Donald though. Am I to 90 yet?
Plenty of time.
No, man, this is hard.
That's good.
10 levels. 4 levels in 2 hours. Ugh.
Water. She all right? She okay?
She fainted. It's Beatlemania. Trump mania.
She doing all right?
Oh,
She doing
hello.
okay? Thank you. Plenty of time.
Come on, baby. Clip it. There we go. Free Donald Trump. That's what they're saying.
You okay? Thank you. Doctor, thank you very much, doctors. Got a lot of doctors in the house. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. That's great. That's great. Great job. People do a fantastic job here. But it's hot, and it's been a long wait, right? Long wait. Thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know she's going to be okay because she's so tough. Some of the greatest days of my business career were in the toughest times, but I enjoyed waking up every single morning and go to battle. A lot of people say to me today, the toughest business people, people that you know about, could I ask you a question? How do you do it? I say, do what? How do you get up in the morning and put your pants on? Where do you put the pants on? I'll explain it to you someday. How do you do it? How do you get up? How do you do it? How can you want to do with what you do? They're after you. They're after you. These horrible human beings are after you all the time.
How do you
impeachment
do it,
hoax number one, impeachment hoax number two, lawsuits all up. And they're doing it to injure the political opponent of an incompetent candidate because he can't run fairly and squarely. And I say, you know what I do? I just do it. I put on the blinders. I say, I just do it. We do it. And the other question they ask me is, will it happen again? And we have to make it too big to rig. We got a lot of great people watching.
Too big to rig.
We have to make it too big to rig. But one of the things you need in success is momentum. You need momentum. You got to have, and when you have that momentum going, there's nothing that can stop you. And I tell the story of Bill Levitt. Bill Levitt was a great real estate man, great. Levitt towns all over the country. One of the most successful real estate people at a certain age ever. And he built these massive towns that were, you know, there was nothing like him at the time. And very successful. And he was offered a lot of money to sell to a big public company. And he decided to take it. He was a young man. He was in his 40s. And he said, darling, I'm going to take it. Told his wife, I want to take the money. And for 20 years, he went out. He bought a yacht. He lived a beautiful life. He lived in the south of France. But he got bored. And 21, 22
Trump got
years
bored.
later, he said, I want to make a comeback. I can't stand this life anymore. I want to make a comeback. And he went to the company that he sold to, a big public company that did very poorly. They had no idea what they were doing. You know, he used to, by the way, he used to pick up every nail, every piece of wood, he used to sell the sawdust, everything. He would, every penny was a major event. And now you had this big public company. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So he went back and he made him an offer. They didn't want to sell, and he paid a little more. And he ended up buying it for an okay price. And he was so happy. He said, now I can go back to work. And he went back, and everything he touched turned bad. The market turned on him. The jobs turned on him. He was no longer able to get zoning. He was spending a fortune. He had just purchased it for a lot of money. And he ended up going bankrupt. He was bankrupt. And I was young when I met him, and I was at the party of a very big person, big public company person, and Bill Levitt was there, and I was in the real estate business, so I knew who he was, and you probably indirectly know who. And everybody was shunning him a little bit. Nobody cared about him anymore, but I did, and I went over to him, and I say, hi, Mr. Levitt, I'm Donald Trump. I know it. I was doing great. I was sort of like a hot guy. I was hot as a piston. I think I was hotter than I am now, and I became president, okay? I don't know. I said to somebody, was I hotter before or hotter now? I don't know. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? Who the hell cares, right? But he knew who I was, and I went up, I said, so, are you okay? And he said, I'm not really okay. I made a mistake that I'll never forget. And he was,
Michael
by this time,
Hudson
a pretty old
says
guy. And
Jill is running
magnificent Fifth
in
Avenue
hopes
apartment
that
where there were
she will help
25
Trump
very
win.
successful people. But I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to find out what happened because he
To fix
lost
America,
everything. Everybody
you need
knew it. Very
political
public.
chaos.
And I said, what happened exactly? What happened? He said, son,
But that's
I
Michael
lost
Hudson.
my
He
momentum.
is helping her. I think
I
he's
had
her
something
economic
going that couldn't
advisor.
be stopped, and I should have just stayed. I lost my momentum.
But
And
I'm
I've
with you,
never
Mr. Wonderful.
forgotten the term.
I mean,
if you
if I
lose
take
your
a route,
momentum, you got to
that sounds
figure
like
it
a
out.
good one.
But Bill Levitt lost his momentum, and he died penniless. And he was the biggest real estate person on the planet. And I've never forgotten that story. It was a sad story. He was a good man, too. I thought he was a good man, but did an unbelievable job. Today, you have Levitt towns all over the country, and pretty amazing. But you have to always keep moving forward. And when it's your time, you have to know it's your time. And I said to myself, in terms of politics, I said, you know what? We did so well in number one. We did even better in number two. I said, we got to do it again because we have to do it. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it to make America great again. You know, if I didn't think we won, easily won, I would never do this. Because you know what? In many ways, it's easier. You have a winner, you have a loser. It's okay. I won once. It was a big upset, I guess. I don't know why it was an upset. Because I'd go and I'd have 50,000 people at a rally. She'd go and have 200 people. And then they say, why did I win Michigan? Why did I win Pennsylvania? Why did I win all these states that a Republican hadn't won in many years?
Yeah, I'll play that
why?
clip in a little bit.
And by the way, we're up in Pennsylvania. We're up in Michigan. We're up in New Hampshire today. We're up in Florida at numbers that you wouldn't even believe. But I also think it's very important to know what you want. You have to set your sights high. Set your sights so high, higher than you ever thought possible, and make your goals big and go after it. That's why I say we won't just make New York a little better. I say we want to make New York a lot better, better than it ever was before. Right?
Grassy island.
And finally, you have to take pride in your accomplishments. Do not take for granted what you've achieved. Forget it. It's over. It's good for your confidence, but it's over. Go forward. Think to the future, not to the past, but learn from the past. You know, wherever I go, I know that if I could build a skyscraper in Manhattan, I could do anything. It's very tough. Building a 68-story building on Fifth Avenue is hard. With all you have to deal with. I mean, you have unions, you have legal entanglements, property rights, zoning. You're dealing with the smartest and toughest contractors in the world. These are killers. Many of you are here today. Thank you very much. But by comparison, talking to world leaders, I believe, is easier. And I've done them both. Talking to a world leader, if you're smart, you know, you have the United States behind you. Now, the country's not the same, but it'll be better and stronger and bigger in a very short period of time. You know, we have so many different things we could discuss having to do with the Republican Party. But the biggest thing, I think, and I really mean this, and it's happening more and more, and I see it all the time, because really you have to be the party of common sense as opposed to the Democrat Party. It's a party of failure, extremism, and gross incompetence, and that's what it is. And they're going to destroy our country. But our country has faced down much harder challenges before and come back stronger than ever. That's why I so firmly believe that we can quickly make America a great and glorious nation again. When I take office, we are going to restore public safety and the rule of law in New York City. That starts with stopping the pouring into our country of millions and millions of illegal immigrants, which are
that's the one I'm talking about. I watched that one earlier today.
Called the migrant crime. We have a migrant crime happening now. You add that to the crime already.
What's the Thomas Paine
statistic? Venezuela was a very crime-ridden country. They just announced a month ago 67.
Paraphrase. He says like a prize like freedom
72%
will not be easily conquered.
In crime in Venezuela.
Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon her goods.
They took their gang members.
And I
they
feel
took
like
their
that,
drug dealers.
you know, we may have to face a Hitler in America.
Prisons.
But
they're taking everybody
that's
that's
the
a
real
problem,
politics
and they're
at the
dumping them
beating
into
heart
the
of all
United
of this.
States of America. We're
Everything
like a dumping
else is just
ground.
like
But many countries are doing that. I would say eventually all countries would be doing that. If I headed up Honduras,
zoom to the final struggle so we can start building
neighboring or not neighboring,
the good new
and we're
world
not talking about just
kids
South
and
America
grandkids.
countries. We're talking about countries from Africa. The other day, 22. Think of it. 22 people from the Congo.
I'm glad you
Where do
agree. I
live?
mean, I
came from jail.
I have a lot of
What
friends
did you
that
do
are
in jail?
like,
We don't want to tell
no,
you.
just keep it good
They're
while
now
I'm
living
alive.
happily. They come from Africa.
That's not
They
me.
come from Asia. They come from all over the world. They come from the Middle East, Yemen. We're bombing Yemen. Here we go with the bombs again. We're bombing Yemen, and people are coming in from Yemen. Large numbers of people are coming in from China. And if you look at these people, did you see them? They are physically fit. They're 19 to 25. Almost everyone is a male. And they look like fighting age. I think they're building an army. They had 29,000 people over the last. I think they're building. They want to get us from within. I think they're building an army. This is not. You know, it's interesting. Did you see them? They all have tents. They all have gas-fired stoves. I mean, this is not like an illegal immigrant. This is. They're building something. They have something
90.
We're going to end all of that stuff.
10 more,
They
that's
respected
so
your president.
much.
They
I don't
respected
know
our
if I can do
country. And we're not going to let people, we are not going to let these people come in and take our city away from us and take our country away from
Maybe if
us.
I-
It's not going to
I
happen.
win some. Maybe I'll level up a lot faster. I don't think so, though.
Now, who would let people, seriously, who would let people come from prisons and jails, from mental institutions? They cannot stay. We will immediately begin the largest criminal deportation operation in our country's history because this situation is sustainable.
Yeah, I
by
agree.
No country
I agree,
can
Sean.
sustain this.
It seems inevitable, so let's just skip to the final boss battle. Let's do the Mario warp pipe, you know. Let's go. Go in the last one, run on the ceiling, pop out in the World 8. Let's do
migrants
this.
invading our city and our country. We no longer have border states like Texas and Arizona.
Over the
All
lava.
states, including New York,
I'm not, I ain't scared. I go
your
straight to
border
World 8.
state. The people are pouring through Texas. They're pouring through Arizona. They're pouring through every state. Every state is now a border state. Every state is now, we're talking about, in my opinion, 16 to 17 million people. And these are not necessarily people that are going to help us as a country. We want to be nice. We want to be respectful. They're coming from so many places we don't have any
Amen,
idea.
Sean.
In
Let's
many
get it over
cases,
with.
we
Fight
don't
the
even
good
know
fight,
what the
man.
language. You know, you have languages that people don't even
Russia
know
did it.
about. We have languages where there's
They're more
nobody
proud
in
of
our
that than
country
anything they've
speaks
ever
these
done.
languages. They're coming from places we have no idea what's happening
Time
with
to
our
fight it
country.
on
the
this
flood
side.
of
That's where
migrants
the
is putting
that's where the heart
crippling
of it
burdens
is.
on our communities,
Get it
your
over with.
schools, hospitals, parks, and public resources. Frankly, we're lucky to get this big park. I don't know how the hell we did it. It must be New York's finest. I don't know how we did it. They call it the Biden migrant invasion, and it's wrong. It's immoral. And the vast majority of New Yorkers agree with me that this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We must stop it. We must stop it immediately. And you know, for the people coming up, it's also unacceptable. They come up in what's called caravans. The women are treated horribly. They're being raped at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Nobody
Caravan
wants to
always
talk
reminds
about
me
it.
of the
The fake
gypsies.
news will report that, oh, it's
I
so
picture
terrible what he said. But it's
gypsies coming
fact.
in.
It's fact. The people are being treated. They're coming up in 100 degrees, and then it's freezing. They're coming through snake-infested areas. It's a hell of a journey. So
Sounds
many
like a
people
video
are
game.
dying coming up. If we told
It's
them,
horrible. I know it's
please
not a
do
video
not
game.
come up, you're not going to come in. Like I was telling them for a long period of time, they wouldn't come. They're being offered. Look at California Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom. He offers
Governor
education.
Newsom.
He offers medical care.
Newsom.
He offers pensions. He offers everything. He'll even give them an electric car because they're all over the place. How about the electric mandate? You like the all-electric mandate? Not too much. Huh? Does anybody like a car that doesn't go very far? Costs a lot. In Brooklyn, American students at James Madison High School were recently told they had to stay at home from school so their classrooms could be turned into housing for thousands of migrants. Very simply, Joe Biden puts illegal aliens first. I put America first. I put America first.
Oh,
Would anybody... Now, this is up to you. Has anybody heard the snake?
Amen. Russia. Great country.
Would
Is it illegal to
anybody
say that
like
in America
to hear
yet?
the snake? Because we can stay here all night. I don't care. Would you like to hear the snake?
Vivek?
So it's a metaphor. It's an old song,
Is it
and it was
Vivek?
redone. It didn't have anything to do with snakes or people or illegal immigration, but this has to do with illegal immigration. And I think it's very accurate, actually, and it's very sad. But I'll go and we'll do it, and some of you have heard it, and many of you haven't. But we're going to do it right now for the great people of the Bronx and elsewhere.
Aries and Zeus.
We love the
I
Bronx.
did that already, I guess.
We love the Bronx.
Defeat Cerebrus. I can do that.
Are you ready?
All right, here we go.
On her work, and you know what? You know what this is all about, right? Did you know? You've heard this before? Have you heard it? We got the greatest people here. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, he said. I'll take you in,
I think I've
and
heard
I'll
him
take
say
care
this
of you.
before. Or
Take
maybe-
me in, oh tender woman, take me
Maybe it
in
was
for
Caleb.
heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and
this
laid
about
him by the
immigrants?
fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? So when we allow people from prisons, when we allow people from insane asylums and mental institutions, which are being emptied out all over the world, the prison populations are going way down.
Well
You know
played,
why?
dude. I've played
because
this one
they're
before.
being dumped into the United States. When we are allowing terrorists at numbers that we've never seen before, remember the snake.
Yeah.
Remember the
You
snake.
took the snake in,
Because you're gonna get
Fortnite,
bitten
into the
like
island.
You never got bitten before.
99
and you
people
need a
got
new
bit.
president, and you have to get rid of this person who is not a smart person, not a respected person, and doesn't have a clue
going.
what the hell is happening. So that's the snake. Did you enjoy the snake? On day one, I will seal the border and I will stop the invasion of our country. Very sadly, in recent years, we have also seen our city destroyed by bad, radical left, pro-crime policy that virtually everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent, everyone, you all know it's a disaster. You know the names of these lunatic policies. No cash bail. Somebody kills somebody. Go out. No bail. Don't worry. Go out and kill a couple of more people. Defund our great police. Defund the police. Sanctuary
Check out the
cities.
back of this.
Release violent repeat
see it?
offenders from jail. Joe Biden supports all of this insanity and much more, but millions of people across New York know it's crazy. There is no way when you watch this guy get off an airplane, he doesn't even have to talk. When he falls out of a helicopter, he's got 3 little stairs. It's not that hard. You got 2 railings.
Now we're in the toy
You
room.
don't fall out of helicopters.
Beautiful.
You don't fall upstairs. He falls up. He has more trouble going up than he does coming down. That's a little sick. But you're just not going to vote for him. You just not. We got to win. If we just win the state, it just puts it right.
Hang
It's
on.
such a big
I'm gonna go
state.
make some tea and
it
put this
puts
back
it
up.
to bed. You're going to have a president and people, but you're going to have a president that understands what we have to do. We have to be nice about it, but we have to do things, and we're going to be done. And the world is going to respect us again. We were never so respected as we were 4 years ago. President Xi of China, Putin, Viktor Orban, did you ever hear of him? Prime Minister of Hungary. Very tough guy, known as a strong man. Oh, they hate it when I talk about him because they say he's a strong man. Trump loves strong men. I don't know. I like weak men, actually. I like weak men. I'd much rather have a weak man than a strong man. But he is a strong man. And they asked him, why is it that the whole world is blowing up? He said, one simple reason. Trump is not president in the United States. He said, you put Trump back as president and the whole world is going to get better, because they were afraid of Trump. They couldn't figure Trump out. Trump was a rather difficult person. But he used the word afraid. I don't use it. I don't use afraid. I use the word respect. They respected your president. They respected the United States of America. And they're going to do it again, and it's going to happen fast. But we have to get this absolute disaster. The worst president in history. He makes Jimmy Carter look like he had a brilliant administration. The only thing, the only happy person about Joe Biden is Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy looks brilliant by comparison. I also want to thank New York's finest. I grew up with them. I know them. I love them. I love our firemen. I love our teachers. These are incredible people, and we have to bring the word respect and honor back to them, right where it belongs. A few weeks ago, I visited with a grieving family, New York police officer Jonathan Diller. What a beautiful family. He was a beautiful person. He was 31 years old, gunned down during a traffic stop by a vicious thug. And just horrible, leaving his beautiful young wife behind, a son, Ryan, behind, 1-year-old son. And it was the saddest day. It was a horrible thing. Opened the door and just started shooting him. The criminal charge was savagely murdering Officer Dillon, was previously arrested by the NYPD 21 times. And he was allowed to go out because of the political things they do here. I'm the only one they want to keep. If I ever said, I want no bail, they'd say, you got to pay a fortune. If I ever say, oh, no cash bail, that sounds good, that sounds good. Oh, it doesn't apply to Trump. I'm the only one it doesn't apply to, probably. And the accomplice driving the car had been arrested 14 times and was actually a far more violent person. And his nickname was Killer. They called him Killer. These dangerous and violent repeat offenders should never have been on our streets. Jonathan should be alive today, but they were released again and again and again.
There we go.
I will not sit by and accept this reckless insanity when I am in the White House. I will stand up to the Marxist DAs and Soros prosecutors, and we will tell them, no more. We're not going to stand for it. We will not let them destroy our communities. We will not let them destroy our country. There's a 53% increase in felony assaults on your subways. 53%. That's in a short period of time. Since 2019, murders are up more than 20%. Shootings are up more than 30%. I'm going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. And remember, Black, Hispanic, Asian people need this protection and safety more than anyone else. Don't ever forget it. And after years of talk by the radical left Democrats, we are going to give them the protection they need, and we're going to protect our police. We're going to make sure they do a great job. They can do it very quickly. They know who the bad guys are. They know everything about them. They know their name. They know their middle initial. We're going to insist that if a violent criminal murders a police officer, they receive the death penalty. It's going to be quick.
The shirt says...
And I also want to work with your mayor and your governor, happen to be Democrats, to clean up the homeless encampments.
Government of action
so
to
that you
fight
can
for
once
working
again enjoy
families,
your parks
I think is what it
and your
says.
public spaces. Right now, you don't have public spaces. They're occupied by migrants in tents. Pleasures as simple as a walk in the park or watching your children again play in a Little League game will come roaring back, and they're going to come back very quickly. Your lifestyle and the American dream will be with you once again. And we're going to bring it back, the American dream.
Watch Little League
you don't have
again.
an American dream right now.
That's where...
You will be proud, and your children and your country will be even prouder of you. Years ago, people with severe mental illness were in mental institutions, and then a certain governor, I won't mention the name because at this point, what difference? They dumped all of them into the streets because they said those institutions were too expensive to run. So now they live on our streets, and that's what we have. This is no good for anybody. It's bad for the people who need help, and it's bad for the people of our city. And it's a horrible, horrible way to live.
My favorite thing about Trump is how much
I want to work in partnership with your local leaders, Democrats, pretty much all, and move the severely mentally ill off your streets and back into a place where they can get help and the help that they desperately need. I want to recognize, by the way, a few very special people. You have some really great people here. And I'm sorry I can't mention, we have congressmen all over the place. But I just can't mention you today. You're never going to speak to me. But would anybody like to hear these congressmen's names? But I do have to mention a few people. We're truly honored to be joined by a man who is a Democrat and a former member of the New York City Council, and he's been a friend of mine, and he helped me very much with the Ferry Point project and getting it working, and did a really good job. Ruben Diaz Sr. Come on up, Ruben.
This part's always the most boring to me.
Good.
I'm kind of getting bored with this speech.
Good.
Is it over?
Please.
Thank you.
Could be Ronald Reagan,
Mr.
Saint
President.
Reagan, the great
I am a
saint,
Puerto Rican, a black Puerto
patron
Rican.
saint of the CIA.
I used to be a state
I wanna
senator
watch
for
this up
15
close.
years.
Hang on.
And I used to be
Is there a
city
way-
council member. Today I'm here
Let's see.
for various reasons. But I want to tell you first
No, it doesn't matter.
that as a Puerto Rican, as a Hispanic, I want to apologize to you for the conduct of Judge Juan Merchant. As a Hispanic, I want to apologize.
Browser source. Let's call this browser source. Full screen.
He's been used. He has been used to destroy.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in just minutes. This simple but brilliant trick you can
Gotta
do
watch the
tonight
ad,
to eliminate
guys.
all mosquitoes around you is taking the U.S. by storm. A genius university
have
student from
mosquitoes?
Nevada is disrupting the billion-dollar
Look at
pest
this
control
guy.
industry in the U.S. with a
looks like
device
he's
that
12.
eliminates mosquitoes from
You
any
can kill
environment in record
mosquitoes like a
time.
mother.
Sam, a 23-year-old
Sam.
molecular biology
Kill
and
him,
bioengineering student,
How do you
came
do
down
it,
with an
Sam?
unusual allergy.
For anyone struggling with sciatic nerve pain, do
Oh,
not
look at
drink
that.
cold water. Did you know that you can relieve sciatic nerve pain while you...
This morning,
Why does it keep making... Every time I try to add a browser source, it makes me watch all these ads again. I keep forgetting to thank the bus driver. Remind me, guys. Remind me. I can't hear it.
that even God wants you in the Bronx.
Well, he can't be against immigrants. He's got a Mexican man up there.
And I want
Oh, thanks, Sean. Oh, whatever I'm doing, I'll try to keep doing it.
want
Right now, I'm playing
to
games.
close by saying,
Just listening to what I'd normally listen to.
I
but
want
thank you guys for
to
stopping
close
by.
by saying, Mr. President, I want to join you in having the Bronx great again. Please accept this Democrat, this black Puerto Rican with a kinky hair and a broken English. Please accept my endorsement for you as a president. Thank you very much.
Beautiful job. Thank you.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Deliver a vehicle to Keely's tent. Defeat Cerebrus. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to defeat Cerebrus. Cerebus?
Thank you very much. How nice was that? I didn't expect that.
Cerberus.
Really? That was beautiful. You know, it's always dangerous to do that. You never know what's going to come out. Maybe he'll change his mind coming up, but he doesn't change his mind. That man is a winner. He's a winner and a great man. Thank you very much, Ruben. Also with us is New York native and current U.S. Congressman. He's hot as a pistol. Oh, boy, he has a future. And he's a great friend of mine, Byron Donalds. Come up, please,
Byron Donald. Hot as a pistol. Byron Donald.
Wow. Mr. President,
This thing is not very accurate.
there's more of them here now than when I was up about an hour and a half ago. If there's one thing we know, is that this man was one of the best presidents this country has ever had. And if there's another thing that we know, is that all of you are going to make him the 47th president of the United States.
Thank you, Byron. Great. What a good future. Here as well as rapper Chef G. Does everybody know Chef? Where is Chef G?
Who's Chef G?
Where is he? Come on up, fellas. Rapper Sleepy Hollow.
Rapper Sleepy Hollow.
Come on up here, fellas. How are you?
Well, it's not exactly Jay-Z,
Oh,
but
I like that. I want to get that done.
Eminem makes me the most disappointed. Because he would have loved Trump when he was starting out.
One thing I want to say.
He would have hated him, but he would have liked him just because he'd make people mad.
One thing I want to say. They
Now
always
he's
gonna
like
whisper your accomplishments
doing General
and shout
Motors
your
commercials.
failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us. Make America great again.
Thank you, fellas.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. That's where I like those teeth. I want to find out where you did. I got to get my teeth like that. I want that to happen to me. For somebody with a fantastic future in the Republican Party and beyond, Gavin Wax, thank you. Young Republicans, Gavin, wherever you are. Thank you, Gavin. Adam Solis of New York, Young Republicans, who's been fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Madeline Brame of Blexit. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you very much. Somebody that's a real star in politics and done an incredible job and so popular in Nassau County. The county executive, Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman. Come up, Bruce, for a second. Come up, Bruce. Where is Bruce?
Didn't even get a level
Well,
out
you
of
gotta
that.
get
I
Bruce.
mean,
Where
got like a
is he?
fourth of a level. That's crazy.
That's a long way to come
It's
up the hill with
nothing.
Bruce, right? Come on up, Bruce.
Oh well.
Come
We
on.
can get it.
This guy is central casting. If I'm doing a movie on a politician, this is the guy I have playing. Come on. That's great.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Both my parents were World War II veterans. Not many people can say about that. They would be shocked and appalled by what's going on in this foreign invasion from our southern border. Nassau County is not a sanctuary county, and when Donald Trump gets reelected, this will not be a sanctuary country. God bless America.
Good man, good man.
Ugh.
Thank you very much, guys. National Committeeman and Chairman Joe Cairo. Joe, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. And Andrew, thank you very much for being here. Star of the future. I heard you made a good speech. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. We have so many people out there, but we're going to finish this up. This has been, I didn't know. I woke up, I said, I wonder, will it be hostile or will it be friendly? It was beyond friendly. It was a love fest.
I love fests.
From the very first day that we take back the White House, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to restore peace through strength. We're going to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. We're going to protect our great seniors, and I will never let anyone touch your Medicare or your Social Security. Under the Democrat
What about when the dollar
program,
collapses?
they will be gone. We are going to restore free speech in America. We are going
Well, that
to
would be
fight
nice.
for your right to school choice, something you all want. And I will not allow schools to impose COVID vaccine mandates or mask mandates.
I agree with that.
We are going to get far-left Marxist lunacy out of our children's classrooms. We're going to keep men
What does that
out
mean?
of women's sports. And we will once
Far
and
left
for
and
all
Marxist
secure
lunacy.
our
Like,
elections.
what does that mean?
But
Tell me
all
what
of
that
this, saving New York and saving America, starts with telling crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in history, you're fired, like the apprentice. You're
I should have been
fired.
using this
Get
long
out.
ago.
You were terrible. You're destroying our country, Joe. Get out. If you want to help, you must vote. I believe that we can win New York State. We have levels of support that nobody's seen before. I mean, look at this. So register, volunteer, turn out everyone you know. Don't assume it doesn't matter just because you live in a blue city. You live in a blue city, but it's going red very, very quickly.
Going Karl Marx
We must
red.
work together as a team to win. New York has always been the home of proud patriots like you. You are proud patriots. You love this. You love this city. You love this state, and you love our country. New York was the city loved by Teddy Roosevelt, Norman Rockwell, the great Flo Ziegfeld, General Douglas MacArthur, George Gershwin, Frank Sinatra, and in baseball alone, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Jackie Robinson, and many, many others. It's a city where workers and skilled craftsmen strode across steel beams 80 stories high to build the great Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building and all of the others. It's the city that lit up the shining lights of Broadway, that
get to
turned
91?
Times Square from a seedy, dirty, long-forgotten area into one of the greatest crossroads of light and glamour anywhere in the world. It's a city that produced generations of everyday American heroes who willingly spilled their blood and gave everything they had to make America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. Above all, this is the place that every one of us here today has been proud to call our home, our town, our city. And we are the ones who are going to make our city great again. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this city, and it is hard-working patriots, and this is something you can say it, and you can say it 1,000,000 times, and you can emblazon it. It's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. You are going to save our country. We're going to get out and vote like never before. We're going to make it too big to rig. Our vote is going to be too big to rig. So one thing they can't guard against, working together, there is nothing we cannot do.
That's what we said in Bernie
and
Land.
no height we cannot achieve. Together we will make
worked
America
out well.
powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America great again. Thank you, Bronx.
MAGA.
Thank you, New York. We love you. Thank you. God bless everybody. God bless
Here,
you.
Feely.
God bless you.
Alright, now what? I'm not trying to fight you, dude. Uh-oh. We're gonna get copyright on this. How do I... Alright, turn that off. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, yes, I'm coming. I'm gonna get something else on after this match. Let's see, where do I go to? It's the one I want. Get back on the bike. Go. Dude, I'm trying to finish this. Let's see. 10,000. Now we're leveling up a little quicker. Where's this guy at? Well, at least we got the 10. What we at? 2 hours and 45 minutes. I had to make some coffee while you were making tea. I don't blame you at all, man. That's what we gotta do. All right, let's find something else to watch. Try this again.
Why are doctors using this weird lamp to eliminate mold from their clinics?
I don't know, why are
And
they?
in 15 minutes, you know what's happening? This amazingly high-tech device is neutralizing bacteria, viruses, and fungus.
Wow. You know, and we saw that with the Moderna vaccine with COVID. Like, something happened. Okay, how quickly? Okay, sequence the genome, create the vaccine. It took literally days because there was necessity there, right? And like you say, right now, we don't operate with necessity in terms of social value, social use. People, the necessity is shareholder value, profit maximization.
This show feels a little bit too...
I agree with all that. But with Lucas, you're still talking about engineers.
Bougie?
So do I
Is that
think
the
that
word?
engineers are very capable of problem
Upper
solving
middle
more
class
than the average person?
college
Going back to my point
kids?
originally, that we're not all the same in terms of solving problems. I'm a terrible engineer. I can just about do basic DIY.
Yeah.
So like in terms of the processes that you'd want to build, management standards, protocol systems for an organization of several thousand people, I couldn't do it. Could an engineer do it?
I'm
They'd
not
be more
saying
inclined to.
we're all engineers or we're all medics.
No, but my point
what
is,
I am saying is that
let me just distill that. There are certain parts of the labour market where what you're saying absolutely applies, but then there are other parts where I think I'm not so sure.
well, luckily, I have a bunch of other examples in the book as well.
Level 91.
So I think, as I said, I'm not saying that we're all engineers or we're all medics or whatever. What I am saying is that workers within a sector who have expertise in that sector do not need to be managed. They can manage themselves. And actually, if they are given democratic control over the means of production, they will make decisions democratically and collectively with obviously input from the rest of society through other democratic measures. It's not like you just give the workers within one company that has an immense amount of strategic importance complete control over that. There have to be other democratic oversights. But largely speaking, if we delegated power to the people on the coalface of this organization to understand it, then they would make decisions that would be much more in the collective interest than the ones that are being made by shareholders purely for political purposes of extracting profit. And you can apply this, yes, you know, to the aerospace industry, to engineers. You can also apply it to, you know, healthcare, right? We're constantly being told that, you know, we need to see efficiencies in the NHS, and that always equates to new layers of management, managers and managers and managers and managers, right? Actually, the people who know the system and understand this system and whose feedback could make the system work better are the people on the front lines of the healthcare service. You saw a kind of an attempt to democratize and decentralize the provision of healthcare in a slightly different context in Chile under Allende. You know, his approach to democratic socialism was based on this idea that you hand power to the people who are working, to the workers, basically, to the people who are working within these organizations. And, you know, at the same time, you hand power to kind of communities, to patients, to people, and you allow them to kind of come together within democratic fora and make decisions about the structures of society that predominantly affect them. So his approach was to kind of decentralize and democratize the healthcare system. He relied on, you know, not just frontline healthcare workers, but also local community organizations, particularly
this one's gonna take a while.
Strongly,
John
women particularly
Campbell's
strongly
YouTube
represented
video
in
called
those,
Vitamin
and
D
those
Safe
kind
and
of took
Effective.
over a lot of the control over like prevention and community healthcare within the first.
I haven't
years
seen
of
that
this
one, but
program.
I kind of knew
And
that
a
was
lot of other
true.
examples in the
I
book
heard that
rest
very early
on
on,
this idea
and
that most
it made
people,
sense to me.
if you give them
And
power, and if you know give them
I usually
the
take
resources that they need to come together
magnesium,
and make decisions and act cooperatively,
a mix
will
of vitamin
come up with brilliant
D3
ideas,
and
brilliant solutions to
K2.
problems, and the mechanisms to implement them. And that probably sounds, the reason it sounds
Those are the
so
two
mad
I always take.
is because
Sometimes I
every
take
single
potassium,
element of our society is
multivitamin,
geared to
but I
telling
always
us that the
take
opposite is true.
vitamin
That we need to
D
be controlled, that we need to be
and
ruled, we need to be
magnesium.
governed by people that are infinitely more intelligent than us, that are just better than us. That is, I would say, the fundamental legitimizing ideology that underpins capitalism, but also like most other social systems that are all based on hierarchy and domination and control. And when you look at experiments in participatory budgeting, for example, when local people come together and say, this is how we want our municipal budget spent, who shows up to the meetings? It's women, it's working class people, and they say, we want more money in healthcare, we want more money in education. If you look at, you know, the example that I love in this book, which is of Blaenau Festiniog, which is this small village in North Wales. This was one of these left behind towns, former slave mining
Oh, that's
community.
cool.
Really
I
high
didn't
rates
know
of
I could do
poverty,
that.
because of the slate.
It makes me like it a lot more.
Kind of class, this kind of left behind area. And instead of just
Come
taking
on.
that on the chin, a bunch of people in that local area said, we're going to start setting up community enterprises. And as those community enterprises were set up, the rest of the community was like, well, if they can do it, then we can do it. So all of these community enterprises blossomed. They have this community energy company now that uses hydroelectric power to provide cheaper energy to the rest of the community. It's become the place in Wales with the most social enterprises per capita. And it really exemplifies this model of like bottom-up community wealth building, so much so that the Welsh government's now come in and trying to provide a lot of support to see how that model can be spread. And this is all just people looking at the problems in their local area, and rather than saying, oh, someone else who's smarter than me and better than me will fix it, just working together to fix it themselves. I actually think this is a pathology that we have on the left as well. It's the alienation of our political agency to people that we think are going to come and save us. And my excitement and my optimism for the future comes from knowing that actually the best and most exciting political movements come from people not kind of surrendering their political agency to someone and saying they're going to do things for us, but people actually organizing on the ground, fighting back against individualism and building alternatives.
I agree with everything you've said about public services. I agree with 90% of what you're saying. So, for instance, I spoke recently to a former local authority child protection lawyer. She is immeasurably more qualified, or local social workers, immeasurably more qualified to work out how to spend child protection budgets than these bureaucrats who head up these organisations. I read this the other day, it's incredible. The second highest earning individual for the authority in Bournemouth, Christchurch Poor Council, I think it's Unitary Authority. He's on £193,000 a year. He's the head of child protection services.
Yeah.
And you have social workers who literally have to work in 6-minute blocks, and that's why kids fall through the net. So I agree. He should have less power. They should have more power. I agree with all of that. But then I look at a company, say, like Xiaomi, this Chinese company who just developed this new car. They've developed a car that looks like a Porsche. Its starting price is like, I think it's like $30,000. I think it's about £23,000. It's got a 700 kilometer range. It's an EV, obviously. And that to me is like a stunning feat. They've clearly stolen a hell of a lot of American IP, but whatever. It's a stunning feat of engineering excellence.
If they've stolen
and I
it,
suppose
why
it's something
don't
that
we
I've thought
have
about
that?
a lot. And I think the left doesn't often think about
the oil
is that
companies?
management is a skill. Now, anybody can be a anybody can be a manager.
This
I'm
is
not
true.
suggesting otherwise. And of course, there should be massive input from workers from the shop floor into outcomes. They might even lead those outcomes. But management is a thing. And I think you're talking about like the left. I think one of the mistakes the left's made over the last 30 years is to think it's not, and that everything can be flat. So I look at so many organizations as I get older, I won't name names, certain trade unions, and I look at the staff there. If it was down to the staff, that trade union would collapse in 6 months, right? It would. They would award themselves infinity pay rises, and they would all work from home 4 or 5 days a week. Now, I know I sound like somebody from the Daily Mail, but that's not in the interests of their members, because actually the interests of their members aren't aligned with the interests of the permanent bureaucracy who are meant to represent the members. And so when you have work representation, which I support, something similar can happen. All of a sudden the representatives are looking to maximise their own interests, status, pay, whatever, which is an anarcho-syndicalist critique of trade unions historically, and that can lead to very poor management outcomes. Some people would say that's why trade unions, with regards to UK manufacturing in the 70s, didn't have the same outcomes as, say, in Germany. I don't buy that, but that's one argument. So, does management matter? Is it real? Does the left neglect it?
So I think there are a couple of different points there. The first one comes down to the nature of innovation and technological development under capitalism, right? Which, as Marx talks about in the Grid Research, it becomes like an industry in and of itself. And that is something that's unique about capitalism in the history of all social systems, is the centrality of innovation and how innovation, for innovation's sake, because it can, have all of these applications that ultimately lead to significant profits, as well as often kind of supporting the development of society and fixing social problems, that technological development takes pride of place within a capitalist economy. And Marx wrote in kind of glowing terms about the kind of innovations that he sees taking place within capitalist societies and how incredible and amazing these are. Now, the question, which is as yet kind of unsolved, I suppose, is whether or not you would be able to continue to see that kind of innovation within a socialist society. Now, there are a couple of different arguments about this. Firstly, the Mariana Mazzucato argument, which is that a lot of the innovations that do take place actually are undertaken within these like centrally planned systems that don't have the same profit-based incentives that are allegedly supposed to be behind the generation of this incredible technology that is supposed to bring the world by storm. The second thing is the direction of technological innovation, right? Because it's not like the direction of technological innovation is neutral. You see, about the EV that looks like a Porsche. Like arguably what Tesla is doing at the moment, right? Pouring all this money into a Cybertruck, when actually what it needs to do is develop like a cheap, affordable electric vehicle. And it's doing that because Elon Musk has all this power and he's able to basically say, this is where technological innovation is going to go, rather than necessarily allowing it to be in the interests of everyone. So I would say that even outside of a capitalist economy, there are still, plenty of incentives for innovation, largely because the systems of innovation that do exist within our societies, the ones that are most successful are generally often the ones that are most insulated from the imperatives of profit making. Because, it's the scientific ethos. It's like the ethos of research and development is to just produce and develop and come up with new ideas and new applications just for their own sake. And I don't think that's going away anytime soon. That's just an inherent part of humanity. And arguably we need to fund it more and support it much, much more to have general and socially useful applications, rather than just outsourcing these decisions about the future of technology to a bunch of billionaires that are saying, let's build a Cybertruck, or let's build a territory on Mars or whatever. And the second question is this question about management and the extent to which you could build with this model of kind of democratic self-management lots of little fiefdoms, basically, where everyone's looking after their own interests. I agree with you that this is a problem, and I think it hinges on the design of these systems. So how do you build a democratic society? Is it that you just say workers within the corporations that they're already working take all the control over those corporations, and then they just do whatever they want, and that's how we imagine the system? I don't think that's quite right. I think we need to balance different layers and levels and mechanisms of implementing and deepening democracy at the community level, at the organizational level, and actually at the state level and at the international level. So at the end of the book, I have all of these chapters on how we democratize the state, democratize the firm, democratize financial institutions, and democratize international organizations. And when viewed as that kind of, widespread project, it's not just saying the workers in this firm get to take control of everything and they decide what's what. It's about the kind of the creation of much broader and deeper democratic institutions. For example, like I wrote in my first book about this idea of a people's asset manager or a people's investment bank. Yeah, so you have kind of unionists and democratic elected citizens and all different kind of stakeholders sitting on the board of this thing saying, what are our priorities for the development of technology, and having input from all different areas of society in order to push our resources into developing the things that we actually need. Combine that with devolving power within state institutions to frontline service providers, for example, balanced with obviously frontline service users. It's also about subsidiarity and promoting experiments in kind of community wealth building and all those sorts of things. There's some interesting ideas as to how you can kind of democratize the international economy as well, which is, I think, the area we haven't really talked about it that much, but this area of kind of imperialism, where you see just the brute raw power of capital exerted most effectively. So I think we have to see democratization as this broad and deep project, but crucially, and I think this is the main point, we're talking about like policy shifts here, and it all hinges on our capacity to just demand something different and organize to shift society. Because if you think about the arguments I've been making here, it's basically that all the major changes that we've seen over the past century in the nature of kind of political economy are reflected by shifts in the balance of class power. So you have capital getting to plan on its own, then capital
That's
having to share
interesting.
some power with workers and with the state, and then capital and the state kind of fusing to just plan together. And that all comes about because of these shifts in the ability of people to organize collectively. And one of the biggest things that's come out of this book, and I spoke about it the last time I was here, is the extent to which individualism
that would know that
is
car name.
hampering our ability to demand any kind of changes, because it's hampering our ability to organize collectively. And I think this is related to a lot of different things we've talked about here. Firstly, it's the foundation of this idea that society can be divided into people who rule and everyone else. Secondly, it's the problem that we have with people kind of projecting their
hurt someone
onto someone else and saying, I need this person
within
to
10
save me.
seconds
Which you
of
see massively
being
on
in
the
a
right
hiding
today,
spot.
by the way. Very, very angry people thinking, I have
one's
no
a
power.
hard one.
Donald Trump's going to come in and screw everyone else over. And it's also the foundation of our powerlessness, right? A lot of people believe that they are powerless within this, immensely complex world economic system. And the extent to which that is true hinges on the extent to which we actually believe that we are powerless. And I think the thing I really wanted to do with this book is to show people that, yes, there is this concentrated, centralized forms of power that are exercised, throughout the economy and society and really impact your freedom on like a daily basis. But they rely on legitimacy. They rely on the fact that we are going to kind of obey, that people aren't going to rebel. They're not going to start pushing back and fighting back. And that, again, relies on the fact that we all see ourselves, these isolated, atomized individuals who are up against this big, powerful system that nobody can control, rather than members of groups that can build things and can change things and can start to demand something different.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
I love this, and it goes back to what I was saying with regards to engineering, and I think also it speaks about
Harbor
the
Freight
depth of a
is
certain mindset
paying for
in
the
West.
future
If
socialist
you watch
movement.
Bridge Over the River Kwai,
Thank you, Harbor Freight.
and it's about these, this one mad Englishman who basically wants to build a great bridge to show the world that we know what we're doing, we can do this, and it came at a moment, the Hour of Minerva, when Britain had literally was exiting that moment of being this imperial technological superpower, and we're not that anymore. My worry is with this stuff, when we look at Elon Musk and American corporate culture, of course they're mad, of course they're crazy. It's a completely decadent, ridiculous, I think probably dying culture in a way. I think it has so many internal contradictions. But then I look at China, and I think that's probably the thing that you should be looking to critique in interesting ways. Again, another cultural reference point before I go to the final question. The Three Body Problem. Have you read this book?
No, but it's the show on Netflix at the moment, isn't it?
The book is so good. And the book is about really people engineering solutions to deal with existential challenge to humanity. And you watch it on Netflix and it's transposed to a UK context. You've got the Royal Navy, and you think, the British state doesn't work like this. It's outlandish. And it's so interesting for me how it's a real interesting snapshot of a belief in engineering excellence, human problem solving, humanistic culture, a belief in the state to solve problems, and in the UK, you know, this is not how Britain would respond to this kind of crisis. Anyway, I thought I wanted to talk about Bridge Over the River Kwai and Chinese sci-fi. Both very good. I've got two questions for you at the end.
Yeah.
You've mentioned the word unfreedom multiple times. So what
I need
is
to watch some
unfreedom?
Chinese
And finally,
sci-fi. I heard there's a
do you have
cool
any
Chinese
faith in Keir
sci-fi
Starmer solving any of the problems
movie
you've
I've heard
highlighted today?
mentioned, like
Right, so freedom and
World
unfreedom.
After Tomorrow
Freedom
or
is often
something like
presented
that.
to us in this kind of, you know, fairly black and white way. Either you're free to do something or you're not free to do something. If someone's standing in your way or legislating against you or regulating you or whatever, then you're not free to do that
You know
thing,
a
which
lot
makes
about
you less
cars.
free.
Mr.
And I
Wonderful.
suppose what I look at in the book
You
is
and my dad
firstly,
would get along
we're
well.
told that we're free, and actually we're not even free on that kind of very narrow definition of freedom.
Dad's a Chevy man.
You know, we've got ridiculous laws against protest.
cares
Obviously,
as
you know,
much as
the
he used to,
small
but
neoliberal state
used to be
attacks
saying
miners
Dad
and
was a
full
Chevy man.
force. There's loads of constraints on our own autonomy that come from basically
My
you know,
dad
the state
likes Chevys.
enforcing the interests
Your
of
dad
capital.
likes
But there's
Fords.
also this wider understanding of freedom, right, which is your agency within the
If I
world
do what I
around
do
you.
now,
And
I'd
I
be
think
like,
this is where people feel
Ford
really
was a
disempowered.
Nazi.
You know, we're told you're free, you can go and work wherever you want, consume whatever you want, and yet you look at the world and you think there are so many problems, there are so many issues that seem completely beyond my control, and yet which are constraining my freedom
I can
every
get
day.
at least
So
a
things like
level
I have
if I
to pay
win.
rent, which is really high. You know, I have to get a job in this, you know, really hierarchical organization that's controlling me using some sort of AI machine.
That's
And because of those constraints that exist outside of your control, you feel this sense of
Should've known.
unfreedom, right? That you're,
Medusa.
you're autonomous, you retain the capacity to respond to the
Sorry,
situations that you're
Medusa.
in, but there are all of
Boy,
these
that drew
kind
a
of
lot of
weird
heat.
institutions that exist around you that hem you in. And I suppose what I'm talking about in the book, I kind of harken back to this Marxist socialist idea of freedom, which looks at, yes, individual freedom and autonomy, but also your freedom as a member of a group to shape the conditions that affect your life and your existence. So to have democratic control over your housing situation, over how your government works, over how your community works, and that being a much more expansive and more human understanding of what freedom is than the one that's presented by, you know, either the kind of social democratic left, the kind of Keynesian left, which is you're free when you kind of submit to a state that has your interests in mind, or the neoliberal view of freedom, which is just you're free when, you know, you live in a free market, basically. And what do I think about Labour? You know, I'm not particularly optimistic about a Labour government because it seems as though even if they do kind of
I
make
got second. I didn't even know I was that
macro-
close.
macroeconomic changes, which it doesn't seem like they will. I was reading an article the other day which cited an interview with Andrew Balls, Ed Balls' brother, chief investment officer at PIMCO, this massive bond fund. Obviously, they're looking at, you know, government bonds or government debt, so they're very interested in the kind of policy situations in different countries. And he was basically saying, we've just basically priced in the idea that there's not going to be any difference in macroeconomic policy between a Labour government
So
and a
you're saying
Conservative government.
Saabs were
So
good
those kind of
cars?
big levers of
I had
power
a
that the
friend
state
whose
has
dad
to
was
the way the
obsessed
economy
with
works,
Saabs. He
Labour's
was always
highlighting
working on a
just want to
Saab.
keep their hands off them, right? So we can't expect, I don't think, much radical change. But to the extent to which we can, I think it's going to be of this kind of like centralizing, bureaucratizing, top-down, kind of Keynesian, Fabian tradition, right? Maybe, which basically says people can't really be trusted to make decisions on their own behalf. The state has to step in as a class of kind of enlightened bureaucrats to basically tell them what to do. And you can trust us. You can alienate your political agency to us because we're the good guys. And this is often how the worst social democrats have presented themselves throughout the course of human history. And my concern about that is, firstly, people aren't going to be noticing much change in their daily lives, you know, because there aren't going to be these substantial changes in people's living standards. And then there's also going to be this resentment that comes from the feeling of giving up power to someone, a politician, who says, I'm going to fix things for you, I'm going to save things for you, and then them lying, and you feeling like, well, I can't do anything about that. And you just come away from the whole experience thinking politicians are all the same, democracy is pointless. And often that pushes people towards the far right, right? Where they say, I'm going to vote for this person who is going to give a kicking to all of these elites, even if it means deepening this authoritarianism. And it comes from, again, this frustration with this idea of unfreedom. The fact that, you know, the biggest and most important factors that affect the way that most of us live our lives are not decided by us. They're decided by someone else out there. And I think people resent even more when those people come to you with this offer of, I'm going to make your life better, trust me, and then fail to do that, than they do voting for a far-right populist politician who doesn't even say that. They just say, I'm going to burn the whole system down.
But hold on, and I agree with all that. But if you're, let's say I'm a right-winger watching this, I'm a Brexit Party voter,
Yeah.
I want immigration, I'm not completely mad,
Yeah.
I want immigration of 100,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Maybe early 90s levels, I'm not saying like zero, but very, very harsh immigration policy. I might not support Rwanda or whatever, I might just say, look, I don't want present levels of immigration. They might say, Grace Blakely, I love what you're saying. Yes, I feel I'm free because I've voted consistently to have low immigration year after year, 20 years, and it keeps going up. And I suppose, and this is, I'm using that figure to gesture at a point, which is ending the unfreedom of some people will lead to policy outcomes you're not particularly fond of.
I'm not sure that I agree about that, because I think that, I suppose my idea of kind of democracy in its ideal form, this kind of like decentralized form of decision making that allows people to have input over decisions that affect their lives, generally on a kind of relatively local scale. It, I suppose, and you can critique this, comes back to this kind of Habermasian ideal of how people talk to one another when they are in these democratic settings and there are stakes and they have to make decisions within a group, right? And I think, you know, when you look at, there have been lots and lots of experiments of bringing lots of people together and saying, discuss this policy outcome. And you expect it's going to be crazy, you know, right-wingers and crazy left-wingers gouging each other's eyes out and then coming up with these insane policy ideas. Generally speaking, they converge around a norm that is vastly more progressive than anything that you see within the public sphere at the moment. And I'm not saying that's going to take place all the time and everywhere, but I am saying I have faith in that process. And I'm also saying, and this is where I think people can disagree with me, that giving people freedom is a good in itself, that giving people the capacity to have decisions, to make decisions over their own lives and over the structure of society is a good within itself.
I mean, actually, on the immigration point, I actually entirely agree with you. I think if you had, you probably would end up with something like, yes, we need immigration for the care system, for healthcare. Some people with asylum. Yes, we need students. Yes, if it helps the economy. But you'd still probably end up with significantly high immigration. But at least they would feel some investment into that conversation. Grace, one sentence answer.
Mm-hmm.
Are you optimistic about the future of this country? Where are we going to be in 2030?
I am optimistic because I'm optimistic about people for all of the reasons that I've just told you. You know, part 3 of the book looks at loads of different experiments in kind of democratic planning all over the world, you know, across time and space. And the thing I keep coming back to is when people believe that they have the power to change things, and when they feel connected to others around them rather than isolated, they do extraordinary things. So that's kind of what I feel like my mission is at the moment. It's like going out to as wide an audience as possible and saying, you do have power, you just need to take it.
Manifest socialism.
Yes. I like that.
This has been a wonderful conversation. Thanks so much. And it is a brilliant book. So much in there. I hope it does very, very well. Thanks for joining us here on Downstream.
Thank you.
This is why. Oh, okay.
We've had people who have used quantum jumping for things that I never conceived because this is a process that can be used for literally anything.
Quantum jumping has been great for work and for personal and all sorts of reasons, so I'm really excited to be seeing Bert.
I was paralyzed from the waist down, and I had to learn to walk again.
Quantum jumping helped you to walk again?
Absolutely.
Quantum jumping.
I got to know Bert Goldman when he was
into
Mercedes,
this.
and this man just absolutely blew me away. Bert was able to achieve extraordinary feats using quantum jumping, and was able to pick up new skills seemingly like magic well into his 80s. Wow. Every time I'd see him, he would...
next in my autoplay? Can I pick something here? He's the expert on incels.
we needn't let self-development for men with the goal of being a better partner and achieving romantic success automatically equate to misogyny, because if you don't have anything to say on that very important thing to young men, Andrew Tate has plenty to say, and they will flock to him, right? So if you you have to provide some sort of alternative.
That's cool. So Saabs are the safest car, or the Swedish one you talked about?
I'll be the first to admit it. I've tended to talk about incels as either being threatening, aggressive, hostile, misogynistic, or as being objects of disdain. And that's quite a callous way, and a really reductive way, to talk about people who are experiencing loneliness and a lack of connection with others. And I do genuinely believe that journalists and human beings more generally should try to be motivated by curiosity and empathy. So for a while now, I've wanted to do a downstream about the subject of incels with an expert in the field. And at last, that day has arrived. I'm joined by William Costello, PhD student at the University of Texas at Austin, and author of some of the most extensive and serious research on the psychology of incels that there is out there. There are some things that we disagree on, as you'll see, but there are some facts in his work that are deserving of proper attention. In William Costello's research, 30% of his sample of incels met the diagnostic criteria for autism. Just to be clear, no one is saying that people with autism are more violent or more misogynistic than the rest of the population at large. But what William Costello's research looks at is the way in which autism makes men more vulnerable to incel ideology, and the bi-directional relationship between poor mental well-being and incel ideology. We talk about dating on the apps, the ingredients of a healthy relationship, and what straight women really want from men. I hope you enjoyed the interview. So this wasn't actually how I wanted to start at all. But what is it with men's sneezes? Like, is it like competitive to sneeze like you're trying to blow out the windows in the house?
Interesting. I feel I'm not sex typical in that regard then, because I sneeze very muted. I kind of keep it all quiet.
Sneeze.
Yes, a very effeminate sneeze. So,
Because like my partner's not a domineering person at all, but his sneeze is like a demon is trying to escape from him.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Kind of annoys me as well, but yeah, I have no explanation.
No explanation.
I'm not aware of the research on that sneezing.
Okay, well maybe that can be your next PhD.
Yes.
92.
More obscure topic than my actual one.
I mean, I think that like the insult
8
thing's
to
kind of
go,
populist,
8
but we can
long
get into that.
levels to
I mean,
go.
before we get started on your actual area of research, first, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And secondly, because I noticed you tweeted
Jump a
about it a
sports
little
car
bit.
and travel
What's your
something.
take on the Kendrick Lamar-Drake rap
Okay.
beef?
Interesting. I was talking to another master's student of evolutionary psychology. She goes to Brunel here in London, where I did my master's, and she's a very smart lady, and she kind of often analyzes the psychology of like modern rap music, and she noticed that the kind of derogation tactics that modern rappers are now derogating fathering qualities, which is so interesting. Like that's kind of a million miles away from how rappers used to derogate each other in the 90s, let's say. It wouldn't be about, oh, you're a bad dad. That was not a kind of insult.
Yeah, it's much more like, you know, I fucked your wife.
Right, kind of more, hostile aggression. But she suggests that maybe fathering qualities are becoming more important, given that modern women are earning their own money and kind of, doing their own thing on that front. So then other qualities become more salient. And that fits with some other research. I'm writing a paper with a guy called Mac and Murphy about how over recent decades, physical attractiveness has become more and more important to women in their reports of what they say and how much they value physical attractiveness, but also there's converging lines of evidence like every man in his 20s to 30s is a recreational bodybuilder, right? We all go to the gym, like kind of that's incredibly exploded since the 80s. Men are starting to use makeup, caring way more about their image in terms of fashion. Body dysmorphia is rapidly increasing in men and actually on track to overtake
wearing
women's
makeup?
body
I am
dysmorphia
not
in the next
familiar with
decade,
this one.
which is really surprising. And that's largely driven by the gym bro kind of body dysmorphia culture of not getting as many gains as you think you need.
So I introduced my husband to moisturizing, but at what cost?
Right, yeah, well, that's the direction of travel. Yeah, it's we're going to call the paper the ape that evolved into a peacock. So it's kind of like humans are typically a reversal of many species, whereby take the peacock, for example. The peahen is very drab and not very bright, whereas the peacock is very exuberant, the male, and the female peahen selects for the brightest plumage, whereas in humans, it's the female that puts the emphasis on physical attractiveness. So that might be coming back into equilibrium now, given that women are earning their own resources and kind of taking care of themselves on that front. When they're free of having to select men to provision them with resources, they'll select prettier men, which is interesting.
I mean, I think going back to the Drake-Kendrick thing, because I'm a rap obsessive, and two,
Drake is prettier.
Whenever you have a pop cultural moment where everyone's talking about it, I'm just so happy.
Absolutely.
I'm just so
murdered
happy.
his
And I
reputation.
read that tweet about the sort of denigration of Drake's, fathering abilities, and linking it to the idea that that's what women are
The
looking
sports
for,
car
so
70.
it's more valuable. And I think I disagreed with it. And I think I disagreed with why it was being denigrated in the way that it was. Because the person who got that started was Pusha T with the story of Adidon, where he did this big reveal of Drake's hiding a child. And everyone focused on the "you're hiding a child" bit, but what they missed was the way in which he connected it to Drake's own experiences of being parented. So really the narrative is you're screamingly inauthentic, you don't know who you are, because your father was a deadbeat, and now you're repeating the pattern. And same with Kendrick Lamar, it's like you're inauthentic, you just bite other people's styles, which has always been a component of rap beef, this idea that you're fake. It's just, Nas and Jay-Z had that, like Tupac and Biggie had that. But again, connecting it to his experience of being parented. And I wonder if it's less about what do women find attractive and more about how the art form has really honed its ability to psychologically dismantle someone in a way which owes a little bit more to psychoanalysis and a little bit less to evolutionary psychology.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I immediately kind of think the more parsimonious explanation is the derogating around mating qualities. So, for example, most of the ways in which men and women denigrate each other are linked to sexual mate value characteristics. So, for example, women typically denigrate other women's promiscuity, whereas men typically denigrate formidability and sexuality. They kind of question their sexuality. So I think that might be more of what's going on, but the interesting take about the psychoanalysis, but that's, not my terrain.
To go onto your terrain, what made you study the psychology of incels? How did that begin?
I come from an evolutionary psychology background, and we focus a lot on human mating psychology, which I think is important to investigate because we're a sexually reproducing species. Every human being alive on planet Earth today is here because an unbroken chain of ancestors solved the problem of mating to reproduce.
Not me, I just hatched fully formed under a moist rock.
You just materialized. Very good. It's hugely important to humans. It's a fundamental human drive. We build billion-dollar industries around it in dating apps, cosmetic surgery to look more attractive. We write poetry over mating. We go to war over mates. So it's really important to humans. So to think that there's this group of modern young men who see themselves outside of accessing that at all, I was very interested to see the effects on themselves and what effects that would bring about in terms of their attitudes towards others. Some people say to me, well, why do incels care so much about sexual and romantic relationships? And I'm like, why does anyone? I mean, everyone cares. That's like the number one concern for a lot of people. It's a tall order to simply ask incels, have you considered just simply not caring about this massively important thing? I guess you could try to direct them to...
and allowing them to use American weapons to strike targets inside of Russia.
And what are
Is Biden about to release the handcuffs that have been holding back Ukraine and allowing them to use American weapons to strike targets inside of Russia? Now, before we even ask you that question, you got to ask,
Larry, I hope
is
it's
this
okay if
something
I
that's
listen to this while I
useful
play a
to the
video
United
game.
States? Is that something that's even useful
There's
to
two
the Ukraine
people
side,
watching
for
this,
example?
and don't get mad at
To
me.
be honest with you, is this leading somewhere that has even the possibility or potential for positive outcome for Ukraine? That should be, well, I won't say that the primary criteria. It should be the secondary one. The primary should be, is this going to help the United States? Is this going to help the United States be safer? And then right after that, will it help the Ukraine side? Because we should actually care some about them if we're trying to help them in a war. And I'm not sure the answer is going to be what Biden is thinking it's going to be. And to help unpack this stuff, we have back again former CIA intelligence analyst Larry Johnson. Larry, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Danny. Good to be with you.
Well, listen, I know this is something you deal with a whole lot, so we're looking forward to talking about this. And we'll just start with that topic right off the top, even before I get into some of the news that we have to get your reaction to. But when you hear that about much more conversation about the United States talking openly about should we use some of the ATACMS, HIMARS, or whatever systems that we have to strike targets into Russia, let me ask you, first of all, off the top, will that matter? If the answer is yes and we take the handcuffs off, will it matter?
No, won't matter at all. You know, the problem, a lot of this decision making is being made by people who never played sports and never served in the military. And why do I say sports and military? Well, in sports, you learn that there's a winner and a loser. You know, you don't, real genuine professional sports, you don't get a participation rate. If you win or you lose. Within the military, you get taught early on that the consequences of losing there can cost you your life. So here are people making these decisions about, oh yeah, let's take those ATACMS off. Yeah, let them bomb inside Russia. Well, there are lots of different kinds of violence. You can go out on 4th of July, blow up a bunch of firecrackers. That's violent. You can throw those firecrackers into a pot of gasoline and have somebody standing next to it. That'll be the different kind of violence. What the United States is encouraging the Ukrainians to do is it's mindless violence. It achieves nothing. It's not like it's taking out a critical Russian piece of infrastructure, or that it's going to be the destruction of a battalion, a brigade. Hell, let's go with the big bomb, a division. You know, so we are killing 5,000 people in one blow. I mean, you know, they don't have that capability. But I'm just saying, if that's your goal, so let's say you kill 5,000 Russians. Their army's 1.3 million right now, with a reserve of 2 million. 5,000, great loss for the people who, the relatives of those folks. But it doesn't change a thing. And what the Ukrainians are doing are just irritating the Russians. That's all. It's just it's an irritant factor, and it's increasing Russian resolve to put them down eventually.
Right. That's one of the parts that gets almost no consideration at all, is what the reaction is on the other side. I think that there's this hope, unfounded and unexamined, that, well, if we do this, it'll have a net negative effect, without even talking about what that net effect is.
Right.
Now, it gets even worse than that, though, to me, because there's, this is going to shock you, some dishonesty going on with how a lot of this stuff is being discussed here. So first of all, let me show you what Zelensky said to the New York Times a couple of days ago, trying to make his case.
Як їм відповісти, коли вони б'ють по твоїх містах? І їх далекобійність така, тому що вони стоять в найближчих селах до кордону України з Росії, звідти б'ють, знаючи, що ми бити не будемо, знаючи, що вони прикриваються цивільним населенням, бо розташування їх зброї серед цивільного населення. Вони спокійно на це йдуть, розуміючи, що наші партнери не дають нам дозвіл, як ви сказали. І тут, коли ми говоримо про ATACMS, або ми говоримо про хаймарси, Або ми говоримо про артилерійські,
I always feel like
або ми
Zelensky's
говоримо
just
про
making up
відповідні ракети,
speaking this language.
Storm Shadow, Sky,
He's so fake.
тощо. Ми не маємо дозволу бити по території Російської Федерації по їх військовим розташуванням. Це те саме, що ППО. Як нам захиститись від постійних ударів з території Росії?
Okay, first of all, that's just nonsense. He's saying that
That's
we
cool.
can't strike back the
6
Russians.
time
They strike
zones.
the Russians all the time in Russia.
Oh.
I mean, they've been hitting Belgorod for
something off.
I guess probably more than half of this war here. A bunch here recently. They've been striking into the Donetsk area, into the civilian areas there, almost since the outset of this. So they do this stuff all the time with their own weapons. And now that we've seen this larger stuff, longer range into some of the energy infrastructure within Russia. So I don't know what he's even talking about that he can't strike.
Yeah, well, number one, Ukraine has been regularly shelling into the Donetsk for the last 10 years. I mean, daily. We're not talking on occasion. They've been killing civilians. And again,
beyond right.
Yeah, and again, when they're doing this, it's one thing if you're shelling to hit a military target to degrade military capabilities, but they're hitting civilians. They're hitting restaurants and shops. They're not even taking out power grids. They're hitting homes and churches and schools. So now here he is saying, "Oh yeah, we're being held back." Well, that's a lie. I mean, they've been doing it for quite a while. Russia, by contrast, has been very, very careful to avoid hitting civilian targets. They've always gone after military targets or where there are military using, hospitals and schools as shelter and as a barracks, for lack of a better word. And then Russia's also going after the electrical infrastructure, taking that out, but it's avoiding killing civilians because, and when you think back to World War II, even then, the Soviets did not have a policy of massive bombing of civilian areas. They avoided civilian casualties. It was the West that was killing civilians on a large-scale basis. So, recognizing that, this is, look, Ukraine is a dying country, and it's a dead man walking. You take a chicken it's alive, cut its head off, that chicken will still run around for a bit until it bleeds out. That's the situation Ukraine is in, and that there's nothing the West can do. I mean, nothing that is going to change this outcome.
Yeah, and when you one of the other absurdities of really what Zelensky's talking about there, because he's acting like their hands are tied, like that they can't strike these Russians at all. And of course, there's no prohibition of that. There ever has been. But the fact that they have been striking these areas in the southern part of Russia is the precise reason why Russia has launched this offensive north of Kharkiv. And according to Putin, he has openly said this is to push a buffer zone so that they can no longer range into Belgorod and some of these other areas here. So that shows right there that he's already doing it. So then you just have to wonder, then why does he make these kinds of statements? Why is he wanting specifically to use, whether it's Storm Shadow or the HIMARS or the ATACMs, etc.? Why does he want those specific weapons to be able to strike longer into Russia when he's already doing it here?
Yeah, he's trying to bully or shame the United States into doing more and getting involved actually in the war. The situation Ukraine is in right now, they're like a boxer, but a one-arm boxer.
Let's go for let's see if Garland has anything. Garland, out of everyone on the internet, I feel is probably most like me in our psychology and how we see the world. I didn't listen to all this one. I'm going to right now. Brother Garland. Let's play.
This first thing in the morning. To strip off inches of stubborn belly fat fast.
And I need that. I need fit press up.
I didn't even know you were going to do it, but you go out and kill Garland. Now, it is possible that I could say, or shoot at him and try to kill him, that I could say, holy crap, if anybody sees that, they're going to think I was involved. And I wasn't. And I go in, and let's say for whatever reason you allow me to get into your internet stuff, I get rid of it because I don't want to be implicated that I didn't do it. That's one possibility. Because we have to do this intellectual exercise, I want to inject all possibilities that I can think of.
Jump.
That's one possibility. We can talk about the likelihood of that. Doesn't seem logical.
I don't even know where to do that.
It doesn't seem logical. Here's the hole in that theory. If I'm communicating with you and we're talking back and forth, and at some point you go out and make an assassination attempt on Garland, and I don't want anybody to know it, how do I get access to your communication stuff? How do I get your passwords? I mean, how many people do you know that you talk friends, significant others, boyfriends, girlfriends, old friends, new friends, whatever, right, that people have, that they talk back and forth and say things. I sure hate Biden. I sure hate Trump. I sure hate whatever, right? Okay, that happens. No doubt about it. But how many of those friends have your passwords so they can get into your computer and delete your stuff? They could get into their computer and delete their stuff and delete their tracks. Oh my God, I don't want anybody to know I was talking to Garland.
This Twitter stuff is ridiculous. I met Garland at a CPI event.
So the hole in that, I mean, it is a
kind of
possibility that somebody did it because they were afraid they were going to be implicated. But it's not logical to believe that that is a viable conclusion to come to, because that would mean that some friend
a picture
or
of me and Garland on Twitter. I'm very proud of.
And info
we both look
to
good.
Get in to the shooters.
It's always sad when you get a picture with somebody you respect and it's not a good picture. This one was good.
We've come to a big. The other being, of course, that it was. There's others. The other being, of course, that he was working with some people, maybe at least one, but maybe more, and they were planning this out. And when it all went down, the group of people, somebody in their team went in and erased all of his stuff. Last but not least, it could be intelligence community, and and maybe he had some front people that was talking to him that maybe he didn't know was intelligence. Think about that. And they were all scheming together as though they were just people that hated the prime minister. And when it was all said and done, the intelligence people could get into anybody's stuff. They had everything of his hacked anyway. So once this happened, the hackers, the intelligence community just went in and wiped what they needed wiped. Interesting stuff here. We don't know. We're going to wait for more information. From the beginning, I was very suspicious of it. I'm still very suspicious. Anytime the leader of a country dies, particularly someone
How do I do that?
NATO didn't like, the US, the MI6 didn't like, the CIA didn't like, the whole Five Eyes hated, because he wouldn't go along with the Ukraine and various other scams of theirs. Anytime he was hated by the US empire's intelligence community and he gets shot, you would be remiss if you did not consider the potential for foul play. You would also be remiss if you did not consider the potential that there wasn't, foul play involved. So we got to consider both. We're waiting for more information. We're not going to come to a conclusion. We're not going to just say, we know what it was. It was the CIA. It was MI6. It was blah, 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 blah. Keep an eye out. Put these things together. But I would say that as the information we have 2 hours after his arrest, someone other than him or his wife went in and started deleting his internet communications. Definitely points to. It strongly suggests.
I don't think I'm going to make it there.
That others were involved, some kind of a network. And I could make an argument that maybe it suggests intelligence operatives, but I would think they'd be smarter than that, but they're not always smarter than that. They're not always smarter than that. Somebody might have forgot to erase something. They do stupid stuff. So let's keep that open. Let's keep an eye on it. But the other thing, I think this is a factor that you have to take into account. And that is that I'm seeing this in U.S. News and World Report. U.S. News and World Reports. So I'm always a bit suspicious of anything I read in the mainstream media. That doesn't mean that it's not true or it is true. I'm just suspicious. That's just another data point. Take into account where you saw it. But we don't know anything.
Yeah, Garland
yet.
is 100%.
We're going to keep watching. Things look real suspicious, don't they? Real suspicious at this point. I put it like this. If you're asking me the direction that I'm leaning towards he wasn't buying sell. Now, I'm leaning
I
the
put
mind,
money
so my
on the fact that on the Myers-Briggs, Garland is an ENFP, which is the same as me.
as they say, my
It's a very, like, I don't know for sure, I just know, and I'm almost always
word
right.
that came into your mind.
Just about, like, world stuff.
It was Ukraine.
But,
That was the first word that came into my mind.
but I'm not 100%
now
sure.
things are looking
It's that
suspicious.
extrovert intuition.
And you have to, because
it causes you great
you have to
anxiety,
look at
which
Daryl
Garland talked
Medina.
about
You
before
have to
once.
look
Like,
at
I have
the
to keep doing this, or I will
assassination
get,
attempts. You have to look at Crocus
I'll
City
get
Hall.
depressed and anxious.
You have
and I
to
feel
look
the
at
exact
these
same way.
various assassinations and the guy Tatarsky, right? You look at the Ukrainian intelligence that have been involved or implicated, at least, in outrageous assassination attempts and terrorist act against Russia, in outrageous statements against anyone who they don't like or who doesn't go along with their ideological bend.
It's gonna
right?
be too much.
The statements they've made, the actions they've taken, makes it clear that you can't put anything against them. Could it have, if in fact there was some intelligence operatives involved, could it have been Western intelligence? Sure, certainly could have been Western intelligence. If there was intelligence involved, my first thought, my first suspect would be the Ukrainian intelligence operation. That being said, you still have to ask yourself, how independent is the Ukrainian intelligence people from the U.S. intelligence? Again, questions that we don't have an answer to, but let's keep this stuff open. Let's stick a pin, as they say in this one, and let's continue to get more info. Now, let's move on to the next one. I think this is a big story. Another big story. And those two, I think are it can be inextricably linked. World shaken by the death of Ron Zaraisi as Gaza war continues. Fierce fighting continues. Okay. Let me find it here. Well, they don't have much on that, do they? Let's go with, we'll find it. Give me a second. That link didn't work very well.
Magnesium for constipation? This is the truth about what it will do. It's still hard to believe that I had 20.
There we go. Iran helicopter crash updates.
may want to
President
consider a more
and the
comfy
foreign
chair
minister
for the
died. Okay,
administration
so
to
that's what we
say.
got now, and that is
Yeah,
important.
maybe.
Let's talk about that. Let's
Kinda
talk
like
about
an
the
office
potentials
chair.
and the possibilities.
It's the most comfy one
So
I got.
apparently
Maybe
there
one
were
of those
3
with the neck,
helicopters in a
you know,
conflict. Apparently, one of the helicopters had the president and
I'm all
the
up for
prime
open
minister
for
in it, and they were
suggestions.
heading somewhere, wherever. Okay, they were in the mountains in Azerbaijan. My understanding is there was extremely bad weather, and one of the helicopters went down. We don't know the details of it. A couple of notes on that. Number one, having been a person who's flown in helicopters before, when I was
My pick with Garland, I think I
had
put
our
it on
aviation
my
section
Twitter,
under
but I'd
the
have to
law
look
enforcement
back through
report. We had
everything.
2 helicopters that fly, the Hughes Bell Jet
I'll show you
Ranger,
sometime,
that
Mr.
flew
Wonderful, on
regularly,
another stream.
and I would go up in the helicopters. Here's the thing about helicopters: they scare the living bejesus out of me, because it always feels like, you know, you're ready to crash. It feels like you're standing up on a ladder, you know,
I
million
agree.
feet high, looking down. They're
Helicopters
horrifying.
don't seem
They're
natural.
very, very scary. But I used to have to fly in a helicopter, right? And I'd use it for transportation sometime if I was going from point A to point B. So I can tell you this, having done a lot of boating. Apparently there was what we call a whiteout, snow, right? So a whiteout in a boat, if you're in a boat, if you're out on the water, fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face. You know, I've been out in the fog where you can't see nothing. And I don't care what your speed is, it looks like you're sitting still. So fog just puts you like in the middle of nowhere in space. You can't see what's coming, right? Helicopters, if you're flying in a helicopter, I was a hovercraft pilot, same kind of thing. Snow gives you the same effect. It's a white, they call it a whiteout because you can't see anything. Can't see anything. Now, of course, if you're on a helicopter, you're going to be flying by electronics. So you should have your altimeter, you should have all that kind of stuff. The problem is in a mountainous region, right? When you're flying, your altimeter may give you your height above sea level, but it doesn't tell you if there's a mountain in front of you necessarily that's above sea level. So your altitude is X amount of feet, but there's a mountain sitting right here and you're way above sea level, so you can still slap into a mountain. You can descend because there can be a mountain with a plateau or a flat area here, and you can be coming down, down, down. Well, that little flat area or plateau is still 1,000 feet below sea level. So your altimeter tells you you're 1,000 feet up. You're still descending onto a plateau. There's all kinds of horrifying things that can happen when you're in a helicopter, even if you know what you're doing. And once you get a whiteout, once you get snow, it can go bad. So flying in a helicopter is dangerous. Flying in a helicopter in the mountains is dangerous. Flying in a helicopter in the mountains in a whiteout is extremely dangerous. So we cannot eliminate the possibility. One might even argue the probability, I would have to say, if these 3 factors exist, if in fact the people who perished were in a helicopter, we know that factor exists. If in fact they were in the mountains, we know that factor exists. If in fact it was a whiteout, snow, we're not sure, but we're pretty sure that factor exists. You got to go with that it was an accident first. That doesn't mean it was an accident. That means that is the greatest probability. Now let's go from there. There is also a possibility. One possibility is somebody could have shot it down with a shoulder-fired rocket, right? But keep in mind something. You got this shoulder-fired rocket. You look up, you launch in, or you lock in on your target. You fire this infrared, whatever. Okay, man-pad they call it, right? Here's the problem. Yeah, you're in a whiteout, so you can't see that. So how do you look up to see it? You know what I mean? So even then, it would be hard unless you had something that had radar that could pick it up in the whiteout. You know, something that had the level of electronics necessary to see this thing. It's possible it could have been shot down. Right now, I would view the probability is that it was an accident. It's possible. However, add this. It was in Azerbaijan. I think Azerbaijan has solid relationships with Iran. I think the fact that Azerbaijan has a strong relationship with Israel and that they have weapons deals wherein Azerbaijan is involved in the manufacturing of weapons, I believe drones, but I'm not 100% sure, with Israel, leads people to suspect that Israel would have the wherewithal inside of Azerbaijan to carry out this type of attack. But at this point, we don't have any information pointing to that. That would just be not fully blind speculation, but it would be speculation. So I don't think we want to go there. We just don't know. Because let me tell you something. As who was it that said Freud, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar? I'm a believer in that. You have to be suspicious, but you have to understand that there are times when there are accidents. So one thing I hate in the online community, and that is there are people that will never accept the fact that sometimes in our world things happen. That right now, if the leader of if Putin slipped on a carpet and broke his ankle, they'd be like, we knew it. The CIA was behind it, and they come up with an elaborate scheme, right? That doesn't mean the CIA wasn't behind it, but that doesn't mean also that it isn't foolish and irresponsible every time something happens to pretend before you get any information that you know exactly the cause. It's irresponsible and it is foolish. But we're online, people do that, so it is what it is. Let's continue looking at that, just like the Slovakian prime minister thing, right? When he first got shot, people were like, oh, it was, fill in the blank. And then, what do you think, Garland? And I said, I don't know, I'm waiting for more information, for more data. Am I suspicious? Yeah. Isn't it reasonable to say, even if it weren't some nefarious entity involved, that the Western constant attacks on Slovakian Prime Minister Fico, on Viktor Orban, on people like that, couldn't motivate crazy people to do it? So even if it was, if the U.S. intelligence people or Ukrainian intelligence people weren't involved, it would still be reasonable to say, look, you're always attacking this guy and these kinds of people, and you're going to drive crazy people to do this kind of stuff. So even if they weren't involved, you could make an argument, as does the mainstream media in the U.S. You could make an argument that their words cause violence. Remember when they went after Tucker Carlson and other people, AOC used this term, I forgot what it was. But what they said was, your words cause violence. These people are dead because of your words. It caused people to hate, fill in the blank, immigrants or whatever, because of Tucker Carlson's words or whoever's words. Therefore, he might as well have killed them. Well, if in fact you hold true to that line of reasoning, which I don't, but let's just say you do, you would have to then say, well, you guys verbally attack pizza all the time. So guess what? If Tucker Carlson's words caused violence towards an immigrant because he talked about immigration, then your words cause violence against these stuff because you always put him down and talk about he was some kind of a Russian bot and blah, blah, blah. Right? I think that's a reasonable argument to make. I don't agree that Tucker Carlson or anybody else's words, he can say go shoot an immigrant. So to me, you know, that's just a way to go after people who are not with the narrative that you want. I don't agree with Tucker Carlson on some things regarding immigration. I have a different perspective on immigration, a broader perspective that views immigration as an intricate part of imperial foreign policy to both weaken and destabilize regions of the world that have like nice resources that they want, and to introduce immigration into a society to dilute the labor pool and lower wages. Things are together. We're going to destabilize your country over here. Your people are going to come to our country. We'll have more low-wage workers, and we can lower to it. Now, who's at fault? Are the immigrants at fault? No, it still comes back to the ruling elite whose actions are causing this. And then they say you should blame the immigrants, bypassing their responsibility for the whole kit and caboodle. At any rate, I say all this to say that, to get back to this, I don't think Tucker Carlson is responsible for immigrants, but I do think that in a world where a war is going on between the U.S. and Russia, involving Ukraine as a mercenary entity, as a political tool, I do think it is arguable. I think it's logically arguable that the constant attacks on Fico, on Orban, could motivate some of these nutcases to go kill him. That being said, I'm not saying all that to say something ain't rotten in Denmark here. Something's real rotten in Denmark. What the hell? The guy goes to jail, and 2 hours after you arrest the suspect, think about that, someone is deleting his online communications. Specifically, he was talking to someone, and someone was saying things, and someone didn't want anyone to know who he was talking to and what he was saying. Now, I do believe that there are ways for governments to go to servers, and some of the data sometimes is left in servers. And so, but if it's intelligence, then let's say Google, you go to Google to get more information off their servers or something, right? Or WhatsApp, which is owned by Facebook, to get more information off of their servers. Well, if it was an intel operation, they're intricately connected to social media, to Google, to internet, online crap out of Silicon Valley. So it would be very suspicious if not only the information was deleted, but if the Slovakian investigation ran into a brick wall because either the servers at Google or some of these other places wouldn't give them the information they need, or they went to the server and it was gone from there too. So we'll see. It was, as they say, deleted to military specifications, right? Not just deleted off of hard drive, deleted off the servers. That it ain't nowhere.
Maybe I can make it. Maybe I can rally.
That would indicate a state or intelligence operation. And/or intelligence operation, but I guess a state and an intelligence operation, in fact, implies a state operation, doesn't it? So let's keep an eye on that. The Iranian chopper crash. Let's just hit the danger of that real quick. The danger is, worst case scenario would be that we found out that the Israelis were behind it, or let's face it, the U.S. Intelligence, because you know how Blinken and these crazies are. These people are insane. These people are sociopaths. These people, they don't care, right? So right now, based on the data that we have, I argue the probability is that it was just a crash. However, just remember, just like Fista, I started off by saying it appears that this was a lone gunman. I only said anything that said that based on the data that we have. Let's wait for further evidence. That was my position. Now, further information has come out that says I'm turning in a different direction, but I turn like a ship, right? I don't turn like this. Okay, well, we don't know. Aha, I know who it is now. I turn like this. We got a little data. What happens when you turn a ship? You turn the wheel. If you're even running a boat, right? You turn the wheel and you wait, and the boat slowly comes around, right? You turn a ship, right? You turn it and wait, and it slowly comes around. So when you go from point A to I don't know to, I think it might be this, make it a slow turn, not too quick. Don't just jump. Oh, I know what it is now. I mean, that's what the online community does. Online community is very responsive. I know what it was. And then like everything that happens, you know what it was, no matter what, right? We're not there. We're going to be more responsible. We're collecting our data. Started with feet stuff. Looks like a lone gunman. More data came out. What do you know? Something's awful funny here about deleting info after the guy's arrested. Think we got something here. So we're going to do the same thing right now. Looks like an accident. We'll keep our eyes and ears open, because if it was, my God, if Israel took out the leader of another country, that's casus belli, isn't it? That is, in fact, a declaration of war. How, at that point, does Iran not respond with overwhelming military firepower, right? How do they not pound the crap out of Israel if Israel slaughtered there? And do they pay back in kind? If in fact, just for a second, if it were Israel or Israel related that took this guy out, that would be number one, they attacked your consulate. Number two, they took out your president, your foreign minister. If that were the case, all of us got a big problem. I'll put it like this: buy some gas and store it in your, in your 5-gallon can that you use for your lawnmower. You might want to get a bigger can because the Middle East is likely to blow up at that point, and you ain't going to be able to get any gas. Oh, by the way, you ain't going to have a job anyway because the economy's going to crash. So bottom line is, let's keep an eye on that. Let's cross our fingers, to be honest, that it wasn't Israeli intelligence or Western intelligence, that that's going to complicate our lives greatly. And the other thing it's going to do is it's going to endanger our lives with World War III and etc. Right? So let's keep an eye on that. Another interesting article we're going to go to, last but not least. This is important. All right. Let me find it. Here we go. All right. And this is Ukraine has become a private mercenary company of NATO to fight against its opponents. This is at Orinoco Tribune. Interesting. Before we really talk about it, a lot of these questions are answered in the first couple of paragraphs, right? I didn't think about this, but it's brilliant. Okay. Ukraine has become a private mercenary company of NATO, which exists only to fight against NATO opponents, said Ukrainian communist and journalist Dmitry Kovalev, whoever, in an interview with Orinoco Tribune. Ukrainian MPs are saying that Ukrainian soldiers will later have to participate in other wars on the U.S. side for today's U.S. assistance. Simply put, they will go wherever the Pentagon sends them to suppress rebellious countries of the global south. Oh, gee. Almost sounds like ISIS. Militarily, the country is also completely dependent on arms supplies from NATO countries, he continued. Without them, the Ukrainian army would not last. In fact, the Russian Federation often emphasized in the media it is fighting a proxy NATO army, Ukraine being only the face of it, right? As for the Ukrainian army, quote, it's up to its neck in debt to the IMF and other Western countries. The country will never be able to pay off these debts. The NATO Secretary General recently said that if Ukraine does not win, there will be no point in rebuilding it. Interesting, isn't it? Hey, we're going to be rebuilding Ukraine. Ukraine can't possibly lose. They're going to win. Can't possibly lose. They're going to defeat the Russians. What happens if they lose? Screw them. You're going to rebuild it? Oh, really? Rebuild it? Yeah, right. I don't think so. We rebuild it. You got to be kidding me. That ain't, look. That ain't what Ukraine was for. That's not what they're for. I'll put it to you like this. When a person goes and buys a sex worker, shall we say, and purchases services from a sex worker, they ain't taking that sex worker home to wine and dine and marry them, take them out to dinner and buy them a new outfit and do all of those things that they would do for someone that they had emotions and feelings and love and camaraderie for. When they purchase the services from a sex worker, after those services has been executed, the sex worker is gone. They may say, I'm going to purchase services for the sex worker to do other things, whatever the case may be. But they ain't whining and dining them. They don't love them. They're just doing what they're getting a service, right?
I don't know about that. Some lonely people out
there. The U.S. is basically making Ukraine, the country of Ukraine, it's a political tool. It's a sex worker. They purchase Ukraine for a service.
I mean,
and the service is to die.
America's not lonely.
When
Ukraine,
it's a cannon fodder service. When Lindsey Graham said fight to the last Ukrainian, he gave up the ghost, man. He told everybody the truth. We're buying Ukraine.
Okay, I need to
from the
this
oligarchs.
car.
And when I say buying Ukraine from the oligarchs, here's what I mean. In the same way that during the feudal system, a feudal lord would buy land, and the land came with the peasants, and he could do with the peasants as he pleased, right? Those were his peasants. He owned the peasants. I bought a big 5,000 acre farm that grows whatever, and there's X amount of peasants on it working the farm. They're my peasants. I bought them with the farm to do what I want, right? Well, when the U.S. empire came in and bought off the oligarchs and bought off the power brokers in Ukraine, the people came with it, just like peasants. And they're like, okay, now that we've paid you and your money's going to keep coming, well, you know, we're going to do whatever we want. The oligarch said, sure. All right, we need cannon fodder. The oligarch said, of course. You're yours now. Do with them as they please. Just keep that money coming. Keep it coming. So the bottom line is this. That's what it is. The Ukrainian people have been purchased with the land of Ukraine bought from the oligarchs in the same way that a British nobility would purchase land that came with peasants. And when they're finished using the peasants for this, they'll use the peasants for something else. Hey, I need the peasants to shovel snow. Now I need the peasants to cut grass. Now I need the peasants to figure it out. I need the peasants to do things. And that's what peasants' jobs are. So I don't want to hear nothing else about it. They're my peasants. They'll do what the hell I tell them to do, right? What this guy's saying is if another war comes along and they need the Ukrainian peasants for the other war, they paid for them. They're their peasants. They'll use them, right? Let's continue. He also noted that due to draconian conscription laws, a large percentage of Ukrainian men do not hold regular jobs, as otherwise they would be drafted and sent to the front. Many people survive thanks to unofficial work. So you got people running under the radar. They're living off the grid. Technologically, they moved out of their homes. They're hiding in the basement. They're living somewhere because they know that they're cannon fodder. They know that they are peasants that have been purchased with the land, and their only value is to go to the front and catch a couple of Russian bullets and some shrapnel with their bodies so that they can keep this thing going until at least the election. That's their job, and they know their job, and they're hiding because they don't want to do it. And you know what? Kind of don't blame them. Moreover,
come on.
Many Ukrainians in the diaspora are making all possible efforts to get rid of Ukrainian citizenship and ties to the country.
How do you do that?
Yeah, because if somebody wakes up one day, hey, you're a Ukrainian citizen, are you? They're like, well, you can possibly go back to Ukraine and fight for the liberation of your country. Nah, I'm not Ukrainian, right? He commented, the pro-U.S. concept of the new Ukrainian state is so unsustainable that it requires Ukrainians to consciously sacrifice their lives, health, and property, but without offering anything in return, and instead cutting social payments. Close hospitals, schools, and businesses as part of the
Where to
force.
ramp
Exactly.
70 meters.
Because they were purchased as peasants along with the land. Look. When the landowner, the feudal landowner, bought that estate with the peasants, he wasn't building new things for the peasants. He wasn't building schools for the peasants. He wasn't raising the salaries of the peasants. No, the peasants' job was to work until they died and to have kids, hopefully as many as possible, so that you could keep this free gravy train going for the noble person that owned it. So the Ukrainians, their job is to die. The more the merrier, right? And people have to hide, and people outside of Ukraine are like, you think I'm going back to that hellhole? You got another thing coming, bro. I'm staying right here where I am in Canada, whatever, fill out the blank, right? And as he says, it's unsustainable. How long can you continue to simply use the country as a platform to go after Russia? At some point, the people in that platform are going to say, hey, what about us? Right? What about our lives? And the U.S. is like, yeah, what about your lives? Give them. They're ours. We own your lives, you give them. That's the concept. Look, what do you think Blinken went there strumming a guitar for? Blinken goes to Kiev, and they're like, oh my God, our feudal lord is here. And they're like, yeah, we're losing cities all over the place. Our everything's being wiped out. What do you have to say? Blinken, let somebody give me my guitar. Hey, I got some people like that. All right. Oh, thank God I'm a country boy. Oh, sun's coming up, and there's vittles on the grill. They're like, you're singing John Denver, for God's sake. Our people are getting killed. But actually, here's the thing. The people who were there with them were clapping. The people that were there were high-fiving. Yeah, bro, we're down. Because they understood. Look, we're living big. If you're in Kiev right now and you're sitting in a pizza joint, a high-class pizza joint with Tony Blinken, you're probably one of the oligarchs. You're one of the people who sold the peasants. You're not one of the peasants. Your son is in Berlin driving a Maserati. He ain't at the front. catching a piece of freaking shrapnel from a Russian artillery round, right? So that people that were there understood the game, and they're part of the game, and they're willing to sell out their people in their country. They sold them, from their perspective, fair and square. I sold you the people. I sold you the peasants fair and square. You come here. We're not here to say what's wrong, what's right. We're just here to say, play a guitar, make it good, sing and dance, eat some pizza, and then leave. Because, hey, you bought these people. They're done.
I know what to do now.
So this guy says, how do you view the war in Ukraine? He says, this is a civil war because of closeness of the two nations. Look. Think about this. That's what the U.S. does. The U.S. says, these Slavs, I want you to fight Slavs, right? The U.S. goes to, right now, Taiwan. They're Chinese people. U.S. recognized Taiwan as part of China. Hey, Taiwan, yeah, we want you to fight China. We want Chinese people to fight China. Hey, Korea, we want to set you up. We want Asian people to fight and kill other Asian people. We want Slavs to kill Slavs. We want Asian people to kill Asian people. It's always the same thing. Hey, we want a war between, we want to get, remember they were trying to build a Middle East NATO. We're going to bring the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia all together. Remember this? Saudi Arabia bombs Yemen. We want Muslims to kill Muslims. We want to go to Africa. We want Africans to kill Africans. That's always the game. What was the Nicaragua Sandinistas and the Contras about, right? The Sandinistas were basically the people. They kind of wanted a socialist government. If they wanted a socialist government, they had a right to whatever kind of government they want, right? As long as they choose it, it's theirs. But the U.S. said, no, you can't. You can only do what we tell you to do. So we're going to fund the Sandinistas, who were also Nicaraguans and a lot of indigenous. So what they did was, you get indigenous South Americans to kill indigenous South Americans. People around the world got to wake up and realize that's the U.S. game. Slavs kill Slavs, Asians kill Asians, Africans kill Africans, Muslims kill Muslims, the South American, indigenous, Latino, whatever you want to call them, kill that. That's the game, to sit back here and to play the grand chessboard, to play the piano, and then you play the guitar while they die. And that's the game. So here's the bottom line. I think what we're looking at here is a situation. We're gonna stop screen. Okay. I think we're looking at a situation wherein the game is kind of running out. Is it this one? The game's kind of running out for the U.S. in a lot of places. And in Ukraine, what's happening is this, more so than anything else. If we're honest about it, they're running out of Ukrainians, right? As if you use people for cannon fodder, at some point you run out of cannon fodder. Now, and here's the obvious question. If you listen to some of my old videos way back, what would I say? I said, yeah, the Biden team's going to be like, hey, how we fix for Ukraine? You remember, I used to say this like a year and a half ago. How we fix for Ukrainians? We're almost out. Oh my God, we're almost out of Ukrainians. Yeah, Romanians, Poles, maybe. We got some Frenchmen we can throw in there. Yeah, let me check. I think we got some. We'll throw them in the meat grinder next, right? It was let's fight till we run out of Ukrainians. We are almost out of Ukrainians. Okay, fair enough. We knew at some point we'd be out of Ukrainians. What do we got next? Who's next to go into the meat grinder? Poles? They're Slavs, aren't they? Yeah, it's time for them to go in the meat grinder. How about Romanians? And even the French and the Brits, right? The French and the Brits are down with that. The French and the Brits are like, yeah, we might have to send people in. Now, they're not really going to send people in. They want to bait in. They're like, here's the game. The French and the Brits are like, we might have to send people in. And we'll take the Ruskies out once and for all, right?
Thought I wanted the gaming PC, but I kind of like this, to be honest.
Russia-hating stupid, that they can just stoke that fire. And they can say, yeah, we might have to send troops in. And then like Lithuania and these Baltic postage-sized Baltic states.
Come on.
Russia will be like, yeah, we're in. We got 12 guys named Bob. Bob, and Bob. Get over here. You're going in to fight Ukrainians, right? So Lithuania, the Baltic states, they can put together a platoon amongst all of them, right? So they're going to put together their platoon, they got, 25 guys or something to go in, and then they're going to pump their fist. Yeah, we put together a contingent of soldiers.
Okay, let's see. All right, bathroom complete.
Let's go ahead and beat how many guys? Let me count. We'll go over. I can't see the other guy. 15, about 25, 30. Yeah, we got a pretty big contingent for our country. So we got 25 or 30 guys. They're going to go out and they're going to take them stupid Ruskies out. Right? And right behind us, the French and British, they're sending all kinds of people. They're behind us is something. Where the hell is the British go? French and British are home, buddy. They're sucking on tea. They're eating baguettes. They're cutting up pepperoni and cheese. And bad news, Lithuania and Romania and Poland, they ain't coming. The job works like this. Muslims kill Muslims. Asians kill Asians. Africans kill Africans. And Slavs and Eastern Europeans kill Slavs and Eastern Europeans. Your Slavs and Eastern Europeans understand what your job is. The UK ain't sending help. France ain't sending help, not in Eastern Europe. Your regions get stabilized, you get impoverished, and your people get massacred. Now, will they sue for peace at some point? Yeah, when they run out of Slavs. They're almost out of Ukrainians. So they're going to pump you up. Yes, sir, we're coming in. We're right behind you, Lithuania and Poland and Romania. We're coming in. But first, what we'd like you to do, because they're going to be like, hey, Macron and Sunak, when are you sending the people? Well, we're on the way. We're putting together our contingents, hundreds of thousands, millions of billions, trillions of soldiers. The Russians are going to get it now. But first, before we get there, while we're putting things together, we got a lot of work to do. We're building stuff, we're training people, we're ready. We got machetes that we're sticking in Russian dummies. Man, we're coming downhill at the Russians. But going to take us a few months to, get together, get everything together, iron everything down, So here's what we're going to do. If you could be so kind as to prep, our landing spots for us. If you could do the groundwork to set it up. We're coming. But first, we need Romanians and the Polish to go in, right? Smack them thinking Russians around. Because look, let's face it, we know the Russians are intellectually inferior. They got nothing. Are you guys scared of shovels? The Russians are fighting with shovels, for God's sake. Right here at the Times of London, read this article. The Russians are fighting with shovels. Oh, it's done, right? So here's what we're going to do. While we're preparing our hundreds of thousands of battalions to march into Ukraine and to slaughter the Russians, to mow them down like cordwood. While we're planning that, first, we'd like you guys to get together, the 25, 30 guys, whatever the hell you got. The Poles, I think they can get together 50. And we want you to get those guys in, right? And we want you to go right down the middle of down Broadway. We want you to make a big arrow and punch into the Russian army with a couple hundred guys. Punch right into the Russian army, cut through their lines, march to Moscow, put up the Lithuanian, Romanian, and Polish flag in Red Square, and we want you to physically grab the entire leadership of the Russian military and bring them back for us. At that point, we will then send our guys in, just as a mop-up operation. How's that sound? Now, of course, if you're in Lithuania and you're the president of Lithuania, it sounds great. Hey, what's that sound like? Awesome. We trust you guys. We know you'll be right behind us. And right behind you, all right, buddy. And then, after the last Romanian dies, Lithuanian dies, the whole Baltic states, all of their young men have gone into the meat grinder. Poland sitting over there, their young men have gone to the meat grinder. Nothing but women left. The entire Eastern Europe is nothing but women because all the men have been meat grinded. Then the West, you know what they'll do? The Western men will then run services. Hey, do you want an Eastern European bride? There's nothing but Eastern European brides everywhere. They're cheap. Get your European bride now. Go on your trip to Lithuania and blah, blah, blah. So you can meet Eastern European brides everywhere because there ain't no men. Oh, by the way, at the point that there's no Eastern Europeans left, the Russians, that they've all been thrown into the Russian meat grinder, they will then say, you know what, Russians, I think we need to start opening this friggin' pipeline up again, and we need to start doing some work. Now, the U.S. will say don't do it. There'll be changes of government in Europe. They'll kind of finish it off. So don't get me wrong. If it were up to the idiot leaders of Europe, I think they just march right into World War III, but I don't think it's that easy for them, because if they tried, I think a lot of the governments would just fall. The governments would fall. There is a contingency of people who are opposed to it, and that would just rise up and explode. So I think they would if they could. I always say if they could, they'd get away with it, they would. But I think the plan now, the obvious plan, is the cannon fodder contingency. Send in the Slavic cannon fodder until you run out of them. Because if you think about it, you probably got enough Eastern Europeans to last until they'll get you through the election, right? You got enough Eastern European cannon fodder to get past the election. That's all they're really trying to do, is get past the election. So, all right, thanks a lot, everybody. Let me look and see before I go if we got in the super chats, because I always answer the super chats. But if we don't, we won't. I ain't gonna worry about it. Not seeing any. If there is, I just want to make sure I answer anyone. Oh, here we go. I Am Legend Boxing says, people who think Ukraine can beat Russia never looked at a map. It would be like the United States versus California. Biden is now sliding them. Let's see. Ukraine is Russia's 26.5 times the size of Ukraine. Yeah, you are correct, sir. It takes a lot of propaganda to convince somebody that the army that defeated Hitler and Napoleon is going to fall to Zelensky. Yeah, right. Red chili pepper, thanks. Let's keep going. All right. Thank you, everyone. I think that's it that I can think of. Any more articles? I will say this. Here's something interesting. Let me just touch base on this before we go. We'll make it short. So, New Caledonia, that's a French colonial island in the Pacific. And basically, in a nutshell, France is freaking out because the people want the hell out from under France. Apparently, what happened is France is trying to pass a law that, you got the people of New Caledonia and a bunch of French people and other people who have moved there. And the people there, like people all over the world, want their freedom from French colonialism, right? And France is changing the law so the people who moved to New Caledonia can vote and have, vote in their elections, vote in their various.
I got 4 hours.
Clear it. So anyway, the French Parliament wants to make changes in New Caledonia's constitution that would give greater rights to French residents living on the islands, right? And so you've got the proposed changes to the constitution would add thousands of extra voters to New Caledonia's electoral rolls. Okay, so what they're saying is basically they want to change the law so that the French people who are there can vote, more French people can vote, and then basically what they want to do is this. New Caledonia, like so many other countries around the world, wants independence, and they want to change the laws so that they can quell that hunger for independence in New Caledonia, which is like off the coast of Australia, down that way. And here's the thing about it. Isn't it, again, we see the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy wherein the U.S. says we recognize Taiwan as part of China, but Taiwan wants independence, so China can't absorb Taiwan, can't unify with Taiwan because Taiwan wants and deserves independence, right? Okay. But overwhelmingly, the people in Taiwan, the numbers say that they don't want an independence movement because they know it threatens their security. Okay. Meanwhile, in New Caledonia, the New Caledonians, that's the right word, actually want independence. Pretty much, it's the people there, the indigenous people there, like, we want freedom from the French, right? Now the U.S. doesn't say, well, hey, just like Taiwan, they want independence and democracy and sovereignty, we got to give it to them. It's like, mum's the word. They're going to back France. The world sees that, particularly the global south, the African countries, the Muslim countries, the Asian countries. They all see that, and they realize something. Your support for democracy is contingent upon your geostrategical needs. If it benefits you, you're all for democracy and independence and sovereignty. If it doesn't, you'll literally overthrow the government and kill everybody and put in a puppet dictator. The world knows it. The world sees it. It's just another example of it. So I think the New Caledonia uprising is interesting. And it's interesting that people are there, they're burning it down, right? They're raising hell. They're like, we're not going to have it anymore. What does a country do when the people, what does a colonial power do when the people in the colony says, no more, no more? That's what's happening in Israel. It's the U.S. is a colonial power. It's got a front group, in my opinion, which is the Zionist Israel. And the people there are pushing back against settler colonialism. And the U.S. empire is utilizing brutal, genocidal tactics to put down the locals, the indigenous people who simply want sovereignty and freedom. And that's what people are upset about. And they want to make it about Hamas because that pushes us away from an intellectual, philosophical discussion about who has the right to that land historically, about if you're supporting democracy and freedom, how does that apply to the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine, right? And how does even democracy apply to Israel? You're saying we support democracy, but you're supporting a theocracy. That is anti-democratic. That says about half the people are Palestinian, whatever, about half the people are Israeli, but we're going to support a system wherein the Israelis have all the rights and the Palestinians have none, and the Israelis can utilize brutal methods to subject the Palestinians to their needs and wants. So again, the hypocrisy of empire. This is the hypocrisy of empire. The hypocrisy that the U.S. says, here's what's interesting. We support democracy and the free market system. This is what the U.S. says. We support democracy and the free market system, right? Meanwhile, they're trying to throw Trump. The incumbent party is trying to jail its leading opposition figure who is actually leading in the polls. But they support democracy. Meanwhile, Ukraine ain't a democracy. I mean, on and on and on. They don't. So the U.S. says we support democracy, but we don't practice it. The U.S. says you have to go to this free market neoliberal. They literally went to China and said this free market neoliberal capitalist system that we have, right? Neoliberalism. You got to do it. But oh, and might I add one other thing? They said we promote democracy, but the Americans don't have democracy anymore. It's an oligarchy. They said we support. The world needs to do neoliberal capitalism. That's the best system possible. Is neoliberalism, neoliberal capitalism. That's the best system ever. China, you need to do it. Russia, you need to do it. Everybody else, you need to do it. But the United States is racked by homelessness, racked by crime, racked by poverty and desperation. Might I add, all of those things go together. You will notice something about crime. That whenever there's poverty and desperation, crime goes up. I remember when I was in law enforcement, somewhere in around 2000, early 2000s, I was involved in this big forum, and they were talking about crime going up and going down and when it was. And I said, look, I brought in a chart. I said, here's the economy. Look at this. When the economy increases, when the economy's strong, crime always goes down. The numbers are there. When the economy is weaker, crime goes up. There are crimes of desperation. I will guarantee you this, if you look at drug use and addiction and things like that, when people get desperate, there are crimes of desperation, and drug and destitution and drugs and addiction and alcohol go up. When people don't have any outlet, they don't have any way to deal with the pain and the suffering. Their future is taken from them. Their present is taken from them. People act like we'll just add more police and we'll just beat the pound heads and we'll just use authority to force people not to commit crime. There's too many people. You can't do that. And you have to first, if you're going to stop crime, you've got to understand where it comes from. If you lower, I used to say when I was in law enforcement, it's a very, very rare thing for me to arrest a guy that's got a bachelor's degree and a college degree. It didn't happen a lot. I arrested a lot of poor people. Not that I went out and I just said, hey, a poor person. I'm talking about, for instance, when we got this crime group and they were stealing boats and outboard motors. We live near the water, and so Chesapeake Bay, they were going to people's backyards, stealing a little outboard motor, stealing a little 14-foot John boat, stealing a jet ski out of there, right? And they had this garage full of stuff. All this stolen stuff went there. Well, all of them were high school dropouts. All of them came from poor backgrounds. Go interview people in prison, interview people in jail. You'll find people with the worst, horrifying stories. Yeah, it makes you feel sorry for them when you start going to prisons and jails and start interviewing people, and you hear their stories. You're not going to hear, well, yes, we lived in a great house with a white picket fence. My dad was a lawyer, mom was a teacher, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yes, every day we had a dog and this and that. No, you're going to hear parents were addicts, parents were, teenage mothers that were addicted to this and that and blah, 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 that they were impoverished, they were abused, they were horrible and poor backgrounds. You're not going to find people. Do you see that on occasion? Yes, you do. But for the most part, there are people whose lives have been a living hell, and they end up out of pain, emotional pain. They are self-medicating with drugs from emotional pain, trying to find an escape from the horror and pain that they feel. and you don't have anything, and they don't care, and they got nothing to lose, and they're revolting against the society that threw them under the bus 40 years ago. And now what we're seeing is there are more and more people in that category. There's just more people in that category, so you're going to see more crime. But yet the U.S. is going to go around and tell everybody you should live with our system. You should use our system when we don't even execute the system of democracy, and our free market financialized system doesn't work for anybody but a select few. At any rate, I've rattled on long enough. Thanks a lot, you all. A couple of things, and that is, if you can afford it, PayPal, buy me a coffee, Cash App, you name it. Certainly, it would be appreciated. Anything you could do to help the channel. Follow me at rockfin.com/Garland Nixon. As you probably know by now, if you've been watching my show, Rockfin does not accept, doesn't play any advertisements. That's why a lot of people like it. But
building your online business?
All right, David Lynn.
Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform.
Check this. I love you. I love your channel. Don't get mad
Is
at
the
me.
banking sector in the U.S. facing a financial crisis,
playing
or is
games
everything
and listening
okay?
to you just
What are
like
the
I
major
would
risks that
normally.
the banks face today, and can they survive these risks? We'll be talking about these issues with our next guest, Christopher Wolf, Managing Director and Head of North American Banks at Fitch Ratings. Previously, he was an economic analyst at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. We'll be going over Fitch's most recent ratings and evaluations of the banking sector today. First, a word from our sponsor, iTrust Capital, an IRA that offers 35 crypto assets and the lowest trading fees in the crypto IRA space at 1%. If you'd like to learn more about the unique tax benefits you get from this IRA, click on the link down below, iTrust.capital/David, to learn more. And if you sign up using my referral link, you'll get $100 in signing bonuses. Christopher, welcome to the show. Good to have you today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. Let's start by talking about the big picture first and how the U.S. economy is affecting the banking sector, and we'll get into the specific sector itself. Now, last year, Fitch issued a historic downgrade of the U.S. sovereign credit. How is the deterioration, I would say, of U.S. Credit and the strength of the fiscal situation in the U.S. affecting the banking sector today?
Yeah, so that we did, as you noted, we did downgrade the U.S. From AAA to AA+ last year. That came from our sovereign team. Now, what that means for the banks, though, it didn't have a direct impact in terms of the credit ratings that we have on banks, because none of the banks were rated that high. So our highest rated banks would be AA-. So already a couple notches below that. There's always been a correlation or a tie-in between the strength of a sovereign and the strength of the banks within that jurisdiction. So, but it did influence how we view the operating environment for the U.S. banking sector. So we did actually downgrade what we call our operating environment, and that sets basically a cap, if you will, on how high a bank can be rated. So it had been AA. We lowered it to AA-. Now, again, because the highest rated banks would be JP Morgan, Bank of America, and a few others at AA-, that didn't cause any, there was no negative actions that carried through to them.
AA-.
But it does
What a
have an
slap
influence in terms of, sovereign creditworthiness always has an influence, always influences the banking sector ultimately.
Yes. So let's talk about the environment for the banking sector itself. I think before we get into the ratings themselves, let's talk about, I think, a question that's on everyone's mind. Are there any parallels today to 2008?
There's certainly, you can think of parallels. I think there's important differences when we think about what we saw in the GFC. I think, the lead up to the GFC, you saw a lot of growth, particularly in the residential mortgage sector. You saw a lot of financial engineering that was occurring. There's almost like at the time there was almost an absence of underwriting, particularly in the home mortgage space, but also probably true in commercial mortgage. I think a lot of that, the kind of undisciplined underwriting, I don't think that's really what we're seeing today. I think what we're seeing is challenges in terms of the interest rate environment, which has changed very dramatically in a very short span of time. I think you had the pandemic, that it started in 2020. all the fiscal and monetary, stimulus that was thrown. But now that as that starts to wane off, you're starting to see some of the challenges emerge. So I think you had a different set of circumstances. It doesn't mean that there won't be problems. I just don't think we see the same kind of dynamics as we saw in the GFC, which was, I think, reckless lending.
And we will talk about the commercial real estate sector in just a bit, because I know the regional banks are exposed to that sector. But overall, then, if you were to evaluate the state of housing in America overall, are we seeing similar signs of 2007, which is to say that a bubble may be appearing and popping on the horizon?
Not in our view. So I think, especially when you think about the banking sector, so a lot of the mortgage origination activities are actually migrated out of the banking sector. A lot of it, is in the non-bank or unregulated part of the sector. The banks themselves, the underwriting has been in residential mortgage is a lot stricter. So under Dodd-Frank, there's a lot of things that have changed. So we don't see those same kind of dynamics in terms of underwriting. Now, to the extent that the housing prices might be overvalued or undervalued in some markets, certainly that could be true. But we don't see that. That's not really an area that we think is a real area of concern for the banking system at the moment.
Okay. Now, in December of 2023, Fitch issued a report, and I'll just read one paragraph of this report. It says, fallout over higher for longer interest rates will continue to pressure liquidity and margins for U.S. banks in 2024, underpinning the maintenance of a deteriorating sector outlook, according to Fitch Ratings in its Outlook report. So first of all, Fitch was correct in calling for higher for longer. We haven't seen a rate cut yet. But so far, has the deterioration of the sector played out more or less as you had expected back in December?
Largely. I would say largely it has been playing out as we thought. So we assumed that rates were going to be higher for longer. They have been. The prospects of rate cuts in 2024 continue to diminish. Doesn't mean they can't happen. But the likelihood has been marked down, at least in the markets. So we think banks have to contend with what will be a higher for longer environment, and that has had some implications. But so far, we haven't been surprised by what we've seen.
What does this mean for the health of the balance sheet of these banks? Are they able to sustain higher rates for longer?
I think it depends on if rates kind of stabilize here. Then I think the answer is yes. I think if inflation remains out of bounds in terms of what policymakers are aiming for, and that forces them to continue to march rates up, I think that's going to create even more challenges for the banking sector.
Okay.
That's not our view at the moment. We think rates are probably settled out, but I think if you take a view that rates can continue to march up, I think there's a different that will create some new challenges.
But your base case scenario is that rates will remain the same for now?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, please continue.
No, I think our forecast is there's still scope for rate cuts, just to be fair. But if that doesn't happen, I don't think that would, in and of itself, create new challenges.
Would a rate cut immediately translate into lower consumer lending rates, for example?
Not necessarily. I think it takes a little time for that to feed through. So I don't think that a rate cut, even a 25 basis point cut, will matter all that much, other than psychologically signaling that rates aren't going up.
Well, there is, the banking sector aside, there is this concern that consumers are not able to withstand higher rates for longer. If you take a look at data from the St. Louis Fed, for example, delinquency on credit cards has been rising. It's now currently at 3.16%, which is the highest it's been since, I believe, 2012. We're now past the pre-pandemic level, just about. And this is an interesting and possibly worrying trend. Can you comment on why this level of delinquency rate has been rising?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty clear, with all as consumers spent down all their fiscal stimulus, you're kind of back to where many were pre-pandemic. So you're starting to see pre-pandemic behavior again in terms of delinquencies. We would say, like, during the pandemic, delinquencies and loss rates were unsustainably low because of all that. So I think if you look at the 2020 to 2022 delinquency and loss rates, I think you get a distorted view of what the underlying credits really were. So I think they were artificially low, and now they're going back to kind of a more normalized level, which is what we think will happen.
Why do so many people accept declining vision as a sign of aging when there's a Nobel Prize winning technology?
It's interesting because personal income has been rising in recent data points. So the latest personal income data came in at 0.5% higher in March. Personal consumption expenditures also rose by 0.8%. The data reflects an overall rise in consumer spending. So why are we getting this dual picture of consumer spending a little bit more, at least in the last month of data reported, while also delinquencies on credit cards rising? Is this a little bit strange to you?
A little bit, but at the same time, I think the rising, was in some ways just a more return to normal in terms of what I think, you would normally expect in terms of delinquency rates. So I think, and I do think there was probably, some underwriting that occurred in the pandemic, which, may have been a little bit looser in some of the consumer sectors, which has now probably been tightened up.
Are you then assuming or expecting consumer delinquencies to stabilize at current levels or deteriorate even further?
I think they have scope probably to deteriorate a little bit further from where they are. So if you look at, say, lagged loss rates, so just basically taking the credit cards that originated today, but apply the current delinquencies and loss rates to the balances that existed, say, 9 months ago. Because credit cards, the first day is, everything's performing. It takes a little while for the losses and the delinquencies and the losses to show up. So, we do think that there is some scope for some of that to march up a little bit, but we don't think it's going to get, significantly higher from where we are.
So ultimately, then, do you think that delinquencies will present a major challenge for banks in the sense that they'll have to write off more bad debts and affect their valuations?
No, in the sense that under the accounting models that now exist, under the current expected credit loss accounting, they should already be reserving for that. So we shouldn't expect to see that really eat into profits more than it already has. So the banks have been reserving in accordance with their kind of expected loss
Underworld
assumptions.
chest.
Okay. I'll talk about the difference in the health of larger banks versus smaller banks now. Starting off with this report that was released by Fitch in March of this year, liquidity coverage of uninsured deposits declined noticeably at U.S. banks in 2023, particularly among smaller banking institutions. The report later goes on to say, however, despite this trend, Fitch's analysis reveals no evidence that larger banks with assets exceeding $100 billion that overwhelmingly relied on uninsured deposits have reduced their liquidity to concerning levels. Can you describe the differences overall, first of all, in liquidity levels of larger banks and smaller banks, and just generally speaking, the health of these two different sectors?
Sure. So, I mean, what we're thinking about is what's the cash on hand and the securities that can be immediately monetized if they need to be, and so looking at that, and that was I think a big challenge for some of the bank. When we think back about the bank failures that occurred last year, was that there just wasn't enough liquidity to handle the level of deposit withdrawals. So when we think about the bigger banks, liquidity seems to be very much in line. We don't see a lot of the outliers, which SVB, Signature, First Republic were material outliers on a number of fronts. Now, when we look at some of the smaller banks, and we don't rate many of the banks that would be on the smaller side, we do think that liquidity has gotten tighter for them. Even relative to like pre-pandemic levels. So I think we wanted to call that out. But at the same time, those banks are generally very small and wouldn't be systemic like an SVB or a Signature or First Republic.
Okay. So generally speaking, then, if you were to evaluate just overall the liquidity condition of smaller regional banks, are they in distress right now?
I don't think distress is the right word. I think that probably overstates. I think they are probably in okay position. It's just that they're mostly deposit funded institutions. They don't have a lot of wholesale other borrowings. But you are seeing more reliance on, say, what we would say broker deposits or time deposits. So you're seeing that occur, and that has a cost to it. So those are just more expensive ways of funding the balance sheet, and that will eat into margins. But I think the liquidity position is probably okay.
I think for a lot of consumers and small businesses, they're wondering whether or not A, regulations for capital requirements will change for banks, and B, whether or not the loan to reserve ratio will change, thus negatively impact the amount of liquidity for consumers out there.
So let me take your first question is around capital. I think the short answer is capital will probably change. I think the big question is how, by how much, and that we don't know. So I think the capital proposal came out last year, met with a lot of opposition from a lot of different parties, and so I think that's been in limbo. And I think Jay Powell's testimony and Michael Barr's testimony recently indicated that there will be substantial changes to whatever comes next. We don't know what that means. We don't know when that will happen, but we suspect there will be some change in capital rules, and that will probably, the direction of travel would be more capital. So I think, we'll see where that lands, but I think that, the direction of travel is pretty clear there.
Mm-hmm.
And then on your second point about loan, I'm not sure if I understand the...
Will there be fewer loans available as a result of tighter regulations around liquidity and loans going forward?
The potential exists. So depending on how the capital rules ultimately settle out, that could drive, credit availability. In particular, say, particular segments of lending. So if you think about Dodd-Frank, as we, in terms of what that did for a residential mortgage, that's why so more of the mortgage origination market has migrated outside of the banking system. So it has the ability, it could move who does the credit. So I think the credit could still be available, but it may not come from your traditional commercial banks.
Look at these humans, just walking past a chance to save nearly $750. Hey, you! Look, here! Look at this!
Overall then, since Dodd-Frank, have you noticed any...
Let's try something else. Let's go back to Garland. Try again.
Well, in a recent interview, President Raisi's chief of staff seems to cast some doubt on the official story of what happened in the helicopter's final moments, what happened that caused the crash. So he sat down with the Iran News Network and did an interview. He was the chief of staff of President Raisi. He was in the convoy. There were 3 helicopters that were traveling together. He was in the chopper behind the one that went down, and he describes in this interview what led up to the moments before the crash. And it's a bit suspicious. Even he seems to be a bit suspicious about it. The interview's in Farsi, so we're not going to play the interview for you, but I'm just going to read from The Cradle. Actually did a great translation of the interview, and I'm just going to read from their translation. So again, he was traveling in a 3 helicopter convoy. He was one of the 2 choppers that reached their destination safely. So here's what Ismaili says. He says, after our noon prayers, we departed toward the direction of Tabriz. The weather was clear. There was no weather condition to be worried about. After half an hour of being in the air prior to reaching the Sungan copper mine, there was a small patch of clouds. The interviewer says, so there was no fog? And Ismaili says, no, not at all. There was fog on the ground, but not up in the air where we were advancing with the helicopters. However, in one small compacted area, there was a small patch of clouds above a cliff. In terms of height, this cloud was the same height as our flight's height. It was there that the now martyred helicopter pilot, who was also the commander of the fleet, told the rest of the pilots to ascend above the clouds. We were 3rd behind the president's helicopter. We rose above the clouds and advanced for approximately 30 seconds. Our pilot suddenly realized that the main helicopter carrying the president was missing. Interviewer, you didn't see the helicopter anymore after ascending? Ismaili says, yes, exactly. After ascending above the clouds, we didn't see the main helicopter. The ascension itself didn't feel difficult or hard. Sometimes when we use the plane, we feel turbulence, but we didn't feel anything at all inside the helicopter this time when ascending. After we ascended, there were no other clouds. Interviewer. So beyond this, there were no weather forecasts mentioning any disturbances in the weather to make it unsafe? Ismaili. No, there wasn't any. Shortly after, we were able to see beneath us, and there were no clouds anymore, and we had reached the area of the copper mine. We realized, however, that our pilot was making a U-turn suddenly, so I asked him why. He said that one of our helicopters was missing. We estimate that they made an emergency landing because we also have no radio contact with it anymore. So I asked him, when was the last time contact was made? The pilot answered, 1 minute and 30 seconds ago when the pilot told us to ascend above the clouds. Our pilot circled around the area a few times, but the area with the cloud patch was also invisible to us, and it was too risky to enter. We failed several times to make any radio contact. We were forced to land after 30 seconds at the Sungan copper mine to investigate. During the flight, we had continuous phone calls with the passengers, including the bodyguard, Mr. Abdalhayan, the governor of East Azerbaijan, and the Friday Imam of Tabriz. However, we tried calling all of them without luck. After some tries, calling the cell phone of the captain accompanying the president, someone picked up the phone. It was Ayatollah Hashim, the Friday Imam of Tabriz.
What's the next one?
He told us that he was not feeling well. He didn't give us anything special. I asked him what exactly had happened. He told us that he didn't know what had happened. And when asked about his whereabouts, he said that he didn't know. He only described what he could see, described to us what he saw, for example, how he was surrounded by trees. I asked him about the condition of the others. The Ayatollah replied that he's alone and couldn't see anyone else, and he's alone. Copper Mine had good facilities such as ambulances and the necessary vehicles. We formed a team to search for them. We also requested immediate emergency help. So what people are pointing out about this interview is sort of how odd it was, that the reports had been that there was a lot of fog, that it was just bad weather, that helicopters shouldn't fly in bad weather, that they often, there's a crash that could happen if they fly in bad weather. But now he's saying, no, there was no fog, there was just a cloud, and the pilot of the helicopter said, go above, and yet even though they were going above, for whatever reason, that particular helicopter carrying the president and the foreign minister did not go above and instead crashed. Now, obviously the pilot that told the others to go above the clouds, so this is kind of, it's a different version of the story, first of all, than what people were thinking. They were thinking inclement weather, bad helicopter, flying in inclement weather, not a great idea. And so they're thinking that's what caused this crash. But now with knowing it was just a patch of clouds, these guys fly around clouds all the time. The fact that the pilot ahead, it wasn't like he didn't see the clouds and he told the others, yeah, fly above these clouds. The question then is, why didn't he fly above the clouds? So there's a couple of possible responses. Of course, there's the idea that this was somehow plotted and planned and that they were trying to take out this president. But the pilot died too. So why would the pilot commit a suicide mission? Well, okay, there's a lot of reasons why a pilot might. There could be some incentives for his family. He might be a suicidal person. He might hate the president. Who knows what all the reasons why people commit suicide missions. And we see that hijackers of planes often are doing it and wanting to take the entire plane with them. So there could have been something along those lines. But then the question is, how would he have known there would have been clouds? Or did he just take the first opportunity when there were just a patch of clouds and said, okay, this is it. I'm going to fly the chopper into these clouds and hit the cliff. And there's no way he could have known that the clouds were there or planned the clouds to be there. Of course, he can't manipulate the weather. But there's some questions there. The other possibility is he warned the others, but Ismaili is saying that the warning wasn't frantic. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary. So it wasn't like he was saying, oh no, I flew into the clouds and now I'm going to hit a cliff. So you guys fly above. Mayday, mayday. It wasn't, the report by the chief of staff doesn't seem to be that way. But that would be one possibility, that he was warning the others and he just didn't make it up in time. And he hit the hill. So, there are though, but in this investigation, of course, whenever a president and a foreign minister and others have been taken out in this tragic way. Not taken out, but they died or they were taken out, right? You have to investigate this. And the attacks on Iran had been increasing. They had been more significant from the United States taking out Soleimani, from the Israelis attacking the embassy and going after others. There's been a lot of attacks. And there were also some reports that were floating around prior to this happening that Israel was planning on another attack on Iran, but this time bigger than, taking out some leaders and an embassy. Well, this certainly was bigger than that. So that is leading to some suspicion with those reports that had been circulating around. Not sure how verified those reports were, but they certainly were circulating on social media prior to this event happening, that sources had said that Israel was looking to do another attack. Again, don't know how valid they are, but it is certainly suspicious when then there's this attack or this event that happens. So, we're going to continue following this story and continuing to follow, was it just inclement weather and it was just an accident? Accidents happen. Kobe Bryant also died in a helicopter crash. There was no conspiracy there. But also Kobe Bryant wasn't the leader, the president of a nation that is being pointed at as being the harbor of all terrorism in the Middle East, or the perpetrator, the supporter of all terrorism in the Middle East. Kobe Bryant certainly is not that guy. So there's more reason to be suspicious and more reason to look into this. But that is the latest interview that had come from the president's chief of staff. And it is a bit suspicious. It's a bit different than than thinking, oh, it was just fog and this terrible weather and, it just, helicopter went down. All right, guys. We're going to move on with the show. We do have Rob Aurora, the interview that we actually ended up recording last night. We're going to air that for you now. So I'm going to say goodbye to you. We're just going to play this interview and we're going to be done for the night. We will be back tomorrow with another great show. We will not be here, however, on Monday. It is Memorial Day, so we're off. So I hope you guys have a really great long weekend. But we'll be back tomorrow night with another great show.
I'll be working at Walmart
Pacific,
on Memorial
8 p.m.
Day.
Eastern. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Living the
now we're going to
dream.
talk to Rob Aurora. We're going to play this interview for you where he did just a bombshell report on a new safety signal that came out from the FDA's their own study. They put out their own study just not long ago, less than a month ago, showing that 2 to 5-year-olds have an increased incidence of seizures after the COVID-19 vaccine. You'll definitely want to hear what Rav has to say. Thanks, guys, for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim Iverson Show, which you could catch just by heading to that link down below, KimIversonShow.com. You can watch the full show from what you just watched, or you can catch the full show live Monday through Friday, live streams, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern at KimIversonShow.com. See you then. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Never miss an episode. Never miss a clip. Never miss a segment. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's put Garland back on. A long one. I don't have to mess with.
Drinking warm water before bed balances blood sugar levels and reverses type 2. Thousands of people are apparently regaining control of their blood sugar every night as they sleep by adding one unusual ingredient to a glass of warm.
Hello, Garland Nixon here with Latham Maroof. Man, we got a lot to talk about now. That's all. Hello, Garland Nixon here, and I am with Latham Maroof. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of things at one time, but I just finished another stream, so I'm trying to get that all cleaned up. We got lots to talk about. Let's start by saying this. Rumble, we're having trouble streaming to your destinations. The stream was ended, deleted on the destination. It looks like the hell's happening? I don't know. Well, if we're on Rumble, we're on Rumble. If we ain't, we ain't. Let me see.
Oh, sweet. Caleb's live. Let's do Caleb.
Who knows? Yeah, it is what it is.
All right.
We'll give it a shot. We'll upload it later. Forget it. All right, we got important stuff. We got bigger fish to fry right now than whether we're on Rumble this very second. Don't forget, before we get started, Laith Maroof has a great website. It's freepalestine.video, freepalestine.video, where they do a lot.
It's not just about politics. It's a much deeper problem. It's a...
And make it 2x.
Hey everybody, welcome. I am so glad to be here with all of you tonight. We're going to have yet another late night conversation. A little bit of a different style tonight, but it'll be good. I'm glad that you all are here. Let's do it.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are living can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power. We know the racism is the back. Everything will be all right if everything was put back in the hands of people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty. We got to start getting out there with people.
Get out of the movement and get to the mask. We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. I am so glad to be here with all of you tonight. I am absolutely pumped, but I'm also very tired. I've had a very busy day. I was on RT a lot, and I had to run out to Queens to get... Here it is. I have hundreds and hundreds of copies of this. My living room is full of boxes. I went out to Queens, and yeah, there are many copies of the pamphlet here. And I'm very happy about it. And tomorrow night, me and Peter are loading up, and we're heading to DC, and we're going to be distributing these pamphlets at the Libertarian Party Convention on Saturday. Carl the Trinket Man, my hat off to you for your help. Peter Coffin, John McCarthy, everyone who helped make this happen. Steve, the layout guy, who did this beautiful cover design. Wow, we did it, and here it is. This pamphlet is finished, and I feel so happy about it. Do you believe in growth? That is the name of the pamphlet. Do you believe in growth? Why Russia and China keep rising while U.S. society stifles innovation? So, it's very good, and I'm very happy that we have it. It's been a long day. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm happy. I'm happy that we have this pamphlet. And so basically what I decided to do for tonight, since I'm pretty tired, is I am going to read the pamphlet to you and show you the pictures. I'm just going to read this to you for my opening remarks. That will be what I do. That's what I'm going to do for tonight. If you have any super chats, I will answer them afterwards. Not sure how long it is going to take me to read this, but I will. I will read it. And then I will do the roll call, and then after that, I will answer your super chat questions. And then I'm going to bed because I'm exhausted. I have a headache, and I got to be up early in the morning because I got another full day and packing up to DC. And yeah, this is for real, folks. And I am very happy because I feel like the message in this pamphlet. I mean, I wrote it for the most part, but Peter made some amazing edits and contributions. A lot of very helpful feedback, like Carl Trinket Man and others. And we really put together something special. It was a collective effort, and this is the message that I very much want to get across to people right now. This is what people in America need to read, specifically libertarians, specifically conservatives, specifically the bulk of America that is not impressed with the whole woke thing. But even the woke people could read this. This is what humanity needs to read. I must say, I am very thrilled. This printer that we found, you might spend thousands of dollars printing 100 of these, but we got a very good deal. I'm very happy about that. We've got many of these to distribute, and I hope that this is the first of many printings. I hope that we reprint this over and over again. We just saturate all political spaces with this. Now, we're going to be putting out a book version for Amazon. This is only 41 page pamphlet, but we've got a couple other pieces that we're going to add to it and make a full-length book version that will go on Amazon. But this is what we're mass producing this for distribution, and it is a pamphlet. I thought it would be saddle stitched with the staple, but it ended up being a small-sized book, which, hey, for the price we got, that's tremendous. So I'm very grateful to the printer. So as I said, if you guys have anything you want me to answer, any super chat questions, by all means, send them in, and I will answer them after the roll call. Same for Rumble Rants, obviously. And I am just going to read this pamphlet from beginning to end, so that you know what is in it, because I think this is a great contribution. I'm thinking we're probably going to add the text to the CPI website and the PDF, so you can download it, print it yourself if you want. This is what people need to hear, and this is the CPI message put concisely into one place. So I am, and it's intended for mass distribution. I got boxes and boxes of them. My living room is full of cardboard boxes, and this is really great. So, all right, here we go. Do you believe in growth? Why Russia and China keep rising while U.S. society stifles innovation? A message from the Center for Political Innovation. And keep in mind the super chats, keep them rolling in. I will answer people's questions at the end. So there we go. Growth is good. This should be common sense. It is completely healthy and normal to want to see things improve in your life. It is completely healthy and normal to want a more comfortable life, to provide better for your family, to see things in your community get better, and to take pride in your achievements. Growth isn't just about money. Sure, seeing a rise in your income is great, but growth is about much more than that. Human beings are tool-making creatures. While other species merely interact with their environment, we force the environment to serve us. The whole history of humanity is a story of constantly reinventing our relationship with nature and reaching a higher plane. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 7,000 or 8,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones, and artificial intelligence. Humanity is a creative species, constantly striving to expand its population, lengthen its life expectancy, and make living conditions more comfortable. Growth defines humanity. So why does it seem like a contrary message is being blasted everywhere these days? Why does despair, hopelessness, and pessimism seem to be seething throughout Western civilization? Why is degrowth suddenly trendy? What has gone wrong? There's one section of the world where growth is everywhere. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres remarked, "Every time I visit China, I am stunned by the speed of change and progress. You have created one of the most dynamic economies in the world while helping more than 800 million people lift themselves out of poverty. The greatest anti-poverty achievement in history. Since 1949, 850 million people have been lifted from poverty. 70% of the world's poverty reduction has been achieved by the Communist Party of China. China has high-speed trains that can go over 200 miles an hour. China continues to send spacecraft to the far side of the moon to retrieve samples used in fusion energy research, paving the way to a higher energy source than fossil fuels." I have a graphic here of one of the high-speed trains in China. China is centralizing its fusion energy research with the goal of creating the industrial prototype fusion reactor or artificial sun by 2035. China is not alone. Despite devastating sanctions and attempts to isolate the country, the IMF admits that Russia's economic growth continues to expand. Oil exports have held steady, and the state is using oil revenue to expand the industrial base. Russia is experiencing an agricultural boom, now the leading exporter of wheat. Russia responded to sanctions imposed by 2014 by rebuilding its farming system. The Economist proclaimed in 2018, Russia has become an industrial and an agricultural powerhouse. The growth continues. By 2030, the production of Russia's agricultural sector is expected to increase by at least 1/4 compared to 2021, while exports should rise by half, the Russian president recently explained. Russia is also supplying fertilizer to African countries. The explosion of growth that is happening in Russia and China is going global. In October of 2023, a publication of Boston University described China's global infrastructure projects, quote, "Go big or go home." Go big or go home. That seems to be the mantra of China's decade-long effort to finance infrastructure projects around the world. An airport in Pakistan, a high-speed train line in Indonesia, a port in Ethiopia, Africa's longest suspension bridge in Mozambique. The article went on to explain, between 2013 and 2021, China provided at least $331 billion in financing to an array of countries largely in the global south. African countries have received $91 billion. The Center for Strategic and International Studies described Russia's expanding economic relationship with Africa. Trade revenue between Russia and African countries almost doubled from $9.9 billion in 2013 to $17.7 billion in 2021. Grain exports are of particular importance, as nearly 30% of Africa's grain resources come from Russia. Moscow's leading trade partners in the region are countries in North Africa, particularly Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco, which together account for approximately 67% of Russia's total trade with the continent. Moscow mainly exports wheat, coal, refined petroleum, and electronics to these states, while importing fruits, sugar, and vegetables. Asil Toji of the Norwegian Nobel Institute contrasted the pessimism and confusion rising in the West with the explosion of growth and optimism happening in the East. In the West, the current times are often seen as a time of uncertainty and fears. This is Asil Toji. This agonizing over the future. And we often forget that for many others, especially on the Eurasian continent, this is a golden era. And in the Eurasian continent, we're seeing a lot of power accumulating. We're seeing roads, cities, train networks snaking through the post-Soviet wilderness and creating a fabulous amount of wealth and dynamism. And this is also happening globally. We are living through a time of great technological progress, a time of engineering marvels that have been unsurpassed by human history. This short book will help you understand the problem and what can be done about it. This section, let's talk about woke. The caption with this picture is, "Over the past decade, the rise of a certain pessimistic worldview, commonly called woke, has been hard to ignore." We've got a woke person on the screen. Let's talk about woke. There's a group of very obnoxious people in society these days, and many of us find them very annoying. They always want to remind you of how good they are. Whatever the latest trendy social media cause is, whether it's Black Lives Matter, Stop Trump, abortion, transgender rights, you can be sure that they are all over it. While these issues might genuinely matter to them individually, at the widespread level, we're talking about the primary driving factor is being good, correct, and beating everyone else. And so they really want you to be wrong. They hope to discover that you are somehow a bad person. Talking to them is frightening because they listen to every word you say, hoping to correct you, and thus prove themselves to be better. In their minds, being a good person means constantly exposing, denouncing, and disavowing others. The more they call out others, the better they feel about themselves. But their obnoxious traits go beyond excessive political correctness. They often have needlessly large amounts of body piercings, gaudy hair colors. They classify themselves as some obscure sexual or gender identity, and openly discuss mental health issues. Being different is fine, but doing anything and everything specifically to inflict oneself onto others is not simply being different. But to be different is to be good. And how will anyone know if no one can see it? Their desire to prove their goodness is compounded by a self-indulgent quest to advocate for their unique identity and experiences like religious mission work. They believe no one has ever suffered as they have, and they constantly seek to win in what some jokingly call the oppression Olympics. They see themselves as victims on a personal journey of rediscovering and discovering once again their victimhood. They believe being a victim is great because victims are good. Moreover, the victim label functions as moral justification for their expressions of rage, regardless of who is on the receiving end. However, their explosive rage is actually a way to cope with and mask a misanthropic hopelessness that's hiding just below the surface. When they're not exploring their perceived victimhood or lashing out at those who might they see as privileged, they view the world and their fellow human beings with contempt. They believe that there is no future. But the planet is boiling over, resources are running out, and it's human beings' fault. In their eyes, we are a cancer on the planet. They see the future as bleak. They believe they can prove their goodness by using low-flush toilets or riding bicycles instead of driving cars. To punish society and tell everyone what else they're doing wrong, they may even vandalize prominent works of art or scream into social media, but it doesn't do much good. All of this makes perfect sense if one believes that the future is dark and hopeless. This leads to a cycle: rage when you have the energy, and stew in self-doubt when you are too tired to rage anymore. And of course, there's always a great pastime to distract from self-hatred: drugs. Whether it's magic mushrooms, ecstasy, cocaine, opioids, marijuana, or just good old-fashioned alcohol. If they say they're going on a spiritual adventure to learn about themselves, it is definitely not a habit or a problem. If they end up harming themselves or committing suicide, it's seen as evidence of their oppression, garnering more sympathy from a world they believe doesn't understand their hardships. Apparently, we're all going to die anyway. There's no future for our racist settler colonialist civilization, founded on preserving cisgender heterocentric patriarchy, so why not just numb the brain and enjoy the ride? Perhaps the worst thing: nothing stokes their rage more than seeing people take care of themselves and striving to succeed or innovate. Exercise and physical fitness trigger them. People starting their own business or getting excited about new projects must be shut down. How dare these people be optimistic? How dare they be happy? How dare they not share the hopelessness and resentment that define their world? If someone is confident, fit, optimistic, happy, or working towards something good, they must be stopped. They must be labeled as fascist or somehow a bad person. Such people finding fulfillment in their lives, working to achieve goals, and having meaningful relationships with others cannot be allowed. Everything must be done to stop them at all costs. Yes, they are willing to suddenly collaborate with people they deem toxic, including the U.S. government, the police, and the military, if it means shutting down some confident, happy person out there. If they can take down someone who exudes a different vibe, that is one of the most important victories that they can achieve. They might feel good for a day or even a week, but it's inevitably back to the same old hopeless cycle. It's not just about politics. That's the next section. We've all seen this type of person. It's not just about politics. It's a much deeper problem. It's a mindset that is being actively pumped out and cultivated at the highest levels. As people who want the best for ourselves, our families, our country, and our community, we are repelled by it. But if we are honest with ourselves, we have our own share of it inside. We all do. What makes us different from the pink-haired menace is that while they embrace it, we are fighting against it. It might be harder on some days than others, but we are actively trying to suppress this pessimistic, destructive, rage-filled, depression-prone sentiment. When we see the woke people, they horrify us. However, when they aren't attacking us or making our lives unpleasant, we have to admit we kind of feel sorry for them. They are useful in a way, as a negative example. This is what we would become if we ever gave up the fight. If we surrendered to the part of our minds the social media apparatus and the richest and most powerful people are trying to pump out, we would be just like them, miserable, determined to make others miserable, repugnant, unpleasant, and hopeless. We don't want to be that, and we know that. As hard as it might be, we have made a commitment to ourselves not to be this way. We have realized that probably the most useful thing and not collapsing into this state of being is other people. We need our beliefs. We need our community. We need our family. As much as we might get annoyed with people around us, as much as we might disagree with them or be disappointed by them, we need them. We just need other people. We need something to believe in. Next section, Eurasia is rising. Everything cannot be a lie. Everything cannot be a fraud. Truth has to exist. And we need truth with which we can build, we can stand with other people, and with those other people we need to build. We need to create. We need to perform. We need to beautify the world. We need to improve things. We need to help people. We need to feel a sense of satisfaction that comes from making a contribution. It's not about making money. It's not about getting a better reputation. It's about taking the world around us and exerting our effort to improve it.
Hey, you're back,
we want living standards for the people in our community to go up. We want the level of material comfort and technological advancement to increase. We want people to live longer and have more children. We want life to be easier and more comfortable.
What
we want
level
hope,
am I?
we want community, we want truth, and we want
4.5
growth.
levels to go.
The mindset that you are struggling day in and day out to cultivate within yourself, optimism, creativity, and the willingness to work with other people to achieve it is very much alive on the other side of the planet. When I attended the World Youth Festival in 2024 in Sochi, Russia, I met with members of the All China Youth Federation, the Ho Chi Minh Communist Youth Union of Vietnam, student organizations from across the African continent, Russia's Patriotic Movement of the First Organization, the Robert Serra Youth Movement of Venezuela, among others. What I heard was a different tone. I heard love for their countries, hope for the future, and a belief in the power of humanity to better its conditions and strive for a higher plane. Xi Jinping, China's president, recently proclaimed, whether the past, present, or future, Chinese youth have always been and will always be at the forefront of propelling the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Xi has referred to youth as the spearhead and vital forces in a wide range of projects crucial to the future of China and the world. He recently told students, you should maintain firm ideals and convictions, work hard in study and training, hone your skills, and dedicate yourselves to serving as loyal guardians of the party and the people. And we have two great graphics in this section, one of the World Youth Festival and one of the youth of China. And this one here, it says, Russian President Vladimir Putin convened the World Youth Festival in Sochi in March of 2024, focused on tech, innovation, expansion, economic expansion, and the new BRICS economy around the world. And the other one, in China, youth are being mobilized to be part of a project of national rebirth and expansion. And we got the next section here, technology and economic crisis. You are not alone in noticing that while significant parts of the world are progressing, there are significant issues in the West. Many people attribute this to some sort of conspiracy or cabal. Indeed, conspiracies do exist, and rich and powerful individuals often conspire among themselves to further their own conflicting interests. However, we assert that the challenges facing Western civilization are not rooted in the malicious intent of individuals. Instead, they are rooted in economics. Growth is beneficial, and technological development and growth should progress hand in hand. As technology advances, society's wealth should increase. Human beings should be able to move toward a more prosperous society with increasing abundance, as technology diminishes the necessity for human labor.
Streaming.
Yet, this is not the current reality. Consider self-driving cars, for instance. if car transportation could be
You
entirely
wanna
automated,
play
it would
some
be a positive
Fortnite
development
with me?
in a rational society. It would eliminate the chore of driving, allowing human labor to be utilized elsewhere. But that's not the society we live in. Andrew Yang explained it in this way, quote, all you need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. He predicts that in a few years, quote, we're going to have 1 million truck drivers out of work who are 94% male, with an average level of education, high school or 1 year
man.
college. We have
Long
5 to 10
day,
years
huh?
before truckers lose their jobs, he said, and all hell breaks loose. Something that should bring more prosperity and abundance is threatening to bring massive economic disaster. As it becomes easier than ever to produce products in the age of 3D printers and significant technological breakthroughs, an age-old problem is emerging more prominently than ever: poverty amid plenty, or poverty created by abundance. There is a famous allegorical dialogue between a Polish coal miner and his son, and it goes something like this. Son, why is it so cold? Father, because I cannot afford to buy any coal to heat the stove. Son, why can we not afford to buy any coal? Father, because I lost my job at the coal mine. I was laid off. I am unemployed. Son, why did you lose your job?
Oh. Oh no! Did she pray with you? Could be. That's true. Oh my god. You've gotten good at this. Oh no. Did you sell her? Did you sell her a vacation? Oh man. I've prayed with her. Wow. The Lord himself is like, hey. That's awesome, man. Awesome. Well, it sounds like you need that. I missed it. I missed something about anxiety. Did you say something about anxiety? Oh, oh yeah, man. That's soul crushing. You're right. You need a break. I'll get one eventually. I mean, right now I'm playing on my monitor using my gaming card, and it works pretty good. I bought like this $1 app that just makes the gaming card go straight through, and it's working. But yeah, eventually I'll get one. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that'll be great. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. Okay, buddy. Well, if you feel up to it, hop on here. I'm trying to make it to level 100. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm playing on the Switch. I guess I could do Discord on my phone. I'm sure that's how people do it, right? They like just in Streamlabs add their Discord as an audio source. And I cannot find, I'm trying to find a mending machine. I don't see. Yeah, I googled where they are and it says I'm at one, but I don't know. Anyway. Alright, I'll let you go, man. Bye. Love you too. It says that's a mending machine, but I don't think it is.
Why were you laid off? Father, because there is too much coal. Why should people be hungry? Because too much food has been created. Why should people be homeless? Because too much housing has been produced. Furthermore, why is the Biden administration working with gigantic financial institutions like BlackRock and strategizing with the World Economic Forum to reduce global crop outputs amid a pending crisis of malnutrition in Africa? Why are tent city encampments springing up across our country in mass, with people becoming homeless, as millions of empty apartments and houses can be found everywhere? Furthermore, why is the rent and cost of housing increasing at the same time? We have an economic system in which the worker is never able to purchase what he produces. Let's say you own a tire factory. A represents the materials necessary to create the tires, such as rubber. B represents the costs of transporting the tires to where they are sold. C represents the human labor that is hired to assemble the tires. And D represents the final cost when it is purchased. Right? And we have the mathematical equation there at the top. A plus B plus C equals D. Something is missing, of course. You, as the factory owner, need to make a profit. You cannot change how much the shipping costs. You cannot change how much the materials cost. You can only diminish the value put into the product by human labor. So the equation should properly read A plus B plus C1 plus C2 equals D. We got the equation. A plus B plus C1 plus C2 equals D. C1 represents the wages paid out to the employees in the process of production. C2 represents the profit extracted from the labor value and taken as profit. The worker is never paid the full value of the labor he puts into the product. This is the basis for Marx's claim that the working class is exploited. Some might argue that the employer deserves compensation because he put up the money and he created the enterprise. This is a separate point that diverts from the real problem inherent in this transaction. Beyond any perceived unfairness, the problem is this. C1 is always less than D. C1 is always less than D. The worker is never paid enough in wages to purchase the product he produces. The wages paid out in the process of production are never enough to buy the products created. This is called overproduction, or value crisis. The worker can never buy back what he produces. This is the basis of the boom-bust cycle. However, the problem becomes intensified by technological advancement. In order to increase their profits, the owners of industry are constantly looking to replace human labor with machines. Automation reduces labor costs. Corporations are competing with each other, trying to produce more efficiently and create more products. But this leads to a bigger problem. A plus B plus C equals D. A plus B plus C1 plus C2 equals D. If C, the human labor put into production, goes down, C2 decreases as well. The less human labor that is involved in the process of production, the less profit an employer can make. This is called the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, or the tendency of the falling rate of profit. It forces the corporation to turn out even more products to make up for the decreased rate of profit per item sold. These inherent problems in production organized for profit lead to a general rule of economic history, which is that when there is a huge leap in technology, the result is a long-term economic crisis. Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, observed this, quote, "Technology is scary. The first technology revolution caused World War I. The second technology revolution caused, or directly or indirectly, World War II. And now we are in the third technology revolution. What if a third world war? If human beings do not have the same enemy, we will fight among ourselves. I think all of those countries, China, Russia, USA, European, should share this technology, unite together to fight this war. And the enemy should be poverty. The enemy should be disease. And if this is the war, if we fight together, young people will be much happier. Jack Ma also remarked that technological leaps in data technology and artificial intelligence can lead to a bright future and expansion of the spiritual and emotional existence, which really makes us human. Quote, over the past 100 years, we've made people like machines. Now we make machines like people. But the right way to do it is to make, over the next 10 to 20 years, a machine like a machine and people like people. A machine will never be able to conquer human beings. Machines are smart, machines are stronger and faster, but a machine does not have a soul, does not have values, does not have a belief that people have. So we should not make a machine think like a human being. We should make a machine learn like a human being. The next section is imperialism, a global system of degrowth. We do not live in the era of individual factory owners selling their products. We live in the age of gigantic corporations tied in with banks, stretching their tentacles across the planet. The global system of trusts, cartels, and syndicates dominating the economy, not just in their home countries, but the planet itself, is called imperialism. Imperialism is defined by the dominance of financiers. The age of the captains of industry like Henry Ford and Andrew Carnegie is long gone. We now live in the era of bankers, and the primary way that the small fleet of bankers that dominates the Western world today stays in power is by holding back economic development. While it would be normal for those who own businesses to want economic growth, the ultra-wealthy monopolists maintain their power by enacting degrowth. They want to impoverish the world and keep it poor so they can stay on top. The people of Mexico have been growing their food since before Christopher Columbus arrived in 1492. However, free trade policies of the North American Free Trade Agreement put an end to that. The Mexican farming sector has been eliminated. Mexico has been degrown, and Mexicans import their food from American agribusiness corporations. More than a century ago, the British Empire burned the vast textile looms of India and forced people who've been weaving for centuries to import their cloth from Britain. No African country exports more oil at this time than Nigeria. The Niger Delta region is full of petroleum, one of the most vital commodities of our global economy. But the people of Nigeria live in utter poverty. The CIA World Factbook describes a life expectancy of only 60 for males and 64 for females, with 53.7 infant deaths per live births. Only 62% of the adult population is literate. How can a country with so much natural wealth remain so impoverished? The reality behind the global crisis is this. It is easier than ever before to churn out products. Human technology has created a more efficient process of production than ever before. The result is that millions of people have no place at the assembly line. The rate of profit for each product created has drastically decreased, and the billionaire financiers who run the world are in a desperate drive to degrow the world, reduce living standards, reduce the population, and demolish their international competitors in order to stay at the top. The countries targeted in U.S. wars are all countries that have broken out of this disastrous economic setup and refused to be captive markets. Until 2011, it was not Nigeria, but Libya that produced the most oil of any African country. Libya seized control of its resources in a popular revolution in 1969 led by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Libya had the highest life expectancy on the African continent and built the world's largest irrigation system, the Great Man-Made River, greening the desert with the goal of creating their own food. Africans from across the continent were trying to get to Libya to gain employment. However, in 2011, Libya was destroyed by a U.S.-backed revolution, in quotes. The country was forcibly degrown with NATO bombs. So on the top of the page, we've got a picture here of the Niger Delta region. Despite having a huge amount of natural petroleum wealth, the people of Africa's Niger Delta region live in extreme poverty. And then here we've got, in 2011, NATO reduced Libya, which had the highest living standard on the African continent, to rubble and chaos. Now the country is in ruin, with open-air slave markets and rival factions seizing territory, a lack of electricity, and economic devastation. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the country was economically demolished. Farms went bankrupt. Factories shut their doors. Naomi Klein's study, The Shock Doctrine, explained that by 1998, more than 80% of Russian farms had gone bankrupt, and roughly 70,000 state factories had closed, creating an epidemic of unemployment. The number of Russians living below the poverty line reached 74 million during the late 90s, with Klein writing that 25% of Russians, almost 37 million people, lived in poverty described as desperate. The rate of drug addiction increased by 900%, and the suicide rate doubled. As Russia was economically collapsing, the United States embraced it. Yeltsin and Clinton were noted for their close relationship, and U.S. media and documentaries bragged about all the U.S. meddling that made sure Yeltsin was reelected in 1996. The hatred for Russia in U.S. media began when Putin came into office and started restructuring their economy. Putin put Gazprom and Rosneft, two state-controlled energy giants, at the center of the economy. The inflow of oil and gas revenue into the state budget enabled Russia to rebuild its industrial sector. During the first 8 years that Putin was in power, industrial output increased by 125%. And the country had finally reached the levels of production and growth it had during the time of the Soviet Union. The Russian GDP increased from $764 billion to $2,096 billion between 2014 and 2017. The former CEO of British Petroleum, John Brown, observed, "No country has come so far in such a short space of time." With Russia once again a competitor, suddenly it became the object of scorn, demonization, and efforts to destabilize it from within yet again. China was the sick man of Asia before 1949. At the time the communists took power, China had very little electricity and not a single steel mill. However, today, China makes half of the world's steel. China has the world's largest telecommunications manufacturer, the world's fastest trains, the world's largest hydroelectric power plant. Xi Jinping explained, "It is an essential requirement of socialism to eradicate poverty, improve people's living standards, and achieve common prosperity among the people." We have a picture of Xi Jinping greeting the Chinese youth. China is making huge breakthroughs on the road to fusion energy. It produces the majority of the world's electric cars. It has a vibrant and pioneering space program. After China's recent lunar launch, a French researcher named Pierre-Yves Meslin remarked, "It's a bit of mystery to us how China has been able to develop such an ambitious and successful program in such a short time." China was once a captive market, subdued by the British with 2 opium wars that prevented it from developing and building up its own economy. The China of the 1920s and 30s was one of mass starvation, illiteracy, sexual slavery, competing warlords, and drug gangs. But when China broke free, that started the process that led to creating what is now the second largest economy in the world, with 800 million people lifted from poverty. The imperialists want the world to be their impoverished captive market, but it is rapidly slipping out of their hands. The new economy emerging around the world with the BRICS is a threat to the monopoly of Wall Street and London, so they target it with sanctions, war, threats, and other schemes. The results of the US-backed regime change wars or revolutions speak for themselves. As bad as Saddam Hussein may have been, no one can argue that Iraq today is any better off. NATO bombing and destabilization of Libya has reduced the country to ruin. The civil war the US fomented in Syria, hoping to topple the government, resulted in millions of refugees and the rise of the terrorist group known as ISIS. The US occupation of Afghanistan was 20 years of chaos, with drug gangs and terrorist organizations getting stronger. From the fall of the Soviet Union to Hillary Clinton's 2009 coup in Honduras, never has the destabilization of a country in the name of human rights brought a better life or improvement for the country subjected to liberation. The goal is always achieved, beating down an independent country, helping secure the global monopoly for big Western bankers and their governments. Imperialism is all about degrowth, but they are bringing that degrowth home. What they once did to Africa, Asia, and Latin America, they are now doing to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Alabama. The roads are crumbling. The water isn't properly purified. The power plants are in shambles. Obama, Trump, and Biden all promised to revamp the country's infrastructure, but they failed to deliver. The heartland is being hollowed out. Why? This is because the industrial middle class that once made America so prosperous is no longer needed. In the global high-tech economy, there is no need for a layer of well-paid auto workers, steel workers, and manufacturers in the imperialist homeland. The USA is rapidly collapsing into a low-wage police state. The inflow of migrants, the rise of government surveillance, the sinister schemes dreamed up by the World Economic Forum about how you will live in a pod, eat bugs, own nothing, and be happy about it, are all intended to save their dying system. Degrowth is not socialism. It is highly controlled capitalism, in which the productive forces are destroyed and living standards are driven down in the hopes of stabilizing the system. One of the most blatant examples of the heavy-handed degrowth agenda of the U.S. state has been the repression of the Uhuru movement. And I have an image of Tucker Carlson speaking with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Tucker Carlson interviewed Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party about the brutal FBI raid on his home and how he's been indicted, facing a possible 15 years in prison. If one visits St. Petersburg, Florida, or St. Louis, Missouri, you will see a kind of black community organizing that's very different than CNN's beloved Black Lives Matter mobs. The African People's Socialist Party and the People's Democratic Uhuru movement have built a farmers market, classes for pregnant mothers, basketball courts, and other services to facilitate economic growth in the black community. They have condemned the government welfare programs that maintain a state of defeated impoverishment among black people, and instead they have pushed for the construction of a strong economy in black neighborhoods and communities. And the response of the U.S. government to this effort to bring about growth in some of America's poorest regions has been FBI repression. The FBI stormed into the homes of Omali Yeshitela and other organizers across the country. Drones were flown in. SWAT teams kicked down doors. Chairman Omali described it this way. In St. Louis, my wife and I were in our dining room table, preparing for her to attend a training session at the Uhuru House headquarters. Suddenly, a booming voice from the darkness startled us, instructing everyone to come out with their hands up immediately. The voice identified itself as the FBI, followed by explosions echoing through the neighborhood. As the explosions rattled the house, knocking plaster off the walls, it was initially difficult to believe the situation was unfolding. I asked my wife to stay upstairs while I went to investigate and inform others, but communication was jammed, leaving us isolated. Upon descending, I was confronted with an armored personnel carrier and armed agents, reminiscent of a scene that tragically ended the life of Fred Hampton years before. I felt laser beams targeting me, convinced they were about to kill me. Fortunately, I made it downstairs without incident. However, my wife faced a drone as she opened the door, and both of us were quickly handcuffed. Confusion reigned as we demanded answers, only to be told of an impending indictment involving a Russian national, with our names somehow involved. They conducted a thorough search, seizing electronics and employing forceful tactics like battering rams and flashbang grenades. Similar raids were simultaneously carried out elsewhere, disrupting communities and instilling fear. Now 3 Americans, Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville, face a possible 15 years in prison, charged as Russian agents. Their trial is set to begin on September 3rd. Tucker Carlson has spoken up about the case, as have many others. It is a blatant example of the government moving to crush economic development and free speech by accusing community organizers and advocates of economic empowerment of being foreign agents due to their statements about Ukraine. The way Julian Assange has been brutally tortured just for giving a platform to those who would leak the dark secrets of the deep state reveals how little Western leaders truly believe their rhetoric about democracy and freedom. The way January 6th protesters have been sentenced to astronomical amounts of time in prison for an event that was clearly arranged by more powerful forces, or the way students opposing Israeli crimes are facing expulsion and police brutality, all reveal what the agenda of the big monopolies and their government truly is. They have a vision for a high-tech dark ages, abolishing our freedom to preserve their profits as they march humanity toward a new world war. We must resist this scheme with all our might as we come to understand the roots of the crisis. Last page, we have a picture of the Uhuru House, the house that got raided. And then the next section is called The Road to Freedom is Abundance. The woke ideology being utilized to rally young people to push for destruction is not standard or classical Marxism. It has very little in common with what was carried out by Stalin, Mao, Castro, or other Marxist-Leninist political leaders in the 20th century. Stalin mobilized the Soviet people to rapidly build and industrialize. The communist governments of the 20th century were all focused on increasing productive forces, raising living standards, building universities, and modernizing their countries. Whatever shortcomings they had, and it cannot be denied, aside from a few outliers like Pol Pot, communism has been a pro-growth movement. In fact, the vision of the higher stage of communism laid out by Marx is very much a post-scarcity society in which growth has zoomed to higher levels than ever before. Marx wrote in Critique of the Goethe Program, right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased
with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. A society in which labor becomes life's prime want, meaning that technology has increased to the point that people only work because they want to. A society where the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly. This is the ultimate pro-growth vision. The breakdown of inequality, as Marx envisioned it, was not intended to be forced, but rather to come about as the all-around expansion of human productivity. This is what was behind Deng Xiaoping's famous statement, poverty is not socialism, but to be rich is glorious. You cannot create equality with willpower or force. The basis of oppression, enforced social hierarchies, and state power is scarcity. The road to freedom is abundance and economic expansion. And history has shown us this. Human rights did not appear out of nowhere. The reason talk of the rights of man did not arise until Europe in the 1500s is not because humans were just evil until that point. It was with a new level of economic development that a new level of freedom could be realized. The rise of capitalism was a great advance over feudalism, just as feudalism was a great advance over slavery. Human beings are constantly marching toward a higher plane of development, more efficiently forcing the environment to serve us, expanding our population and living standards. As we advance our technology, we constantly reinvent our social systems. As society becomes more abundant, the population increases as we live longer and we become more free.
I can't believe searching
Separating
ammo
human
box
rights
gives
from
you the same
economic
as an
development
elimination.
is one of the biggest deceptions of the Western liberal order. It frames freedom as a question of abstract morality, completely disregarding the conditions in which states function and are created and the social contracts are forged. Western leaders impose crippling sanctions on countries, justifying it with rhetoric about how the peoples of the targeted countries are having their human rights violated. Does it not occur to U.S. leaders that a lack of development, a lack of foreign trade, is itself a big factor in human rights being restricted? How do Western leaders expect a society to become more free if its ability to decrease poverty and to develop is cut off? Next section, where did woke come from? Wokeism is the result of a sinister project of manipulating politics that started with the intelligence agencies. The CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program began in the 1950s. The U.S. government began coordinating with Rockefeller think tanks and the Ford Foundation to reinvent the political left and separate it from economic questions. And we got a picture of the Congress for Cultural Freedom program. I'll read you the caption. It says, during the 1950s, the CIA began reinventing leftist politics with its Congress for Cultural Freedom program. The Frankfurt School and the academic postmodernism trace their roots back to efforts to subvert genuine socialist movements. Wokeism, the CIA funded magazines like Encounter and Partisan Review and brought us the Frankfurt School, a new brand commonly called cultural Marxism. The focus of this new brand was not on mobilizing the working class to seize control of the means of production and raise productive forces, but instead demonizing the bulk of the population as a tyrannical, ignorant mob, celebrating nonconformity. Adorno's authoritarian personality, Marcuse's one-dimensional man, and Arendt's Eichmann in Jerusalem have nothing to do with popular movements that built labor unions and fought against colonialism. These are elitist screeds of a middle class that sees the bulk of the population with contempt and fear and seeks to control them. The striving of the people to see their living standards increase and not have big bankers rip them off and loot the economy is deemed fascism. Wokeism, with its shrill contempt for the bulk of the population and its pessimistic view of the future, takes elements of Trotskyism, the French Revolution's guillotine bloodlust, the natural rebelliousness of teenagers, and it synthesizes it into a deadly cocktail for breaking people psychologically and helping set the stage for the low-wage, degrowth police state Wall Street and London are looking to set up. The sinister role of Zionism cannot be ignored either. While Marxists call for Jewish people to merge and assimilate with the rest of the working class and strive for a socialist society free of bigotry and discrimination of any kind, Zionism maintained that Jews were a special elite group that could never fit in with European civilization and needed their own state. Zionism is the original anti-populism. It was Lenin who once described it as the spirit of the ghetto. The call for Jews to exist as a separate group with a separate state. The way Israel is given billions of American taxpayer dollars each year, loads of free weapons and protection from the United States as it shocks the world with criminal actions in Gaza, fits in with the overall dark degrowth vision of the dying imperialist system. Wokeism and the corresponding economic philosophy of degrowth is a reinvention of fascist economics. As the Nazis rebooted Germany's economy temporarily with military spending and the creation of a slave labor underclass, the woke elements and Silicon Valley elites are putting that message on blast and want to save their system from a crisis of overproduction by attempting to grind backward the wheels of history. It is a hopeless endeavor that can only be temporarily successful, coming at a massive cost in terms of basic humanity. Many American people dislike wokeism and its pessimistic dark message, and it appears that as anti-woke blowback brews among the working class, the ruling elite are trying to manipulate these sentiments as well. Even though many people who voted for Trump because they wanted to stop even though many people voted for Trump because he said he would stop American involvement in foreign wars, Trump supporters are being manipulated and channeled into supporting heavy-handed repression of college protesters who want to end U.S. support for Israel. The idea that wokeism is some big conspiracy from China, not from the ultra-rich on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley, is being pushed very hard in conservative circles.
Come on.
Anyone who has been to China, Russia, Vietnam, Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, or any of the anti-imperialist countries knows that their ideology and way of living in resistance to the dying global order of Western bankers has nothing in common with the pessimistic woke trend. This is being intentionally distorted by pro-war and pro-Israel conservatives. A toxic anti-woke brand that pushes survival of the fittest market individualism and lies to justify regime change wars is likely to grow more prominent in the coming years. This must be opposed and exposed for the deception that it is. And then we have a picture of the Chinese port. The port of Quinzhou has been built using the growth mindset of the government of China.
Or the chest at the very top.
So what can be done? We need a society where growth is promoted. We need a society where human creativity and brilliance are unleashed, not stifled and restrained. We need a society where the economy is rationally organized to ensure constant growth. 21st century socialism, the socialist-oriented market economy of Vietnam, or socialism with Chinese characteristics are adjustments. They are not the old Soviet model. They have plenty of room for tech developers, entrepreneurs, and innovators. In fact, the state goes out of its way to subsidize and promote the middle-class layer of independent creators. The strength of socialism in Nicaragua has been the micro-entrepreneurship program, enabling thousands of people to start their own businesses, launch their own cooperatives, and be subsidized in doing so to make the country wealthier overall. The difference between capitalism and socialism is not the role of the government. State ownership and taxation exist in all societies to some degree or other. Socialism is not the redistribution of wealth. All governments tax and spend to some degree or other. Some capitalist societies like Saudi Arabia and Singapore have a huge amount of state oversight and control of the economy. Others, like the United States, have a tradition of a more laissez-faire approach. The question of socialism or capitalism is rooted in the purpose for which the economy is organized. Frederick Engels stated that under capitalism, the means of production only function, as preliminary transformation into capital. Marx spoke of the anarchy of production. Mao Zedong described capitalism as a system of profits in command. Capitalism is an economy where the drive of owners to make profit dictates economic activity. Socialism is when society overall controls the means of production to ensure that growth is not restricted. Socialism is when a government of action leads a well-organized population to organize the economy and control it so that growth is constant.
Ugh, that's frustrating.
Front page, we've got a picture here. China has been pushing the boundaries of fission and fusion by pursuing the growth of nuclear power, the growth that nuclear power would unlock. The creation of a government of action in the United States would fulfill the American Revolution. The very basis of the War of Independence was the desire for an economy that was not simply a trading hub in the British sea-based empire of plunder. The American people wanted their own economy. They wanted westward expansion. They wanted growth. The Civil War continued this battle as the Confederate slaveocracy, which banned looms and discouraged technological development, sought to maintain a primitive agrarian economy that could supply cheap cotton to the British textile monopoly. Abraham Lincoln led a coalition of small farmers, industrialists, labor unionists, abolitionists, and slave revolutionaries like Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass to smash the plantation system and its Wall Street allies. The U.S. Civil War was the Second American Revolution. And the Republican Party newspaper of New York City, the New York Tribune, hired Karl Marx as its London correspondent. Marx wrote glowing articles about Lincoln, the single-minded son of the working class, and communist August Willich rose up to the rank of brigadier general. It should be noted that the U.S. Civil War and the American Revolution itself were both preceded by mass episodes of spiritual rebirth. The first and second Great Awakenings were explosions of Christian revivalism that called for the country to turn around, repent from its ways, and recommit itself to principles of equality and justice. And we have the famous mural of John Brown. John Brown fought for the freedom of his fellow countrymen on the Kansas frontier. And we have the 4-point plan. The Center for Political Innovation puts forward a 4-point economic plan to restore the U.S. economy. 1, a mass program to rebuild our country. Hire the unemployed and put them to work rebuilding crumbling roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. Construct high-speed railways, new universities, new power plants, and give the country an overall tech upgrade to let innovation flourish. 2, public control of our natural resources. The oil, gas, coal, and timber of America. Natural wealth flowing from our country's soil should be utilized to make the country overall wealthier, not to enrich Wall Street firms. Utilizing our natural resources to fund the public budget would take the burden of taxation off the population. 3, public control of banking and canceling debt. A national bank, as well as a state and local banks, should have a monopoly on credit and lend money strategically as part of an overall power to expand living standards and production. The debt that hangs over the U.S. economy as a curse must be lifted. The printing of money should be handled by the public, not the Federal Reserve rip-off system. 4, an economic Bill of Rights similar to that proposed by Roosevelt in his final State of the Union address. To ensure a strong economy in the United States, the labor power of every person must be utilized, health care must be available to all, quality education must be provided. This shouldn't be seen as a handout or a charity, but rather as an investment in the nation. It is human labor and human creativity that are the sources of all wealth and expansion, and human beings must be properly cultivated to make a more prosperous country. We believe in growth. A new economy is rising around the world in China, Russia, Vietnam, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Iran, Syria, and other countries that continue to resist the all-out war drive against them from Wall Street. Growth is also the priority. Too many people exist in a dark, pessimistic state of being, left behind by a society that has no place for them. In our high-tech world, the strengths of every individual can be utilized to make the world more beautiful. The narrow limits and artificial restrictions imposed by the dominion of ultra-monopolists must be broken. China is not our enemy. Our enemy is an outdated, irrational system where the chaos of the market takes precedence over humanity's intrinsic need and drive to expand to greater heights. A new world beyond imperialism, where countries trade with each other on the basis of win-win cooperation, and all humanity marches toward a world without scarcity or state coercion, can be realized. Here we have a picture of CPI members marching. Peace with Russia, peace with China, no police state, no World War III. The Center for Political Innovation recently led the U.S. delegation to the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. At the gathering, Russian President Putin said the following: "So we are all born equal, but the question is, do we grow and develop under equal conditions? The answer is, unfortunately, not. This is the greatest injustice of the world today. And if you ask me what can be done for everybody to live and grow under equal conditions, unlocking their talents for the benefit of their loved ones, their family, and their country, and perhaps humanity as a whole, I do not know. But what I do know for certain is that we must all strive for it. Only by striving for it will we make the world more transparent, just, democratic, sustainable, balanced, and safe. Let us oppose war. Let us oppose state repression and attacks on our civil liberties. Let us demand a government of action that fights for working families. Let us work to build greater abundance and greater freedom than has ever before been imagined." Signed, the members of the Center for Political Innovation. And from there, we have a nice picture of Comrade Tyler leading the Pledge of Unity. And we have the CPI Pledge of Unity. We pledge that we shall remember this unity, forged at the end of the Second World War.
Look at that.
Not only today, this week, this year, but always. Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for, we pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world. All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs. To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth. To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world. To keep a just, lasting peace. To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness. We have come to confirm the unity of all the people of the world and salute our comrades who have died and pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm shall never more be wasted in war. That
Come on.
is the entire Do You Believe in Growth panel.
That was a good shot, though.
And I am more than excited to distribute hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of copies of this at the Libertarian Convention.
That's awesome.
And I
Caleb.
hope that
Great
this
job.
is just the first of many more printings that we do. I want
Amen.
this pamphlet in the hands of
It's a
as
great
many
pamphlet.
people as possible. That's what I want. And I'm really happy and really proud of our organization that we published this, and we are about to go to a place where we will put it in the hands of thousands of people who need to hear it. I am proud of our organization. I'm proud of what we have built. I'm proud of everything we do. So, yeah, if you would like to help offset some of the cost of the printing of the pamphlet, you can always send a contribution. A number of people already have via Cash App to Caleb Maupin 22. You can Cash App me at Caleb Maupin 22. And I am looking forward to getting thousands and thousands more of these printed and thousands of these into people's hands.
I'm thinking about all the people from the Libertarian Party that are in the Libertarian Party of Idaho and the Libertarian Party of Kansas and the Libertarian Party of New Mexico who are going to be there and randomly see me or Peter or Tristan or one of us this weekend and get this and probably not even open it until they get on the plane home. And they'll open this and go, wait, what? 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 And that is my goal. This was designed to make people think. People who are against the low-wage police state, people who are against the drive for a new world war, people who want to protect their civil liberties, people who don't get along with the woke thing. They see something off about the woke thing. This is designed to get into their hands and show them the way forward. So thank you, CPI. And thank you, everyone who worked so hard to make this happen so quickly. I can't wait to get this in thousands of people's hands this summer. I'm thinking we're going to republish it for the DNC. We're going to republish it for the RNC. We are going to republish this for every gathering for the NATO summit in DC. We are going to get this in thousands of people's hands. This is what people need to hear. This is what people need to hear. I am proud of this pamphlet. I am proud of this organization. And on that note, names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Names and locations. And after we do the roll call, I will answer people's super chat, and then I'm going to bed because I am exhausted. I am utterly exhausted. It's a long day, and I got a long day tomorrow. I'm heading to the city early, and Mark Jones in Utica, New York. You always manage to be first, Mark. That's cool. Bob in Troy, New York. Tyler in Missouri. Also, Tyler on page, what page are you on, Tyler? Tyler's also on page 40. So there you go. Gonza in Argentina. Rachel in Wyndham, Georgia. Alex Rickel in Oregon. Zach Bunch in Richmond, Virginia. Megan in Kansas City, Missouri. Sergio in Phoenix, Arizona. Santa Ana, California. Nick is the real name. Enoch, Australia. Cyborg Ninja in Florida. Charlie at the Chicago Greyhound Station. Mariah in North Carolina. Happy Thursday. Get some sleep. Carl Payne in Oregon. Great work on the pamphlet, comrade. Great work to you. We accomplished something special. Mosen in Denver. Empire State, Washington. Carson in Northern California Delta. John McCarthy in Chicago. Patch in Arizona. Jenny is also tired in Cincinnati. Earl representing rural. Roe Grant in California. Cleveland, Pirate Alex. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mosen in Denver. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kieran in London. Welcome, Kieran. Cleveland, Pirate Alex. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Dustin Schlesinger in Cleveland. Welcome, Dustin. Andrew in Argentina. Welcome, Andrew. So good to have you with us. Good to have you with us. It's been a wild day, and I got another wild day tomorrow and a wilder day on Saturday. Trump is coming to the Libertarian Convention. My credentials are approved for Trump. I'm going to see Trump. Albert in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Matt John in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Not Albert. I don't know why I thought your name was Albert. Mistake. So there you go. There you go. Anybody else? Names and locations. Names and locations. Anybody else? Names and locations. All right. So now I am going to... I don't know why StreamYard is not, doing what it's supposed to do, but I'm scrolling up so I can put the super chats on the screen. I'm going to start answering these super chats. And if you got more super chats, now is the time. Now is the time. How was the Holodomor myth concocted? Well, James, you got to be careful how you talk about that. I wouldn't even use the term Holodomor myth because that sounds a lot like Holocaust denial. All right. And they try, even the name Holodomor, it sounds like Holocaust, right? And even the allegations are completely different. We all know what Hitler did. He rounded up people on the basis of their race, religion, ethnicity, put them on trains, took them to places, and gassed them to death. No one has ever accused Stalin or the Soviet government of doing anything remotely like that, right? Even if you listen to the most extreme allegations, there was a famine, there were these prison camps called gulags, there were no gas chambers in the gulags.
Most people left the gulags. Most people in the gulags were there for regular crimes, not political things. So the whole thing is just malarkey. But I mean, the first thing you need to say to anyone who brings up Holodomor is you need to say, wait a second. There were famines all the time before the Soviet Union. All the time they had famines. There were famines in the 19-teens. There were famines in the early 1900s. There were famines in the 1890s. There were famines in the 1880s. And who are the people who built a modern farming system in Russia? Who mechanized agriculture? Who brought tractors to Russia? Well, that was the communists. So how is a famine happening along the way as they did that? You know, make them responsible. That's the first thing. Second thing, you asked me how did this story develop? Well, it's worth pointing out that there was indeed a famine in the early 1930s in Ukraine, and no one denies that. And it was awful. It was horrible. And in response to that famine, there was rioting where the poor peasants would go and lynch the middle-class peasants, the kulaks, who owned their own farms because they would hoard their grain, etc. And in response to that famine and people getting really, really angry because they had, they were hungry and going and killing kulaks, etc., Stalin rapidly moved the Red Army in, and they created the collective farm system. And, they had to do something, and it was that collective farm system that created an effective food system in the USSR from there forward. It was awful, it was bad, and hindsight is 2020. Maybe the Soviet government should have managed agricultural, Trotsky has this whole thing of first they were promoting private farming, peasant enrich yourself, and then they zigged, they collectivized very rapidly. It was sloppy, it was bad policy. That's all fair game, right? If you want to say the Soviet government could have done it gradually, which Mao did, right? Mao did collectivization much more gradually. And different communist governments in the world have kind of learned from the experience of the Soviet collectivization, and they've kind of done it more gradually. They haven't zigged and zagged the same way because no one had ever done what the Soviet Union had done. But that said, the idea that the famine that happened in Ukraine in the 1930s, that also happened in Moldova, that also happened in parts of Russia, that happened all over the country. There were food shortages, not just in Ukraine. The idea that happened because Stalin was sitting up in the Kremlin going, I hate Ukraine and I will oppress Ukrainians because I am evil. Stalin wasn't Russian. He was Georgian. Did you know that? Stalin was not ethnically Russian. He was ethnically Georgian. And Stalin built the world's largest power plant, the Dnieper Dam, in Ukraine. And in fact, the areas that were hardest hit by the famine in Ukraine are the areas that broke with Ukraine recently and joined with Russia. And they tend to be areas where the Communist Party in Ukraine had a huge amount of support. And the Soviet Union went out of its way to create a written language of Ukrainian. The Soviet Union expanded Ukrainian territory. Lenin created the borders of modern Ukraine. Stalin expanded them. And then Khrushchev expanded them even further and gave Crimea to Ukraine. So this idea that the Soviet Union was trying to genocide Ukraine is utter bullshit. If you're trying to genocide a people, you don't create a national language, a written language for them. You don't go out of their way to cultivate their national language. If you're trying to genocide a people, you don't build huge power plants and electrify their region. If you're trying to genocide a people, you don't expand their national territory bigger and bigger and bigger. The whole Ukrainian nationalist narrative is utter bullshit. It's complete and utter bullshit. The Soviet Union has more to do with creating and promoting the Ukrainian national identity than any other government in history. They promoted the Ukrainian written national language. They expanded Ukraine's territory. They industrialized Ukraine. They built power. They electrified Ukraine. They built hospitals all over Ukraine. I mean, if you're trying to genocide a people, you don't build the world's biggest power plant in their country. If you're trying to genocide a people, you don't promote their language everywhere, right? The whole Ukrainian nationalist narrative is just complete and utter bullshit, okay? And it was invented, I must add, by Nazis, right? The Nazis were trying to get various people in the Soviet Union to fight on their side during World War II. They found Chechen Muslims who were angry at communism or whatever. They created a Chechen Muslim insurgency. And they found Trotskyites, and they funded Trotskyism, and they had Trotskyite broadcasts. And they also found a guy named Stepan Bandera, and they funded and promoted Ukrainian nationalism. And it was about creating a group of people in Ukraine who would fight for the Nazis during the war. And they made up this whole narrative about, Ukraine is just so oppressed by the Soviet Union. No, the Soviet Union, one of its weaknesses was it was obsessed with oppressed nationalities, right? And they even had, they had a house of nationalities. They had their Supreme Soviet, and then they had the House of Nationalities, where every single nationality got one vote. They were obsessed with different nationalities. And Putin and a lot of Russians think that that is actually a weakness of the Soviet Union. It may have helped, lead to the downfall of the USSR. But the idea that they were trying to suppress Ukrainians or other nationalities, I mean, the first, the second major leader of Russia was not a Russian. The second major leader of the Soviet Union was not a Russian. He was a Georgian named Stalin. Khrushchev was Ukrainian. Did you know that? Khrushchev was Ukrainian. I mean, these people don't know what they're talking about. But anyway, that's the first thing. All right, first super chat. Boom. Answered. Oh, wait, there is a Rumble rant. I need to answer that first. Please explain how the COVID relief bill helped the rich. As an aside, I own my small farm, and $17K COVID loan was not forgiven, and I'm charged interest. Well, yeah, it's been widely reported, Rachel, that the COVID relief bill, that money was eaten up by Jeff Bezos. That money was eaten up by Walmart. That money was eaten up by all the big corporations. It was written and it was promoted as if it was going to bail out small business owners, but it wasn't. It absolutely was not. It was very much a bailout for the big corporations that were already making out like bandits. I mean, Amazon stayed open and all the other stores closed. Walmart stayed open. All the smaller stores closed. It was the lower level capitalists, small farmers, independent store owners. They got crushed during the pandemic. And it was the big monopolies that secured their power. And that's, again, people say, well, Caleb, how could capitalists want degrowth? If you're an ultra monopoly, degrowth is great because it reduces the level and it puts all your competitors out of business, right? It's just like how Obama dropped the oil prices in 2014, right? In 2014, Barack Obama and Saudi Arabia teamed up and they arranged a global oil price drop. People say, well, Caleb, why would the oil companies do that? Why would Saudi Arabia do that? They lose money. They already have a big share of the market. And so they arranged for the price to go down and it crushes all their competitors, and then they raise the price back up again. It's what Walmart always does. Monopolists use degrowth to secure their monopoly. Walmart, what does Walmart do? It goes to a town and it drops its prices and it puts all the other stores out of business. And then once all those stores are gone, shoots the prices right back up. It's a classic monopolistic scheme. And that's what they did during COVID, right? They put all the, they froze the economy. They crushed certain stores and they froze the economy, and it was really, really bad for the economy. And all the small businesses went under, and then they turned the economy back on, and Amazon and Walmart, and they made out like bandits, right? And here in New York City, a lot of the city property was bought up by Silicon Valley. So there you go. There you go, folks. Just explaining how these things work, right? Because there's a lot of confusion about this, right? Some of these things are not obvious. They're not as obvious on the surface, but you have to explain them. And yeah, that's what happened, Rachel. And again, yeah, you owned your farm. You never got anything for it. But Jeff Bezos, who didn't need it because the pandemic allowed him to completely operate, he, on the other hand, he got great. He made out like a bandit. And you'll notice a lot of the Trump supporting companies, they're the ones that lost out. I mean, a company that supports Donald Trump, Hobby Lobby, right? All the Hobby Lobby stores had to close down during the pandemic, right? All of them.
All right, now Hobby Lobby, they're evangelical Christians, they're against gay marriage, there's been boycotts, etc. But it's just, it's a craft store. They all had to close down. But Walmart, which didn't support Trump, which, gave all of its financial backing to the Stop Trump movement, they stayed open. And that's when you start talking about the lower levels of capital, the rich, the ultra rich versus the lower levels of capital. That's really the divide between the Trump and the anti-Trump crowd. However, I think at this point, things have gotten so bad. I deal with all these monopolistic competitors selling my flowers. At this point, I think things have gotten so bad, though, that there's a section of the monopolists that have made a deal with Trump. I think Trump is going to be back in office pretty soon, and I expect, unless he's really got a lot up his sleeve, I think it's going to be worse, honestly. I think it'll be worse than his first term, unfortunately, because it looks to me like, like the ruling class has made some kind of deal with Trump because they need him, because people are angry and Bidenomics isn't working and people are tired of woke. Woke is no longer floating people's boats. And so that is my prediction. All right. Next super chat question. Can I trust in economic classes to be legit? I've heard they tend to dismiss Marxism as pseudoscience. Yes and no. First of all, you're in Argentina, and Argentina has a very different history and different traditions. So I don't even know how it is in Argentina. In the United States, academic economists are a little bit better. They're a little bit better because they tend to totally debunk the whole libertarian thing. There is a lot of money in promoting neoliberal Austrian school free market economics. And so people with degrees in economics, they get hired by think tanks, they get paid to write books and all of that. But among academic economists, where it's not about what books you get paid and what book deals you get, it's about like actually showing, your method. Academic economists tend to be more what they call Keynesian. So academic economists will critique the neoliberal free market, stuff. And so that, in my experience, the main thing though about academic economists, aside from a few outliers like Richard Wolff, like Michael Hudson, most of them just won't touch Marxism, right? Because it's not safe, right? And it's the same with history. I had history professors in college, and I would raise my hand in class and say, didn't the Soviet Union rapidly industrialize and wipe out illiteracy and create a superpower overnight? And they would say, well, yeah, that's technically true, but I what we focus on here is this famine in Ukraine. And they know the truth, but you get in trouble for emphasizing the truth. It's a lie through emphasis. All right, so academic economists have largely been told, just don't touch Marxism. Just don't touch it. Just don't touch it, or you'll get in trouble. And, a lot of them don't know what overproduction is. They think overproduction is just too much stuff being produced, which is not what it is. But that's what it sounds like, right? Overproduction means you're producing too much. That's not what it is, right? It's that people don't have the ability to buy back what they produce, and you have poverty created by abundance. That's a really, really important point. It's especially important in light of AI and technological advancement. Most academic economists don't even know what that means. Right? You will, however, they will acknowledge there's, John Maynard Keynes, he coined the concept of underconsumption. And that you need the government to hire people, you need the government to dump money into the economy to keep people consuming. That's, Keynesian economics. And so you'll get that. And, you will get a lot of academic economists, if they're working at a university, and they're not, they're not just getting paid by some think tank. If they're working at a university, they'll tell you that Milton Friedman is full of shit. They'll tell you that Alan Greenspan and all of them are flim-flam men who don't know what they're talking about. And they'll argue that, they'll argue for the government to tax private companies. They'll argue for national health care. They'll talk about how the welfare state is necessary. They'll talk about how, American agribusiness depends on food stamps. Conservatives tell you, oh, food stamps is just a handout for these lazy poor people. Well, actually, one of the biggest supporters of food stamps is Kraft. The people who make the cheap McDonald's or the cheap mac and cheese, Kraft Food Corporation.
Walmart.
They actually sponsored in the 1990s. There was talk of cutting food stamps, and Kraft sponsored a huge rally in Washington, D.C., demanding
that food stamps be kept. Did you know that? Nelson Peary talks about it in his book, The Future is Up to Us. And why? Why did Kraft sponsor this huge protest for food stamps? Because they would lose millions of dollars if they cut off food stamps, because poor people buy their food and poor people would not buy their food, right? Lots of stuff gets sold that would not get sold if they didn't do it, right? And, if you're a neoliberal economist, if you believe in libertarian flim-flam, which is just austerity propaganda, that's all it is, right? If you believe in libertarian flim-flam, you'd say, oh no, food stamps aren't necessary. If these people need to eat, the market will create a way for them to eat, blah, 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 Well, most academic economists will go, no, actually, food stamps is really good for the American economy because it keeps the farming sector in business. Libertarianism is a form of academic flim-flam that it's everywhere because there's a lot of money behind it, right? The idea that we should just deregulate all the big corporations, the idea that poor people are just inferior, they're just less intelligent than the superior rich, and that that if you just privatize everything, you'll have economic productivity. That is a big part. That's a big delusion, right? And libertarians will say the dumbest things about economics. I've seen libertarians say there would never be a monopoly if it wasn't for the government.
Before.
How can you say that, right? Do you know how much the government goes out of its way to break apart monopolies? Right? I mean, the government, the market depends on the government breaking apart monopolies in order to make sure there's still competition.
Stop.
The idea
Just let the whole thing collapse.
There would never be a monopoly if it wasn't for the government. That's ridiculous. Monopolies tend to pretty quickly happen in the market if you don't have antitrust laws. I worked in the insurance field. I learned about all kinds of crazy laws in the insurance business to make sure that you don't form a monopoly. Like the idea that, if we just had no rules, there would never be a monopoly. That is so not true. And having worked in the private sector, in the insurance field, I will tell you that the government very, very much is needed to prevent monopolies. And the capitalists themselves are the ones that need them to do it.
Make it,
because
people.
If you get a monopoly, the economy comes to a grinding halt. It's called monopolistic stagnation. So there you go. Alrighty. Next, I gotta scroll up. Scroll up.
Chair, Mr. Wonderful. My neck. That's why they have those.
You guys are great. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thanks for letting me read that entire pamphlet. I'm very proud of it, and I'm really excited to get it into people's hands. Okay. All right. Next super chat question. When the leader of Iran died, and I saw those people mourning his passing, it reminded me of when Kim Jong-il died. The videos of people crying. I remember how the media claimed it was a personality cult, or they were forced to cry. First of all, Korean culture is a little bit different than American culture, right? Public displays of sadness and crying are much more accepted in Korea, right? Hugging is not. In Korea, you do not hug people in public. It's weird. It's inappropriate. But people breaking into tears and crying in a very public displayed way, that is acceptable in Korean culture. And that doesn't culturally translate. So they show you videos of people crying and sobbing, and they're like, oh my God, this is insane. But no, it's just a cultural difference, right? I could tell you a lot of stories about that. But culturally, Koreans are much more visibly emotional, right? Other Asian folks, it's different. Different Asian countries have different cultures. But in South Korea, in North Korea, public...
I'll do that next game.
Emotional displays, Korean culture, that's okay. Affection is not. Hugging, men and women don't hug, women and men definitely don't hug. It's, people don't hug in public, but, here in America, you see your best bud someplace, you give him a hug. You go to Korea and you see your best bud and you hug him in public, and people are gonna be like, whoa, that's a little weird, buddy. What are you doing there? Different culture, right? You're in America, you're sad about something, you're in front of a group of people and you just start crying and you just start sobbing in front of everybody. People are gonna think, is this person having a breakdown? Is he crazy? But in Korea, if the leader of your country, the president, dies, you're almost expected to do that, right? And these are cultural differences, okay? But you'll notice, first they claim nobody in Iran was mourning the guy, and now they're saying, well, they're all mourning him because they're forced to, right? These kind,
Forced to.
you know, if you
Forced mourning.
it's like if you
with the
go
gun
out
to
of your
your
way
head.
to interpret everything that happens in a negative light, you can do that, right? It's the eye of the beholder, as they say. I mean, you know, if you decide somebody's bad, no matter what they do, right? You know, you can interpret it in the wrong way. You know, the guy can go and, you know, and visit a bunch of sick children in the hospital and give them millions of dollars to pay for their treatment, and they'll say he's a creepy pedophile hanging out at hospitals and bribing families to be okay with it. You know, that's how these people are. The internet is full of people that do that, right? No matter what the person does, they interpret it in some weird, gross, disgusting
That is totally true.
And that's just, you know, it is what it is. Do you think that growth and protecting the environment and reducing pollution can coexist? Yes, I do. I do think that. And in fact, I would argue that you know, I am not I'm not ready to say climate change isn't real, because I'm not a scientist, and a lot of scientists are saying it. I know scientists have been wrong before, but I am not qualified to argue with them. And I know that there have been anti-climate change things that have been debunked and stuff. I'm not gonna deny climate change, because I don't see the point in it. I think that growth necessitates getting beyond fossil fuels, right? If climate change is caused by fossil fuels, we obviously need to grow to fusion. We need to grow by developing nuclear power. We need to get beyond fossil fuels. And the idea that degrowth is the way to save the environment is ridiculous, because you're not going to degrow. And this is, I was arguing about this on Twitter earlier, and I need to stay off of Twitter, because
Amen.
But it's like,
Stay off Twitter.
whenever the degrowth thing comes up, people are like, oh my God, we have a finite planet. We have limited resources. And it's like, yes, that's true. And if we were still burning coal, or if we were still burning wood to heat our homes, if we were still heating our homes with firewood and charcoal, we would have deforested the planet years ago. That's true. There's a limited amount of trees out there. So what did we do, right? When the population was expanding and we were burning wood to heat our homes, did we just degrow? Did we just, start exterminating the population? No, we started burning coal, and now we burn natural gas. We have electrical heating, right? Human beings are constantly reinventing their relationship with nature. And interestingly, it used to be that environmentalists were some of the biggest supporters of nuclear power. And it wasn't until big oil started funding the environmental movement that changed. Interesting fact. But yeah, I am for environmentalism in the sense that we need to use resources in a long-term strategic way. Right? And that, look, at one point the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland caught on fire because it was so polluted. That's awful. And the Clean Air Act made a big difference. It used to be the air around the country, especially in industrial cities, was much more polluted. Right? I am not against environmentalism per se, but environmentalism should be done for man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Environmentalism is not done because air and water and trees and little chipmunks are sacred. It's done because if we don't use our resources strategically, we'll hurt ourselves. We'll breathe poisoned air. We'll have the Cuyahoga River catch on fire. There's a need to regulate industry. There's a need to regulate and control the use of resources so we don't deforest. So, but the idea that resources themselves need to just exist, the idea that growth is somehow bad, the idea that humanity itself is a problem, that I don't agree with, right? And I am in favor of environmentalism as long as it is done in the interests of humanity. As long as it is humanity being more strategic in the way we force the environment to serve us, I'm for it, right? And it's necessary. And I think under socialism, it'll be much more rational, right? Because we'll be able to have a central plan. So we're going to say, well, we're going to use this many, we're going to use this much coal, we're going to use this much timber, and we'll be able to do it strategically with a long-term vision rather than just capitalists operating for short-term gain. So the idea of being strategic in how we use our resources and growth walk hand in hand. The idea that human beings existing and using resources is a problem, the idea that growth is bad, the idea that we're environmentalists not because we need to be more strategic in how we use our resources, but because nature is sacred and human beings are a cancer, and that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me, right? There you go. There you go. Right? There you go. Alrighty. Okay. There you go. Okay. Okay, what's next? What do we got next here? Is that all the super chats? Let me just keep scrolling. I think that might be all the super chats. Oh, no. Here's one. Why did anti-imperialist Iran side with American unipolarity at the UN today? Yeah, did they vote for the day to commemorate the massacre in Bosnia-Herzegovina? Well, you have to remember, and this is important, that the anti-imperialists of Serbia, they were Christian, and the people that were being backed by the United States, the ethnic Albanians in Kosovo and the Muslims in Bosnia-Herzegovina, they're Muslims. And Iran is the Islamic Revolution. And Iran maintains that it has no national loyalties. The Islamic Revolution was not Persian, right? It was for all Muslims. And yeah, a lot of Muslims around the world, including a lot of Shia, they take the imperialist narrative on the former Yugoslavia. And I talked about that with Iranians, and I talked about that with Muslims. It's just a reality. A lot of the Muslims in the world that are very anti-imperialist on everything else, when it comes to what happened in with the former Yugoslavia, they because it was Muslims that were fighting against Christians, because they view the West as being anti-Muslim, because they view the Christians as being European, they took the wrong position. And Saudi Arabia, did a lot of very, very effective propaganda around that issue. So, but yeah, I take the pro-Serbia, pro-Yugoslavia position, obviously. That doesn't mean, let me reemphasize, and I said this when I was on, we're not saying that innocent people weren't killed. We're not downplaying or trying to make it sound like we don't care that innocent people were killed. Right? Innocent people were killed. A lot of people got hurt. What happened in 1995, July 11th, 1995, was awful. It was horrendous. But it's being used to promote a narrative that blames, that blames the former Yugoslavia, that blames Serbs, demonizes Serbs. The Nazis killed millions of people, 27 million people in the former Soviet Union, and they killed, millions of people in Yugoslavia. So why is there no national, international day of reflection on that genocide? Why not? It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. So there you go. All right, folks. Well, normally I would keep going, but I am at the end of my rope.
I'm gonna keep going.
It's been a long day. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow and a long day on Saturday. I probably won't be streaming again until Monday. Slim chance I'll do it on Sunday, but it's been a long day. So tomorrow I'm gonna be going all day, and Saturday I'm gonna be going all day, and Sunday I'll be resting. Got church in the morning, and then I'll probably
if I'm gonna make it or not.
Come home and rest and try to figure out where I'm at, maybe edit my video from the Libertarian Convention. I intend to do a lot of interviews at the Libertarian Convention, in addition to the leaflet, pamphlet distribution and stuff. So, yeah, Monday we'll be back. Slim chance we'll be back before then, but you never know. But shout out to everyone who made this pamphlet happen. A number of people have sent me contributions in the last couple days. Thank you. And it's not too late, too. If you want to help offset the cost of this, it was not cheap to get the car to go all the way out to Queens, to load it up, to, but if you can, want to offset the cost of this pamphlet that we printed, I still would appreciate it. It would make my life easier. Caleb Moppin 22 on Cash App. You can still help, get this pamphlet, help offset the costs. We hope to do a lot more printings. But thank you to everyone who made this happen. This needs to get in people's hands.
You're
And
welcome,
I'm
brother
really, really
Caleb.
happy that this is out there, and I'm really excited to start distributing.
Appreciate everything
thank
you do,
you,
man.
Thank you, thank you. And on that note, I'm going to put on the closing music.
New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.
Defeat whose minions? Just whoever's. Where do you want me to do that at? Just any minions? Guess maybe I can. Those are wolves. Guess we'll do that next game. Need a sniper rifle. guess. That guy was way better than me, I could tell, but he still lost. You are not a good shot. I'm alright with that. Is this glitching? What's this gun make no noise? Blaster is wicked. The way I play, at least. Oh, guys, maybe. Yes. Oh, you're behind me. Another person better than me that is dead. We're looking for moving dots. There he is. Let's get the high ground. beat me to it? I don't think so. Let's go up here and wait. Easy enough. Looking at my favorite. Put that. There it is. Medusa, sick. Yeah, that was cool that I'm in the book. And I'm wearing a suit. Spending all that money to go to DC is worth it. I made it in the book. Changing America. I think I may just take, if it's okay with Caleb, I may just take audio of that and then line it up with the pages of the book and make that as a CPI video. Making coffee. Are you staying up late? I just made some tea. It's like I use the same tea bags a second time, so it's not as strong. It's usually what I do, and then I throw it away. I don't know if that's gross or not, but that's what I do. All right, let's put Garland up. I'm gonna finish Garland.
This incredible product dissolves oven grease and stubborn mold in seconds without any scrubbing. Take any dirty surface, spray over the grease or mold, and watch it literally melt away. Its patented nanonet technology even penetrates dangerous black mold and stubborn baked-on grease. It leaves behind...
That I figured out I can
Hello,
plug
Garland Nixon here with Latham
my
Roof.
headphones
Man, we got a
in.
lot to talk about now. Let's talk.
And then hear my audio perfect and still hear that if I pick this as my monitor out.
Hello, Garland Nixon here, and I am with Latham Roof. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of things at one time, but I just finished another stream, so I'm trying to get that all cleaned up. We got lots to talk about. Let's start by saying this. Rumble, we're having trouble streaming to your destinations. The stream was ended, deleted on
I'm almost to 98.
It looks like we're... What the hell's happening? I don't know. Well, if we're on Rumble, we're on Rumble. If we ain't, we ain't. Let me see. Who knows? Yeah, it is what it is. We'll give it a shot. We'll upload it later. Forget it. All right, we got important stuff. We got bigger fish to fry right now than whether we're on Rumble this very second. Don't forget, before we get started, Latham Roof has a great website. It's freepalestine.video, freepalestine.video, where they do a lot of good work. Go there, check out all of their good stuff. And they do English language work, documenting what's going on in the region, giving you great video, giving you great journalism, and making some opportunities for young people to learn in the region. And what is important is that you go to freepalestine.video and donate, because hey, look, you know, it takes money to keep this thing going. So let's try to all get together as a community and work with them, try to keep them on the air. Freepalestine.video. If you can't afford to donate, that's fine. Take care of your family. That's what we're all about here. But what you can do is you can share the freepalestine.video website on all of your social media channels, and just put a little note for others. Hey, go here, please donate to help the cause and keep this good work going. All right, let's start here. Man, we got lots going on. We're going to start with the We're going to start with the helicopter crash. There's speculation. We don't know. There's great speculation. Interestingly, the Russians immediately were in contact with the Iranians. I think they understand the danger of the situation. I think they also were sending the message to the Iranians, we're on your side, we got your back. But your thoughts, what do we know? What information do we have coming out of the region, coming out of Iran? And even, let's do this. We're responsible here. We're not going to blindly speculate, but what is the speculation also in the region? So let's start with let's do this. Let's start with what we know, and then we'll get to what people are speculating.
All right, so what we know is the Iranian president was visiting the border with Azerbaijan, where they inaugurated a dam that's on the river shared on the border, and the president of Azerbaijan was there. They were on Iranian territory in the province of eastern Azerbaijan, where they inaugurated the dam. And as the president left with his entourage, 3 helicopters, American-made Bell helicopters from the 1970s that are don't have pieces, parts that are from the United States because of the sanctions, and are fixed with machined parts from Iran market. The helicopter that was carrying the president and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abdullahian, and the governors of both East and West Azerbaijan provinces in the north of Iran crashed, and they all perished. In the beginning, we were told it was a soft landing, and then the search took a very long time because the fog and rain and cold weather that hit the mountain region there. During all of this, I was kind of in shock, and I didn't believe anything that I was hearing, actually, including, the Minister of Internal of Iran, just an hour after the crash, claimed that they received 2 calls from delegates on the plane on cell phone, and that they spoke to them. And then around 2 a.m. in the morning, he repeated saying that they had received another call from one of the crew members around 2 a.m. that crew member was hearing the sirens of the search teams. So ultimately, everybody that was on the helicopter was found dead. So how does these stories, make sense? How does these announcements from the Iranian governments make sense? I personally don't think any of that, what we heard over those 12, 14 hours of the supposed search, were true information, and that's what's obviously bringing up speculations that something more sinister than just a technical difficulty crash happened.
Okay, so now that we have what we have, and I'm big on this. There's nothing to me worse than people who speculate and don't label it speculation, right? People say, I know what happened. It was this, that, and the other. I think that's irresponsible. It's not irresponsible to speculate, but it's irresponsible if you don't say, look, I don't know this for sure, but this is what people are thinking. This is what I think. I think that's reasonable. Now, let's go there. Let's go to, and I'm going to label this to everybody who's watching. Right. Garland and Lath are not saying this is what happened. Garland and Lath are saying there's speculation in the region, and these are the speculations. I can mix it all. You can take them with a grain of salt. In my own ears. You can evaluate them. You can research them on your own. But we are not taking a position that we know what happened. Let's talk about the speculation in you. Because I know there's speculation in my part of the world, but one of the reasons it's important to talk to you is because you're in Beirut and you hear on the ground a different conversation in the Muslim world, etc., in the region. Let's hear about the speculation in your region, in your world. Getting close.
Okay, so there's a lot of alarm bells in the story. Number one is 2 of the helicopters which were flanking the helicopter that was carrying the president and the foreign affairs minister and the delegation made it to their destination without a problem. So this brings the question of why the other helicopters didn't have a problem with the weather. The other is 2 helicopters flanking the presidential helicopter usually fly just a little bit behind it.
Right.
How did they lose track of the helicopter? Didn't they see it crashing? Didn't they try to help people fly over it or something? I don't know what's. So even this part of the story doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's talk, the idea that there was calls made from the crash site and people survived and somehow we don't find them survived and we never heard these calls and the ministers. So all of this, along with the fact that remember, if our viewers remember, just a month ago, less than a month ago, Iran retaliated for the attack on its embassy in Damascus with the biggest ever attack on Israel, and the Israelis didn't really retaliate or attempted, but they didn't have the technical capabilities to land a blow in the same way as Iran did. So this, opens the question, was the response of Israel, the retaliation of Israel, the revenge of Israel, was it this assassination and the downing of this helicopter? Finally, is that the idea that historically, Israel, anytime it loses on the battlefield, it retaliates with assassinations of leaders of resistance. This is true in all of its wars. This is true of what happened in the occupation of Lebanon. This is true of what happened during the Second Intifada. This is true what's happening right now. Just as Israel is losing the battle on the grounds of Gaza, what did they do? They went and assassinated Hamas's representative in Beirut.
It's gonna take me like
earlier in the year. So clearly, the only thing that Israel has a pattern of is assassinations to save face because of their losses on the battlefield. And so this is why these are indicators that this is an assassination. We also know that President Putin of Russia called in the Iranian ambassador immediately after the crash without us even knowing that there's a death, martyrdom of these people, into a meeting with all the highest officials of the Russian government, Minister of Defense, heads of the space and flight agencies, the ministers of foreign affairs, and all of their top brass, and that this meeting lasted hours. And as we know right now, President Putin is flying into Iran to be part of the official commemorations of the death of Raisi, and he's bringing with him one of the biggest delegations ever to arrive into Iran. So there's a lot of talk behind the scene between these powers about what's happened in this crash. And I would say, in my opinion, looking at how Israel attempted to drag the United States into a war with Iran, with the attack on the embassy in Damascus, and the fact that that was not sufficient enough to trigger a full-out war between Iran and Israel that will drag the United States in, because Israel is losing the war and needs the U.S. to intervene in any shape or form. This is what Netanyahu wants. It even makes it more likely that this assassination happened by the Israelis with the intention of forcing Iran into full war with Israel. And I think, given the fact that the Iranians, delayed any response and stretched all this search, which I personally don't even believe that it was that difficult to find the site. Iran has satellites. Iran has most advanced drones. It could have found the crash site in minutes. Probably they did, and they just stretched the time to figure out what they want to do. And I think what they decided is that because Netanyahu wants this war, that they will actually not admit that this is an assassination of their own president. Because if they admit that this is an assassination of their president, they have no choice.
Yeah, it's casus belli.
Yeah, they have to go to a full-out war. So now, and that would have derailed them from their full plan, long-term plan that they had laid out with the axis of resistance, of chiseling at the power of Israel and boiling it as a frog in water, and making it slowly collapse internally and all its external support collapsing without having to have a full-out war. Netanyahu wants to have a full-out war to save himself, and so the Iranians are choosing not to be derailed from their long-term plan, and they are choosing to hide the fact that their president got assassinated.
I think, let me show you something else too. And as I said, I want everybody to know what right now Lath and I are doing is we're being creative, we're speculating, we're telling you what it points to possibilities. We're not saying that we know, we're not being irresponsible, we're not saying we know anything for a fact, but we're just looking at this saying, based on some of the things that we see, these are the possibilities. Let me add something to this. Here's an article. Middle East Monitor, ex-deputy Mossad chief, we lost the war in Gaza, achieved nothing. Former Mossad chief Red bin Barak said the aggression against Gaza is a war that Israel is losing. This war lacks a clear objective. It's evident that we're unequivocally losing it, right? He was speaking during an interview with Israeli public radio. A former member of the Knesset says that the occupation army has been forced to return to fighting in the same areas in which it's fought. Israel is losing on the international scene. Relations with the U.S. are deteriorating. The economy is collapsing. Show me one thing we have succeeded in during the war, right? So why is that important? Because as we were just talking, what does it show? It shows the same thing as Zelensky. It shows a level of desperation. Look, do I believe that? Yeah, I believe he said it because that's an honest evaluation. That is a glaringly obvious evaluation. He's even saying it. We go back into the same place we fought before, we get our butt kicked there. We're losing, we're getting nothing out of it, and the kids are in the street in the U.S. all over saying they hate our guts. You look at the polls, that Israel's losing everything. And what happens when an animal gets cornered? Look at Zelensky. He's trying to drag the U.S. in there. Look at the thing. So they're so desperate now that there are no links that they won't go to. So I agree, there is a possibility. It would be irresponsible not to consider the possibility that this was an assassination. Add this, and these are all facts. Israel has committed terrorist acts with the U.S. on Iran's ground before. They've killed nuclear scientists, they've blown stuff up, they've attacked pipelines, they've done assassinations, they fomented unrest and attacked, fomented, riots.
What games do you like
that,
Mr.
and then
Wonderful?
attack the people in the riots. So it's not unreasonable to think that Israel could be involved. You also have to look at what's happening in Slovakia. Some guy comes out, he shoots tries to assassinate the leader of Slovakia. We now find out it has been released. Now, I reported on that yesterday. Whether it's 100% true or not, I think it is, but it has been reported, at least all throughout the mainstream media, that the Slovakian investigators are saying that 2 hours after the assassination attempt, when the assassin had been arrested and was in custody, someone went on his internet stuff and started to delete his communications. It appears that somebody was trying to take him out. The guy's wife
halfway
is
to
Ukrainian.
99. I think we're going to make
throwing that out there. He was opposed to what was going on with his country backing off the Iran war. So when you look at an attempted assassination over here, a guy who opposes U.S. policy, right, and Zionist policy, etc., you look over there. You put all these things together, it would be irresponsible not to at least consider the fact that this was an assassination. But as you said, whether you agree with it or not,
to get to level 100.
if that in fact is the case, then you have to say it's likely that the Iranians would say, we're not going to go down that route because that would derail our plan. And then Netanyahu would get what he wanted. Whether you agree with it or not, you can see some logic in that. Like,
yes, and it's very possible that Iran will go the clandestine spy assassination route, also to retaliate and make it that it's not traceable to them, to avoid. So it doesn't mean that Iran is not going to retaliate, but if they actually admit that this was an assassination, then they have to go to full war. And they this is what Netanyahu wants. Look, there was the attempted assassination in the Congo of the president, attempted coup led by Israeli Americans, and we have
inspiration. Look, do I believe that? Yeah, I believe he said it because that's an honest. Middle East Monitor, ex-deputy Mossad chief. We lost the war in Gaza, achieved nothing. Former Mossad chief Red Ben Barak said the aggression against Gaza is a war that Israel is losing. This war lacks a clear objective. It's evident that we're unequivocally losing it, right? He was speaking during an interview with Israeli Public Radio. A former member of the Knesset says that the occupation army has been forced to return to fighting in the same areas in which it's fought. Israel is losing on the international scene. Relations with the U.S. are deteriorating. The economy is collapsing. Show me one thing we have succeeded in during the war, right? So why is that important? Because as we were just talking, what does it show? It shows the same thing as Zelensky. It shows a level of desperation. Look, do I believe that? Yeah, I believe he said it because that's an honest evaluation. That is a glaringly obvious evaluation. He's even saying it. We go back into the same place we fought before. We get our butt kicked there. We're losing. We're getting nothing out of it. And the kids are in the street in the U.S. all over saying they hate our guts. You look at the polls. Israel's losing everything. And what happens when an animal gets cornered? Look at Zelensky. He's trying to drag the U.S. in there. Look at the thing. So they're so desperate now that there are no links that they won't go to. So I agree. There is a possibility. It would be irresponsible not to consider the possibility that this was an assassination. Add this, and these are all facts. Israel has committed terrorist acts with the U.S. on Iran's ground before. They've killed nuclear scientists. They've blown stuff up. They've attacked pipelines. They've done assassinations. They fomented unrest and attacked, riots and things like that, and then attacked the people in the riots. So it's not unreasonable to think that Israel could be involved. You also have to look at what's happening in Slovakia. Some guy comes out, he shoots tries to assassinate the leader of Slovakia. We now find out it has been released now. I reported on that yesterday. Whether it's 100% true or not, I think it is, but it has been reported, at least in all throughout the mainstream media, that the Slovakian investigators are saying that 2 hours after the assassination attempt, when the assassin had been arrested and was in custody, someone went on his internet stuff and started to delete his communications. It appears that somebody was trying to take him out. The guy's wife is Ukrainian. I'm just throwing that out there. He was opposed to what was going on with his country backing off the Iran war. So when you look at an attempted assassination over here, a guy who opposes U.S. policy, right, and Zionist policy, etc., you look over there. you put all these things together, it would be irresponsible not to at least consider the fact that this was an assassination. But as you said, whether you agree with it or not, if that in fact is the case, then you have to say it's likely that the Iranians would say, we're not going to go down that route because that would derail our plan. And then Netanyahu would get what he wanted. Whether you agree with it or not, you can see some logic in that.
I'll have to look it up.
Yes, and it's very possible that Iran will
I just like
go
this
the
game 'cause it's
clandestine
brainless.
spy
I know it's
assassination
goofy,
route.
but I can listen to my shows
also
and play it, and it's fun.
retaliate and make it
Like
that
an
it's not
RPG, I
traceable
can't
to
listen to my
them
shows. I'm like,
to avoid. So it doesn't mean that Iran is not going to
concentrate.
retaliate, but if they actually admit that this was an assassination, then they have to go to full war, and they this is what Netanyahu wants. Look, there was the attempted assassination in the Congo of the president, attempted coup led by Israeli Americans, and we had, as you said, the Slovakia attempt. So worldwide right now, the empire is activating the full spectrum war, okay, at maximum levels. So we're seeing these assassination attempts and so on being activated, and it all happened within 24-hour, 48 hours span. These attempts at coups and assassinations in places that the United States is feeling the heat. And I want to say that the persons of Raisi and Abdullahian were very important targets. This is not like a little joke. Raisi was responsible for signing the 25-year strategic agreements and alliances with China and Russia. He was responsible for the ascension of Iran into BRICS. He was responsible for signing the strategic security coalition with Niger in the Sahel. He was the father of this policy of reintegrating the Sahel with Iran and Russia, guaranteeing the security of these countries. So this is somebody that I would even say that China and Russia would have a harder time on the global scale to birth this multipolar world without individuals like Raisi and Abdullahian in Iran. And the least of it, this assassination, what it did, how the win that Israel got. Yes, Iran is a constitutional democracy, as institutions, and will immediately replace these individuals. It's not gonna, but at least the least of it is that Iran is now going to be busy for the next week with the repercussions of the martyrdom of Raisi and Abdullahian. And in the meanwhile, in the last 24 hours, the Zionists have been going buck wild in the West Bank. They killed 8 people this morning in Jenin. There's full invasion in many of the towns and cities. There's rampaging colonists, setting fire to whole villages. And the whole world is now focused on the funeral of President Raisi. And Iran itself, as a foreign affairs that led the support for the Palestinians on the global scale, on the United Nations front and every other place, is now in pause until all these changes happen. Iran's security is all looking inside to protect these processions for the funeral and so on, and to make sure no other attacks happen. And I want to finally remind everybody that in the last 6 months alone, there's been so many attacks by the Zionists on Iran itself, inside Iran, including, if everybody remembers, the terrorist attack on the commemoration of General Soleimani's assassination early in January, the attacks that happened by ISIS. So this is kind of a bigger picture to what we're talking about.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Any word, or before we go any further, Hezbollah, what's happening in the north of the fighting that's going on? I saw recently a picture of this Israeli base, and the whole damn thing was in flames. And they were, they were saying, there's a small fire on the base. I looked at it, I'm like, that don't look like a small fire. It looks like incineration. It looks like they got collapsed with missiles. But of course, usually. So what do we know about what's happening in this conflict? You know what? Let me add this. The people that say, well, why isn't Hezbollah getting involved? Yeah, I don't know what else they can do at this point. They're knocking the crap. Every time I turn around, they're fighting, they're shooting, they're bombing, they're hitting things with missiles, shooting down drones. The Houthis are shooting down drones. It seems to me there is, in fact, a regional war going on. But the mainstream media and a lot of people are pretending like it's not. But Hezbollah is heavily engaged, as are the Iraqis, as are the resistance in Yemen.
Yes. I mean, last time we were on the show, we talked about that balloon that Hezbollah shut down.
Nord is what I use.
Well, now they shut down the biggest Zeppelin security balloon in the world. Okay, and the Israelis have two of them. One that is tethered around
Dungeons and Dragons Online. That's cool.
Nuclear reactor to protect or surveil any danger coming to that reactor, and the other in the north of Palestine. And what we saw is that Hezbollah targeted all the on-the-ground equipment and control centers, as well as shot down this Zeppelin,
soft ether,
and came back with high-quality 4K camera drone that flew over the site and filmed the destruction and the Zeppelin on the ground. So this is very advanced stage of activities, and Hezbollah to release this video in 4K to show you how much detail they have, and how the fact that the Israelis can't even spot these drones or shoot them down.
Yeah, I just pay for Nord.
The battle in the air of northern Palestine continues. Every day, Israelis attempt with their F-15s and F-16s to shoot down Hezbollah drones, and every day they're failing. They haven't been able to shoot one drone down. So now we clearly see that there is air superiority for the Hezbollah drones in the battle in North Palestine. We're also, because of the last time that Hezbollah shot down a Hermes 900 Israeli drone, and somebody's, a civilian here in Lebanon filmed. When Hezbollah released that video of them shooting down the Hermes, they cut out the second where you see the missile hitting, because they didn't want the Israelis to know what weapon they were using. But some civilian here in Lebanon found the missile on the ground, parts of it, and took a picture of it stupidly and put it on the internet. So now we know that that Hezbollah, what kind of weapons they have, and these anti-air defense missiles are actually capable of shooting F-15s and F-16s. And so it seems like up until now, Hezbollah is choosing not to shoot down the F-15s and F-16s. But now, after this assassination, in my opinion, of Raisi, I think they will be activating those. So Hezbollah has proven air dominance over North Palestine. They're going to now make Lebanon a no-fly zone for the Israeli jets, and they continue to pound you were talking about that base all out on fire. This is a base in the Golan Heights. Just to explain to our viewers, the Golan Heights, the occupied Syrian territory, has a lot of bases because it overlooks Damascus, it overlooks South Lebanon and North Palestine. But also, all the colonies in the Golan Heights are populated by soldiers. Okay, there's no regular colonies in the occupied Golan Heights. They're all staff of the military defense that are living in those colonies, and those have already been evacuated completely. The Golan Heights right now has only the remaining Syrian civilians that refuse to take Israeli citizenship since 1973, and the military bases. Everything else is emptied in the Golan Heights. And to see these bases burn, okay, and this is happening on a daily basis. Yesterday, they fired 100 missiles on one of these bases. And so they're kind of carpet bombing the whole area, Hezbollah, and it's making it a very soft ground for any military activity that could happen. This is kind of the situation in Lebanon, and I think it's going to heat up very soon, even more so.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me. I just wanted people to see what was going on there. Also, let me show something. Also, I think it's important for people to know, because when people see, I mentioned a while back that Baltimore a few years back, people looked up in the sky to the north of Baltimore. They're like, "What the hell is that giant Zeppelin doing up there?" This thing is giant. And next thing you know, it's on the news, like there's a giant balloon in the air, and people are like, "What the hell is this?" And here's why Hezbollah, they didn't just shoot a balloon down to say, "Ha ha, we got them," like the U.S. with a weather balloon. Let me show you this balloon and what it does, right? Okay, if you look at this. This was an article from 2015 when it happened. Second military airship getting Baltimore area to test an East Coast missile defense system, right? So you see, this is the balloon that they shot down. I'm sure you've seen pictures of it. This is what has been flying around. This is what has been shot down, right? What is it? It's a Joint Land Attack Cruise Missile Defense Elevated Netted Sensor System, the JLENS blimp, right? Okay. It's an East Coast missile defense system. So here's my point. Hezbollah knew what they were doing. This was not just, we're going to stick this blimp up and find out what the barometric pressure is over East Lebanon. This is part of a missile defense system. It's a sensor. And they put them up, and they have these sensors really high so they can pick up the missiles coming in. It helps to coordinate, it helps to target them, all that kind of stuff. So what Hezbollah did was it eliminated, again, like we said, they hit their air defense systems. These are not just, there's a blimp, we'll shoot it down because that'll make us look good. It was, there's part of a missile defense system. We know what it is. We're going to take out part of their missile defense system and make them more vulnerable. So even this, people who just heard, they shot down a balloon, they think of the Chinese weather balloon. They don't realize this was a strategic operation to limit the technical abilities of occupied Palestine, of the Zionists, to defend themselves from missile attacks.
Yes. I mean, Hezbollah destroyed all the front bases and all the electronics on them, and then began slowly over the months, going further and further deep in, destroyed all the major air and electronic defense sites in the north of Palestine and in the Golan Heights, and has lately, because of the destruction of the air defenses and the surveillance equipment and so on, has been able to go further and further deeper into occupied Palestine, reaching around almost 40 kilometers at the south edge of the Baria Lake or Sea of Galilee, and all the way beside Akka on the coast of the Mediterranean. So this is now making it easier for the drones to fly under the radars without any air defenses and reaching further and further. And we discussed earlier, you brought up the article from the Israeli intelligence talking about that they lost the war in Gaza. Well, they also lost the war in the north of Palestine. It's clear 100% that there's full dominance by Hezbollah. We can talk more about Gaza and what happened in the last few days to confirm that actually right now the Israeli military is at the edge of full collapse on that front.
Continue on that. Yeah, continuing. I've heard that again. Even that Mossad guy admitted
All
that
in one.
the Israelis had some areas that they had bombed everything out. They thought they were, they
Yeah,
thought they
pretty
had
much.
completely
Just hanging out,
dominated
man.
and eliminated
Hanging
everybody
out
in that
doing what I
area.
do
And they
anyway.
went in and they got ambushed again, and they got hit again, and they realized they have
an hour and
everywhere they
12
go, when they
minutes
come back in
to get to level
that
100.
Hamas is always, or that the fighters, they're not all Hamas fighters, they're other groups, but they're always waiting. Talk about what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, the battle in and around Jabalia in the north of Gaza has now been ongoing for a week, and it is the most intense, bone-crushing, face-to-face battle that has played out since the beginning of this war. And as we said in the previous episodes, like the Israelis lost a field general on the first day of that invasion of Jabalia, and since then they've lost multiple brigadier generals and other high-ranking officers. It's almost like 20, according to Israeli media. It's almost 20 officers, high-ranking officers, dead in this battle in the last week. And every day, Hamas and others are releasing videos of their operations. We can count in this week at 20, 30 tanks from just the confirmed videos that are being released, destroyed. And I think what's important about these videos is not only the evidence of this destruction, it shows you that actually Hamas has full operational control on the field. They can kind of design what teams they want to send, with what cameraman, and to film what action, and to come back with this camera person alive to the command center where everything's edited and the music is put on and the graphics and so on to be released. So this shows you full operational control in northern Gaza in the most intense battlefield. And so that's what's important about this battle in Jabalia. And we see that the Israelis haven't dared yet into Rafah because they know that if this is the battle for Jabalia, imagine what will happen in Rafah. But one thing that happened, almost simultaneously with the downing or the crash of President Raisi's helicopter, was the Americans announcing that they finished building their pier into Gaza on the beach. And the first images that come out are of American military equipment, air defenses, radars, sitting on the beach of Gaza, and tanks and APCs waiting in the deployment ships. So what we now know is exactly what I thought was going to happen. I didn't think this spear was about bringing aid. It definitely was not about mass expulsion of Palestinians. This was an invasion beachfront building that possibilities in the situation that Israeli military completely collapses on the battlefield, and we're right now at the edge of that. This is why Netanyahu is rushing to a full-out war. He wants the Americans to come in because his military is demoralized. He lost 90-somewhat% of all of his armaments. He cannot survive without every 24 hours an American ship or an American plane, heavy lift plane, arrives with munitions. If one of those ships or planes doesn't arrive on its time, they can't even fire. They don't have enough to go around. He needs that. And this is where the pier that the Americans built in Gaza is all about. That it's about an invasion of Gaza.
I think you're right. Yes, it's about at some point wanting to put American troops, NATO troops, or whatever in into Gaza, because Israel's not. It's not that Israel's losing; it's that Israel has lost. That I think we could argue that what we found is that Israel doesn't even really exist. You know what I mean? Israel. I hate to go back to this metaphor, but I always go back to it. When you've seen movie after movie, where you'll see at the beginning of the movie, you see a hand, and a glove being slid on the hand, one finger at a time, a black glove, and you know that they're going to choke somebody out or the criminal's going to do something. They put a glove on their hand to hide their fingerprints so that they can't be tied to the scene of the crime. Israel, Ukraine, they are black gloves. The empire uses Israel and Ukraine so that their fingerprints won't be at the scene of the crime. That this is the U.S. empire. And as soon as this happened, Israel, their military got the crap kicked out of them in day one. I mean, Hamas just came in and slapped them aside like a small child. And then the U.S. came in, and the U.S. Armada came in, and the U.S. military, and everybody came in. But from day one, Hamas walked up to Israel and just slapped them out of the way. They weren't even concerned with them. They crushed them on day one. When you look at the kind of mess that they were in, the U.S. came in to defend an Israeli military, an Israeli political system that had already been militarily and I would argue intellectually, philosophically defeated. They had no idea that those guys could beat them and could deliver that kind of punishment. And when they stood there, we're tough, the only thing they could ever do was go into a heavy-handed policeman and go into the occupied territories and beat up women and children and grab defenseless people. And as soon as they had to fight people of a military mind with a military drive, they got stomped into the ground on day one, and they called for Big Brother. They called for the real military. And the U.S. came in and says, okay, we'll send a military in that's going. I guarantee you that there's U.S. is fighting right now, that U.S. military is in there fighting right now, because Israel doesn't have a military. They were a front. They were a police force, a colonial police force for the U.S. empire, and that police force has been defeated.
Yes, and there is right now, by the way, a act being put on the docket of the Congress to pay veteran pay to Americans that serve in the Israeli military.
They might as well.
So it's an admittance that they're already there on the battlefield. Okay. And we know that a day after October 7th, there was hundreds of flights leaving Canada, the US, and Europe. I mean, in Toronto alone, something like 20 or 40 flights left, full of Canadians that are not citizens of Israel, that to fight on the side of the Zionist colony. And of course, all of these deaths are because most of these people are probably put on the front line like fodder. And those deaths are not reported in the losses of the Israeli military in this battle. This is above and beyond all the mercenaries that were dragged out of Ukraine, all the Wahhabi death squads that were on the field in Syria that were brought in. These are all actually fighting the war in Gaza. And none of that is reported. So the losses, the Israelis lost 12 bases, 12 generals on day one in October 7th. They lost their main bases for the Mossad, Shin Bet, and their main paratroopers, police force base, all of that, all in one day. And since that day, it's the American government, the American military that is actually conducting this war in full details. Every decision that the Israeli military is making, there's an American general beside them. There's even some generals that are filling gaps in the hierarchy of the Israeli military structures because of their heavy losses since October 7th. And, Israel has been defeated day one in Gaza. It's now solidified that defeat with a total collapse
Baldur's
of
Gate
the
on PS2
industrial military complex that Israel has.
I think it was Dark Alliance. Me and my brother had so much fun with that co-op.
By the way, Hezbollah is hitting Israeli military factories every week. At least one of those are being hit because the majority of them are in the north of Palestine, these military hardware factories. And so any minute now, if this war continues, we will be seeing Abrams tanks and Challenger tanks being handed on to Israel because it is running out of their Merkava tanks.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now let's move to the international scene, and I will add this: the U.S. has been exposed because the only, I mean, it's the same. The U.S. Army could go to Afghanistan or Iraq, and they could send people around, and they could shoot civilians and blow up weddings and all that kind of stuff, right? When they decide to go into Ukraine and face the Russian army crushed the Ukrainian proxy army, the most powerful proxy army that the U.S. has ever had. The Russians smashed them to pieces. They rebuilt it. The Russians smashed that to pieces. They've rebuilt it a third time, and the Russians are doing the same thing. So in reality, we see that the U.S. empire, just as we said about Israel, they could blow up wedding parties. They can attack farms with olive growers and things like that. They can do that. But when it comes to going against the Russian army on the Russian border, that ain't happening. When it comes to fighting against the Muslim fighters in the West Asia, better not do that because you're going to get beaten. So the U.S. empire has been exposed as a paper tiger. NATO as a toothless paper tiger. Now, let's go to the international scene, the ICC. A while back, the U.S. was like, yeah, we love the ICC. They've come out, they've come up with charges against President Putin for kidnapping children. I might add, 160 of those children recently turned up in Germany. Not one complaint from the parents of the children. No parents complained, but the U.S. said, oh, they're kidnapping children. Oh, we love the ICC. Now the ICC looks at the most obvious case of criminality in the history of this world and says, yeah, it might just have to get some charges on that. And the U.S. is literally threatening to, the members of the court, saying, being honest, we can't allow you to go after our allies. They're giving it up. The only thing that they can do is, this is supposed to be a puppet court that goes after the organization, goes after their adversaries. I think the Brits, some of the other countries are starting to get a little scared too, saying, crap, man, if they charge them, they can charge us. Now, of course, the puppets, they're like, we're going to have to go after Hezbollah too. And Hezbollah says, we'll cooperate. You want a trial? We want a trial. We want to be able to present our evidence. Let Israel present their evidence. Let's do it. Israel, your thoughts on the ICC potential charges, all that, keeping in understanding that this whole thing has been dominated by the U.S., and it's a U.S. imperial operation, even notwithstanding that accusation by me. I think this is an interesting recent happening. Anyway, go ahead, Laith.
Yes. I mean, historically, 42 out of the 42 people other than Putin that the ICC charged are African. So, historically it was supposed to be just the, Slavs and the slaves. This is in their white supremacist mind. The ICC is only there to prosecute, Slavic people and African people. So it is, maybe a surprise for some people that actually these charges were laid by the ICC. But I personally think that this is one of the worst things that could have happened to the Palestinian people. And I would say even that Mahmoud Abbas, the collaborationist puppet, purposefully brought this case to the ICC in order to implicate the leadership of Hamas in charges of war crimes, to get them out of his way. And if we, given the fact that no one in the West will support the arrest of Netanyahu or Gallant if they touch their territory or fly over their airspace, clearly the number one target of this whole theatrics is Ismail Haniyeh, the head of the political bureau of Hamas, who's residing right now in Qatar.
Isn't he the one that flies back and forth to do the negotiating? So they create an environment where he can't fly. But basically, they stop they stop the Hamas negotiator from being able to.
Yes, and he has to now leave Qatar and go hide somewhere in a country that will not hand him over to the Americans or the ICC. And the other Hamas leaders, what's his name, Leif, who leads the military wing, and Sinwar, who leads the government on the ground in Gaza, nobody can touch them because they can't even reach them, the Israelis, to kill them, let alone arrest them. And so I think that this was all a ploy, just to charge the resistance with terrorism or war crimes. And in fact, if you look at the docket that this puppet Khan, the head of the ICC, put forward, when you look at the language he used talking about the Palestinians and the accused crimes that they're against them, he speaks about it as if it's a fact, that there's rape, that there was murder, that there was, what have you. And he had went to Israel and to these colonies that got attacked on October 7th and spoke to the families and whatever, and the survivors, but he refused to go to Gaza, even though Hamas and the Palestinians invited him to, witness the crimes that are happening against them. He refused to go. And in the language, when he talks about the crimes that Netanyahu and Gallant are accused of, he always uses reasonable grounds to believe that there is a crime committed. He never says that there was a crime committed.
Yeah,
like
I'm an
he
OG
uses the language in
gamer,
speaking
man. I
about
love
Hamas.
the old RPGs,
And finally, the
Chrono Trigger.
most telling thing about this
I think it's
is
called
that
Sea of Souls or
the
something
prosecutor
like that.
Khan
A guy in the stream
limited the
turned me
scope
onto
of
it
this
last
whole
night. It looked
case
pretty cool. I
to
guess it's
only
on
the
Switch.
territory of
It's supposed to be a
Gaza,
throwback
and
to
only since October
Chrono
7th.
Trigger and Golden Sun.
So that excludes obviously all the war
My brother
crimes
used to
of
play
buildings,
World of Warcraft
colonies in the West
all the
Bank.
time.
It excludes all the torture and killing of Palestinian prisoners since October 7th. There's now tens of 12,000 Palestinian prisoners that have been denied food, access to lawyers, families, phones, radios, TVs, and have been tortured and raped on a daily basis, refused medical care in the
attacks on the
dungeons.
hospitals.
The
They
attacks
can't go
on the
out and do all
hospital.
of that.
Yes, none of that can be, talked about, and so he clearly, the ICC and with it the Palestinian Authority of Mahmoud Abbas, plotted this all to get to work against Hamas, and this is why I personally think it was a really bad day for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know much about it, but now I'm glad you enlightened. The limits that they placed on it benefit one party far more than the other. You know what I mean? It's so obvious. The limits that they placed on these charges are on behalf of Israel. And here's the thing. The last I heard, they applied for a warrant. When that warrant comes out, I'll believe. You know what I mean? So they applied for a warrant. Is the warrant ever going to come out?
Yeah, I bet you
what
the
I mean?
ones against Hamas will come out first.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we've got the ones against Hamas. We're still working on the ones in Israel. We're having some problem with that printer. But when we get it done, we'll get them. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's for sure. They'll be out in 24 hours. The others will be out in 100 years, you know?
That's crazy.
But at any rate, yeah. So we will believe it when we see it, that there's, I'll believe it when I see it. And the other thing about it is, as you said,
yeah, that's even
if
before
I
my
see
time.
that these charges, as you said, are restricted in a way that let's face it,
That's crazy.
they're
It's
restricted
playable in the
in a
browser.
way that
Who would've thunk
shields
it? When
Israel
those games
from
came
the
out, I bet
majority,
they
from
were,
the predominance of its crimes.
like Elden Ring
The
today.
predominance of the things that have done
Now you
are
can play them in the
shielded
browser.
by
I wonder
this.
you
So
play Elden
yeah,
Ring
okay.
in the browser.
I'm glad you
Probably
enlightened
sooner
us
than
on that,
later.
Laith. One last thing I wanted to ask you about, and let me see if I got it here.
And of course, like before you ask that question, the huge problem of putting moral equivalency between the occupier and his resistance. Can you imagine if the Vietnamese resistance or the Algerian resistance were brought to the ICC, and their resistance, or even the French resistance to Nazi occupation, would put an equivalency that you killing a Nazi soldiers or Nazi colonizers or American or French colonizers, that equals the mass killing of Vietnamese and Algerians? This is
even
where
even
the
even
crazy
use
part.
the German Nazis, the Warsaw Uprising, right? Imagine if the people in the ghetto who were being slaughtered by Nazis fought back with a few guns and what little they had, and the International Criminal Court came up and said, now we're going to charge the people who rose up against these Nazis who were taking them to death camps, but we're also going to charge the Nazis. It's absurd. You have a right, not even a right, you have a duty. And under the international law has already ruled at the UN that the Palestinians, as the occupied, have a right to use force to defend the occupation. In that context, how do you, number one, how do you charge them? Number two, any allegations of what the Hamas did on October 7th at this point is nothing but the word of Israel. The only thing we have is the word of Israel. Israel has made claims that have been debunked. So how can you charge them with a crime based only on the word of an illegal occupier? None of it makes sense. Like,
oh yeah, and imagine that let's say in that hypothetical of the Warsaw Ghetto, that the prosecutors say, hey, we will only start the discussion about the minute the Warsaw Ghetto fought back.
Right.
We're not going to talk about the dragging of people into death camps. No. And only crimes committed inside the ghetto.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Forget Auschwitz, where they're throwing people in ovens. You can't bring that. Not relevant. The fact that once you got out of the death camp, you were going onto a train to be we're not none of that. You know that the reason you were uprising because all your families had been taken, kidnapped, and murdered. None of that's important. The only thing we're going to go with is what happened in the death. Yeah, it's pretty preposterous, isn't it? It's obvious what's going on here. I did want to ask you, since you're there, your thoughts on the before we go, the Ukraine conflict, where we are there. You know, it's obvious. Let's face it, things ain't looking good for the Ukrainian puppetry. They're going under. What's interesting is this mass psychosis amongst the ruling elite of Europe and the US, acting as though there's something they can do. We may have to act. We may not can't let the Russians win, as though they actually have some kind of a military option that can go to the Russian border and they won't be crushed. They don't have the troops, they don't have the war material, and their people at home will go bananas if they send their soldiers to get crushed. But this mass psychosis amongst the ruling elite and what's going on in Ukraine, as, let's face it, the Russians are, a victory is inevitable. Anyway, your thoughts on Ukraine?
Yes, the Americans can't keep up with their two beloved vassal nations. You know, which one are they going to give more weapons to? I mean, yes, it's two Zionist Jews that run these two countries, but you know, there's the favorite one. There's the first Jewish state. You know, so you know, clearly you know, you're right. They're having psychosis, but also it shows you that they have no choices left. Tactical choices in front of them, and so they just talk hyperbole. And of course, the Russian military is advancing around the Kharkov region. And so, looking at what happened in Iran, and I would say it's becoming more and more higher possibility of the clandestine work happening. Remember, like last year, was it that the assassination of the mercenary army leader, what's his name, the Russian, there was that assassination on him. Point is, what I'm trying to say is that Russia right now has to be careful because of if the West is losing on the battlefield, there will be attempts to, as we saw, attacks on music halls, terrorist attacks,
terrorism. That's all they got left is terrorism.
Assassination possibilities, and that's what's scarier in this stage globally. And you know, we see. I think the best defense for Russia is to continue moving slowly and surely and bleeding out the NATO, not to rush into things, as the leadership in Russia has been smart about that, and to continue to trouble regions around the world, help other regions around the world escape American imperialism. Look at what happened in Senegal this week, by the way. You remember we were talking about the president of Senegal, a young man got elected, he's anti-French. He just said that he wants to join the Sahel coalition, federation. He wants to kick out the French troops. That also happened in Gambia. So
New Caledonia. Have you been following that in the Pacific?
yeah.
The New Caledonians are in the streets saying, "France, get the hell out. We've had enough. You baguette-eating bastards."
Yes.
Nothing against the French. I have good French friends.
And the French are
doing a
so
joke in
far
there.
away. Yeah, cheese and wine and baguette. But it's okay. There's no such thing as reverse racism. We'll make that joke.
There you go. I love the French. Some of my friends. I have very good friends that are French. So that was. Just
I love French cheeses, man. Also, right?
Not Macron.
Yeah, and look, listen. People are people. There's nobody better or worse, and our histories, our leaders are different. And people, we make jokes. New Caledonia, yes, New Caledonia. Right now, the French don't have ships anywhere close, so they just requested the aid of New Zealand and Australia, and the New Zealand and Australia are maybe going to occupy now New Caledonia. And remember, this is also very close to the other islands in the Pacific that had signed treaties with China.
Solomon Islands, yeah, Solomon Islands.
Right. So this is all, now we could see another region beginning to escape Western hegemony because of the prolifications of the fronts and because of the victories of the axis of resistance on the battlefield and the victories of Russia on the battlefield. This is the ramifications of it, and we will see more. So Senegal joining the Sahel coalition, Caledonia joining the New Caledonia joining the Pacific Islanders that are escaping. What's going to happen in the Caribbean? I predict the next things that are going to happen, by the way, are in the Caribbean. Look at Haiti. Is at any moment things could be happening in there. And so,
Evo Morales is running for president again in Bolivia.
Oh yes, and we all hope that he wins and raises the flag of indigenous liberation again in the Americas. That's going to be a big trouble for the U.S. and Canada, reviving indigenous nationalism. Wow.
Yeah, with all that, and they got a lot of lithium. You know, when they were signing a deal with their lithium over China before, is what got them overthrown. And I think right now they're going to be right back saying, okay, you know, I heard him say, I was in Venezuela fortunately, I was in a room, I didn't talk to either of them, but with Rafael Correa and Evo Morales. I was fortunate when I was there. I was as a guest of the Venezuelan government. So, you know, I heard him talk. One of the things that he said, interestingly, was, and he said this on several occasions, that they've got lithium. He went to South Korea and said, hey, we want to build a factory where we, you know, that you got to take the lithium and change it so it's usable, right? And how much would that cost? And the South Korean said about 100 million. He said, no problem, we got it. Let's get it done. He went back, he called the South Korean and said, got the money, let's make it happen. And they said, nah, the Americans said we can't do it. So again, it is the Africans with their chocolate or whatever. It's the Western Empire saying you can grow, you can create the raw materials, but our countries have to even control that. Then you can get the minimal amount, but you're not allowed to get to the point where you develop the stuff and you make the real profit off of it. And I would guarantee if Evo Morales goes back to power, through China or Russia or Iran, one of the world's great powers, he'll be able to get the funding, he'll be able to get these, well, he already has the funding, he'll be able to get the technical assistance. And that's what they're really angry about, that Iran and Russia and China have the technological ability and the power to go into these countries and to help them develop themselves.
Oh yes, and this is the new world. Every country will have to have the whole production line of whatever resources, natural resources it has, to be able to kind of equalize the imports and exports, and then we have a more equal world where all nations have the same opportunity of development and escaping poverty and disease. And so, and this is good for China, it's good for Russia, it's good for Africa, it's good for Latin America, but it's not good for the West. The West not only wants to loot the raw resources of other nations at the cheapest price, it also doesn't want to produce anything from it. They want to open factories in cheap markets to produce. So, and only owning the marketing part of the whole production cycle and taking 70% of all the profit. So it doesn't make sense from any business point of view. And this is, I think, once this new world starts to flourish, Europe is going to be the biggest loser. At least Canada and the United States have mass amounts of raw materials and natural resources that if they rearrange their own production cycles, can escape the collapse. But Europe has zero natural resources, zero. And you know, so what is it going to do without the cheap natural resources of Africa, Asia, and Latin America? It's going to collapse. And so the new world that's arising is totally about having full sovereignty over the full production cycle that is dependent on raw resources.
Laith Marouf is a journalist, and he's in Beirut, Lebanon. Don't forget, everyone, the website is freepalestine.video. Go to freepalestine.video and donate. If you can't afford to donate, that's perfectly fine. There's a lot of people that are struggling. We understand that this system is crushing the little guy. So, but you can still help. And here's what you do. Go all of your social media accounts. Go to freepalestine.video and share that on your social media accounts, and make a little caption that says that advises everyone to let everyone know the importance of donating. We can all work together, and Laith and his people can get an English language journalism out from freepalestine.video. They can get video out. We can help this thing to grow. So let's do our part to help Laith and his people at freepalestine.video. Share it. Let people know how important it is, how critical it is that they donate. And if you can look, whatever it is, if you can pay $100, if you can do $5, whatever amount you can do is more than they got now. And if enough people get together and put a few bucks in, then something will happen, and they'll be able to continue and expand on their work. Thanks a lot, everybody. Share this on all your social media platforms. We're out.
Where is the Oracle? Oh, it must be in here.
You have won a great victory for humanity. But your war has not yet begun. Storm clouds gather. The Wanderer draws near. Even in the darkness, hope will guide you.
Reach 15 players remaining with 5 eliminations. Okay, well, I guess I need to get 5 first. Am I level 100 yet? Nope, halfway there. How much time do I got? 38 minutes. I don't know how to do that. We'll see, it's gonna be close. I guess just try to play as good as I can. Z indeed, my friend. Yes, every little bit helps. I need 47,000 experience. Yes, 5,000. 5,000. Awesome. Eight people left. There's a shadow briefing. I can get some scratch for that. Storm. Chain of Hades is tough. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. It's gonna be close. 34 minutes. 34 minutes. I don't even know. I don't even know. I've done every quest to level up, so it's just playing and trying to win. I should have played that a little safer. That was kind of dumb. I don't know why I did that. It's okay. I'm just used to doing the quest. I'm not really used to trying to win, but we're going to get it going here. Let's see if I can find some, like... Can you play royalty-free music? Royalty-free. Free lo-fi hip-hop. No copyright, lo-fi. Let's see if this was decent.
If it weren't a drink from McDonald's, you wouldn't try this hard.
Right now at McDonald's, order an oh-so-tasty Oreo frappe for a limited time, or pick out another sweet treat. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Explore the rivers of Europe with Taup and connect more deeply to the people and places you visit. Enjoy a more intimate, engaging atmosphere with fewer passengers on board and expertly guided shore excursions without the crowds. All included in one upfront price.
Oh, I forgot.
Travel beyond ordinary. Travel with Taup.
This already sounds pretty awful. Got him. Whew. Oh, this music is awful. Sounds like an AI. Is there no beat? Sounds like something I'd make in like Cakewalk 9 when I was in 7th grade. Oh, that's pretty. That's okay. Oh, I need to swim more. Getting there. That might be the way to do it. Just keep quitting and doing that first quest to get 5,000 over and over again. That might be the way to do it, because I mean, even getting an elimination, I only get 250. I need 31,000. I need 31,000, and I have 29 minutes. I don't know what to do. 250. That's crazy. Nothing. Try that once. 3745. Let's see what I get for winning. Just, and then if it isn't enough, then we're gonna just leave and come back and try to do those fast quests over and over again. 3645. Is that it? 250 and some money. Do I get anything for filling up a car?
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
There are over 75 million monthly Tubi viewers. That's more people than there are wall-mounted, dual-actuating drinking fountains, which means Tubi is more popular than water that's so cold it hurts your teeth. More popular than unnecessarily high water pressure. More popular than health code
I would
violations.
skip that, but
2B. It's more popular than wall-mounted dual actuating drinking fountains.
oh, that's kind of sick. I like that. If I get anything for this opening there's any help in here. Help, I need help. Any points for top line?
The perfectly melted cheese, the juicier patty, the golden bun. It's all here. Bravo, bravo. Well, it was a second ago.
Try McDonald's best burgers ever, like a melty cheeseburger. Right now, buy one favorite and get another for just $1.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Okay. We're almost there. One more match. I think we got it. We got 12 minutes. I think we can do it. It's just so I've never been this nervous playing this game. Come on, let me play another match. I'm gonna go back to lobby. Might not let me. Yeah, but it won't. Yep, there you go. Can't do it. Can't be level 100. By one level. Can I do that? Cool. Kinda cheated, but hey, at least I get all this stuff. Claim rewards. I didn't really cheat because I earned those V-Bucks from playing. Okay, so I got all those pages. Alright. Do I get any bonus rewards? 25 levels. I wasn't gonna get any of this stuff anyway. Yeah. Screw all this stuff. I got all the normal stuff though. Cool. We did it. My level 100. Level 100, baby. Got it. Woo! 8 minutes left. We did it. We got it. We had to spend 150 V-Bucks, but I get like 100 of those for free every time I level up. I never done that before, but that's cool. We did it. Let's turn into my turn this on. I like Cerebrus. Put my girl comrade up here. We win for the commies. Yes. Only took us 8 hours and 35 minutes. I have played this game for a full working day. And I am going to go to bed. Oh. Not you, Mr. Wonderful. You've paid with your time, your dear time. But if anyone else wants to support a poor school teacher who slaves away in Fortnite to get to level 100, there's ways to do that in the description. I like buy me a coffee the best because it's orange, and that's my favorite color, like my hat and my Monet little sunset. See? Pretty cool. Anyway, I love y'all, And I'll see you next time. That's enough games for a while. We're gonna start doing like productive things, reading books, political streams. But I wanted to make it to 100, and picture taken, I did. Don't say I never did nothing, kids. End stream. I love y'all. God bless. God bless you, Mr. Wonderful, and everybody else that stepped by, including the trolls. I'll okay. I might call it too, man. God bless y'all. Love you. Have a great week, weekend, whatever it is. Summertime, baby. Peace out, everybody. Level 100, we did it. Only took 8 hours and 30